What's going on, everybody? How you doing? What's happening? Good evening to all of you. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you guys so much for your patience as well. I appreciate all of you. Um, we have an interesting lineup today. All right. So I suggest you all get some popcorn and Kool-Aid ready. Cause it's yeah, we on one tonight. I have some videos lined up because I was gonna do a whole new set of videos. I still will do them, but Candace decided to go live on some X space, because of X Force, and actually try to talk about why she thinks that Fort Huachuca is somehow important in her reality on her home planet because she's an alien. You can't make this stuff up. And I actually was able to get one of the video clips from Twitter X. I uploaded it yesterday, and you guys could at least hear one of the commenters' response. And he basically asked, "What is the point of this?" Man, I heard that, and I almost did a standing ovation at home. I said, "Well done." I don't know who that person is. I don't remember his name, but somebody spoke up. It was like, what is the point of all of this? Because once again, it does not get us closer to any other shooter. That one thing, Candace, you said you would look into. And I was like, why is she not going on YouTube Live? Why is she doing Twitter X? She takes a break from YouTube for 2 weeks, but yet does an X space for over an hour. So we got the full video, you all. And we're going to check this out. Before we get started, make sure you guys hit that like button. Thank you all so much. Make sure you're engaged in the chat and be respectful. And I've seen portions of the X space. I know Jay went over it earlier. I was able to catch some of his live shows. Shout out to him. And there's also a court transcript that was released from the Tyler Robinson hearing. It basically, the issues and concerns that were brought up in the hearing reiterates what I've been saying, which is why we went over a couple of those motions regarding any documents to be sealed or redacted. The whole leak of one of the members of press going in, recording Tyler Robinson feet shackled, just ridiculous things. And then, of course, phone calls being made from dumbass conspiracy theorists because they're trapped in a cult. But they won't ask their cult leader to upload an 18-minute video. So this is what they're having to deal with. And it just kind of disrupts the quorum of the court. It disrupts the process, even though court of law is not like court of public opinion. We don't litigate criminal matters on social media. That's done in the court of law. So, at the end of the day, to the candy ass cult members, you enter my chat at your own peril, 1 and 2. No one cares what you think or feel, including the court. Calling them, telling them all this BS does nothing but take time away from them actually working on the case. No one has time for that. These attorneys have to worry about their whole quality of life being uprooted because morons and goons that can't read well are calling them talking about some theory about something else, something with a trigger and some trapdoor, communistic bees. It makes no sense. Leave them alone and let them do their job. Let this play out the right way. If Tyler Robinson is found to be innocent, it needs to be because there was not sufficient evidence or compelling argument that would have proved beyond a reasonable doubt. However, it'd be very difficult to do that when he admitted to the crime and his parents turned him in, and there's proof that he was turned in. So, you just can't make this stuff up. Some people are just evil. And that's what it is. There's no reason to try to inflict this on someone else. Some people are just that evil to do something like that on their own. Even if he had help, isn't that what Candace was supposed to be looking into? Not talking about something on a base. it's asinine. It's just asinine. So, y'all, we're gonna kick this off. We got Milk Bar. Shout out to Milk Bar. He dropped a couple videos. We have Artie Trolls. We're gonna check out. There's a video that was done regarding the actual transcript, which I do have, but I don't want to go over the whole transcript. But I'm gonna check out a video from the quartering where he kind of goes over and highlights some of it. We do have an article as well. And of course, this X space from this girl. Child, when you have her cult members on Twitter X leaving the cult, Candace, you can't even produce the court docs that you claim you received or this 18-minute video. Anytime you say you're going to release evidence, you don't do it. So that makes you and this fool, Mitch Snow, both a liar. Period. I have no reason to believe anything she says. But thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's get some comments in right quick before we get started. Appreciate all of you all. Shout out to my mods. Shout out to all the members, all the supporters, viewers. Jesus loves the trolls as well. Let's get some comments in. What's going on, Laura? How you doing? Y'all need some music in the background. Hold on. I don't know about you all, but I have to have some music in the background. Much better. What's going on, Laura? Shout out to my mods. I appreciate you all. Laura is the admin here in StreamYard. So if anything, dire urgent happens, she can always hop in backstage and get my attention. So if it's something that you guys need to get my attention on, Laura's here. So we'll try not to be all night. And I appreciate you guys so much for your support. There are a few people live. What's going on, Juju? How you doing? What's happening? Everybody speak to everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. It's Tuesday. I didn't get a chance to go live yesterday. So, man, we got a lot of energy tonight. What's going on? Lisa Finn said, just watch Paramount Tactical. What Candace is doing is so very wrong on all levels. Exactly. She has no evidence. I mean, that's what it comes down to. None of the stuff that Candace and her cult members are saying, the candy asses say and do, will matter in the court of law. It just won't matter. Because in this reality here on Earth, Candace, the Earth will continue to revolve around the sun, and you will still be loud and wrong. And what you're doing is setting up a recipe for the jury pool to be tainted. That's still a concern that they're experiencing with this case. It's so ridiculous. So she let a liar come on her platform, but narcissists don't care about hypocrisy or lies either. Candace doesn't care. She just wants everyone else to believe her dumb lies. She don't believe it. Candace, you're doing this as a PR, son. It's disgusting. Is it getting worse? Yeah. Oh man. I didn't watch Tactical. Oh my god, what did she do? Tactical had I think another guest on tonight. We'll go over the last two lives, the one with the tax accountant and the was it a tax attorney or tax accountant? Somebody. I think it's an attorney. But we'll go over both of Paramount's lives tomorrow and check out the new Nicholas Brooks videos that he put up about the Macron case. We'll get over that tomorrow. But tonight, y'all, we got to check out this X thing. Because sometimes it's just good to have this evidence in case, Erica Kirk and TPUSA want to sue her. They should. This is out of control. What's going on, Yuck 2.0? How you doing? All is well with all of you all? Yeah, just Candace is fine. Wow, Miguel, how you doing? Shout out to my mods. I have to admit, I want following the Candace Owens thing. Just checking in every now and then, but it's been crazy since I've tried to catch up on it all. Oh yeah, it's always something new every day. I literally had to change my lineup and the titles of the live streams because of this X Space thing that we're going to check into. It's she just doesn't care. She already said she doesn't care about the investigation. Let's see here. Let me make sure I get you guys in here. Yeah, make sure you guys are hitting that like button. And if you can, please make sure you hype the videos. If you guys notice, I posted up a few videos yesterday. One of them have been removed. The Alex Jones one. It was like 27 minutes long. So I have the video, but I'm reaching out to I sent them an email earlier because they were saying there's some inappropriate content, even though I don't know what inappropriate content they're talking about, and they didn't give me a timestamp. So no way to correct whatever is wrong with it because they're not telling me exactly what the problem is. They're just saying it's inappropriate. And I'm like, no, I want to put that video back up because it's 27 minutes long. It's not that long. And he just, gives his honest opinion. As bad as he is. It's crazy. Yeah. Okay, this is Jay Witt live. I saw what she was saying. Yeah, it's horrible. Let's see here. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of y'all. What's going on, Mira? How you doing? Hello, LLC Mods and the Luxters. Peace and blessings to all of you. Same to you. What's going on, Francisca? Shout out to my mods over in the UK. How goes it? How goes it? You guys, make sure you hit that like button. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you all. Everybody speak to everybody. We're ready to get started, you all. Let's see. I just want to make sure I get you guys' comments up. Broke Vet said sounds like she's avoiding others from going live with her live show. That's the thing. She still did it in on a public forum. So it's like, why didn't you just do it YouTube live? I literally put that in the Twitter live. That comment, Candace, you do dumb things for no reason. Out for 2 weeks from YouTube just to do an X space and still have this uploaded to YouTube. It just went on YouTube and went live. But who knows why cult leaders do the things they do? There's no rhyme or reason to them. All right, y'all, let's get going. Let's get going. What's going on, No Reply? I see you up in here. Shout out to all of you all. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Another $1. Yeah. 10 cents for the most part here. What's going on, Sarah Kelly? How you doing? What's going on, Cheryl? Driving and listening, loves. Shout out to you and that grandbaby of yours. Hope you had a great day. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Y'all, we're going to get straight into it. I'm going to start off with MilkBar because he got 2 videos that he has done. And I want to make sure. Hold on. I think I did this one here with the Piers Morgan. I think I already did that. He had a YouTube short. I just want to make sure I got the videos I wanted to get here. Yeah, okay. This girl. Oh my God. All right. So I think that's just one new video. I think we checked out the other one already. And then we're just going to flow from one to the next, y'all. We're just going to flow from one to the next. So let's get started on this.
What about his
Oh, wait, hold on. So make sure you guys go check out MilkBarTV. I'll drop the video link in the chat. If I could get one of the mods to please drop the YouTube channel link for MilkBarTV, that would be fantastic. I'm excited. I want to hear what he has to say. He's been I think he's been out on vacation for a little bit too for Christmas. So shout out to MilkBar. Let's get this thing going. And I do ask that you guys, as always, be respectful in the chat. What's going on, Caleb? How you doing? I see you up in here. Be respectful in the chat. The mods are only going to say once to be respectful. Just once. Because I want people to be able to actually engage, ask questions. Even if we don't all agree, just give commentary. It doesn't have to involve name calling or anything like that. Just, commentary. Questions, thoughts, opinions, that's fine. But let's keep it respectful. All right, so let's get to it, y'all. Put a one in the chat where you can see in here.
What about his burial? How come we haven't seen anything about his burial? We saw so much and then we saw nothing. And the reason that's like a big hush-hush secret is because Charlie had a Catholic funeral mass and he is buried in a Catholic cemetery.
But pre the meeting with Erica, you repeatedly questioned why we weren't being told where Charlie Kirk
You can't make this up.
What about his burial? How come we haven't seen anything about his burial? We saw so much and then we saw nothing. And the reason that's like a big hush-hush secret is because Charlie had a Catholic funeral mass and he is buried in a Catholic cemetery.
But pre the meeting with Erica, you repeatedly questioned why we weren't being told where Charlie Kirk is buried, or even if he has been buried yet. Did you get those answers?
You have the wrong commentator who questioned.
Yeah, you lying like hell, Candace, as always, because you put things in videos and we understand you have multiple personality disorder, but it does not mean that you should not take time to go and watch your own videos so you can keep up with your dumbass lies. You would think you would write this stuff down. Where's George? Boys Club doesn't even, he stand behind the camera. He doesn't even correct her. You would think her and her team would be smart enough to not contradict themselves because they're just as responsible at this point. And I'm just being honest. They're just as culpable at this point. If TPUSA and Erica Kirk decides to sue, name her team as well and George. They're just as culpable. So he stands behind the camera. And it's like no one can recall what she said in other episodes that is recorded in videos on YouTube, on social media. There's not enough word salad in the world to try to explain that. She flat out lied. She's a compulsive liar.
A Catholic funeral mass, and he is buried in a Catholic cemetery.
Pre the meeting with Erica, you repeatedly questioned why we weren't being told where Charlie Kirk is buried, or even if he has been buried yet. Did you get those answers?
Can't make this up.
You have the wrong commentator who questioned that. I think that was Milo Yiannopoulos.
You never asked where Charlie's buried?
Nope.
Yeah, but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes.
Of murdering her own husband?
She's accusing TPUSA insiders and other members of the right wing, including Seth Dillon, of being involved.
She's smiling about this. Like, yeah, this is cute and fun. I got a comment the other day. And the lady, whoever the commenter was, I won't say if it's a lady or man because I really don't know. But the commenter thought it was despicable for me to be so giddy. And you guys know, I love to laugh. I'm still going to laugh. No one's going to take my joy away. That's not going to happen. But it was like, I can't stand the giddiness of it all because people are complaining about somebody laughing. And yet they call me jealous because of reasons. Click, views, bait, money, subs. That Candace is pursuing now. But never mind all that. The comment was up and I said, well, I mean, you're getting upset because I'm laughing and smiling. I'm not going to stop being giddy. I'm not going to be doom and gloom like you. Well, I find it disrespectful and disgusting that you're laughing and someone lost his life and his wife. And then you quoting stuff as a matter of a fact in my comment section as if that can't be reported is what's laughable to me even the more. To flat out lie and say that Erica Kirk murdered her own husband as a matter of a fact in my comment with no evidence in my comment section, I find that to be laughable. How you think that's going to fall upon deaf ears. That's laughable to me. It makes no sense. People are so willing to just flat out lie with no evidence, no concrete proof that will be valuable in a court of law to prove beyond a reasonable doubt because that's all that matters right now. How does this evidence hold up in court? Someone left that comment, all because of my giddiness. Yet this heifer here is smiling and laughing at she knowing that she's accused Erica Kirk of being involved in a cover-up, in a conspiracy, now to flat out, oh, she doesn't provide an alibi. She got something to hide. Candace, you're not an investigator. You don't get to demand an alibi. You're not a detective. You're not an investigator. You're not a commissioned officer of the court. That's no different than someone trying to walk up to a random citizen talking about, you look suspicious to me. I need you to identify yourself and show me your driver's license. You will be charged for impersonating an officer. So when Candace does this, that's how it needs to be reported. She's impersonating an investigator, demanding alibis from people that don't owe her a damn thing. It is disgusting that she wants that. Like, she thinks that's cute. No. And keep on. And you will be reported to sue for impersonating an investigator, trying to pry into someone's personal affairs. No one owes her that. No one owes her a damn thing. What's wrong with these kids born after 90? Boy, these late 80 babies or something else. No, it's so ridiculous. Let's get back to it. Yeah, she's laughing at this. She thinks this is funny. Her impersonation of a federal, investigator or an agent or a cop. Yeah, all of this is funny to her. Because PR stunts, Candace.
On the left, and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes.
Making
Of murdering her own husband?
She's accusing TPUSA insiders and other members of the right wing, including Seth Dillon, of being involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Yes.
It's just, I don't even know how to respond to it because it just never happened. Realizing that
There you go.
nothing in Charlie's life was real. It's just something that keeps me up at night. Just nothing in his life was real. The assassination of Charlie Kirk
There you go.
was something akin to a regicide, right? The assassination of a king to install a new ruler who the king would have never approved of. It's so crazy.
She has accused us of lying about Charlie wanting Erica to take over for him if he died.
Never happened. And it just so happened
There
that
you go.
Charlie Kirk kept notebooks and diaries. He was so diligent that he wrote down his succession plan featuring who he wanted to take over for the organization in the event.
It's called the living will, you idiot. What? I mean, seriously. Candace, it's similar to a prenup. That I hope if George is smart, he would have had signed between you and he before you two got married. A prenup. It's like saying, here's how things are going to go in the event we get a divorce. Except in a living will, you're saying, while you're alive and competent, here's how things are to go in the untimely and unfortunate event of my death. And you're saying that he was not competent and smart enough to select his own wife, but yet in any other matter, he's brilliant. He's smart. He has a great judge of character. But yet, you accusing all of his friends of being in on some murder plot, including his wife. The children are still catching death threats and kidnapping threats. And you're lying like hell in videos that can be used in a court of law against you in a lawsuit. Girl, you can't make this up.
Featuring who he wanted to take over for the organization in the event of his untimely death. Like, he just in the third notebook, he was like,
Candace
and if
so
I accidentally
jealous.
get shot on campus, here's what you should do. Call Erica. And then after you call Erica, come find this notebook. And it
Yeah, because that's how that works. Let's go back.
to a regicide, right? The assassination of a king to install a new ruler who the king would have never approved of. It's so crazy.
She has accused us of lying about Charlie wanting Erica to take over for him if he died.
Never happened. And it just so happened that Charlie Kirk kept notebooks and diaries. He was so diligent that he wrote down his succession plan featuring who he wanted to take over for the organization in the event of his untimely death. Like, he just in the third notebook, he was like, and if I accidentally get shot on campus, here's what you should do. Call Erica. And then after you call Erica, come find this note.
How unreasonable that is, you weird alien. Who's ever that specific? If I ever be shot on a campus, call Erica. Yes. If anything would have happened to him, I don't care if it's a sprained ankle and he has to go to the hospital, you ought to call his wife first. Bottom line, Candace, we all know that you were in love with him and you're insanely jealous and envious of Erica Kirk. And we don't care. But to think that he will not just give everything to his wife is ludicrous. Because just because you and Boys Club have a prenup where you probably will get nothing and may have to drag him to court for child support, does not mean that Charlie Kirk would not want his wife to take over TPUSA. It's like there's no will on earth that exists that says that. So either he was smart enough to do this or he was too dumb to do it. Which one is it, Candace? You can't give him credibility in one area, and then when it comes to Erica Kirk, you don't give him credit at all. Make that make sense? She's such a hypocrite, because liars and narcissism.
Notebook. And if during this process of
I'm on
our
one tonight.
imagination, common sense comes on and we're like, but wait, Charlie, wasn't he like a boy genius? He's a pretty bright kid. Wouldn't he have maybe formalize that succession plan outside of like a diary, but no,
Yeah, in a
he wanted to
will.
put it in these notebooks.
It's a
And
living
then the
will.
plan was to guilt us, I think, to try to haunt us with the ghost of Charlie's notebooks that
my
we're
God.
never going to be allowed to read, but we're supposed to accept that they most definitely.
Yes, because a living will is a legally binding document. A living will would take precedent over a journal. Where's she getting the journal thing from? Why is she pretending like she never heard of a living will and last will and testament or a living will? Hell, even if it was medical decisions, an advance directive. Why is she pretending like he could not be smart enough to put these things in place? So no, never mind the actual idea of doing a full living will or last will and testament. No, you talking about a journal or a diary? Who told you that?
Definitely read.
Yeah, you can't make this up.
But no, he wanted to put it in these notebooks. And then the plan was to guilt us, I think, to try to haunt us with the ghost of Charlie's notebooks that we're never going to be allowed to read, but we're supposed to accept
none of your business.
that they most definitely read.
Yeah,
But for sure.
this is wife.
Never happened. I knew it was big. I didn't have the players. I
Such a liar.
certainly didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be,
Oh,
as I
dear
believe,
Lord.
involved in a cover-up. And we can talk about what the motives are of that. They could be financial motives. If they're, it doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him. And I've never said that. Cam Higbee is on the payroll of Turning Point USA beginning in August of this year. So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of
You
an
can't make this
assassination
up.
attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. It doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him. And I've never said that. 'Cause I was in this aggrieved stage and I really didn't poke my head up until weeks later when I could stop crying about it every second. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is
Yeah, because she was in love with him. I think this is the episode too where she said, I even felt like I was being a bad mom, neglecting my kids. Candace, that's disgusting for you to even try to give the appearance when you don't even care about this investigation where you're about single-handedly tainting the jury pool. And to say you don't care about the investigation, but then want to know all the evidence affiliated with it. It's the biggest load of shit ever. You can't make this up. This girl is so delusional. The cult, like the mentality, this alternate universe that they're all living in, it must be stuck on high mode 24/7. Where is this alternate universe? Candace, where exactly is your mind right now? Because we all know you lost it. She lost her mind 6 months ago, before September 10th. What alternate reality is her mind sitting in? This is priceless. They must be high as hell on it. They must be high as hell in this alternate reality. They don't know what's going on. They can't even keep up with days of the week in that alternate reality. Wherever her mind is, boy, it's having a good ass time.
to kill him. And I've never said that. 'Cause I was in this aggrieved stage and I really didn't poke my head up until weeks
God.
later when I could stop crying about it every second. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is dead. First, this is fantastic that Preborn is doing this. To remind you guys about Pure Talk.
Money.
Also reminding you guys about American financing. Also reminding you guys about GNO Land. Also telling you guys about Just Thrive. You can head over to our website, CandaceOwens.com. You can sign up, buy yourself a hat. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop.
We were told that if we said stop, it would stop. And we said stop. And I'll say it again. Please stop.
Please stop. Please stop lying. But as soon as
The damn lies, the delusion, the way she twists this up so carelessly. And yet the Candy ass cult members have the audacity to get insulted when I say that she's a soulless miscreant from hell. At least own up to it, Candace. You're a cult leader as well. But you are a soulless miscreant from hell. You have no feelings, no remorse, no nothing in you. She's probably never even repented to God himself one day in her life. If she tried, she might melt. Who knows? Or spontaneously combust. I mean, Candace, just give it a try.
As soon as she tells me what it is I've lied about, I will cease lying.
She said, stop.
They would stop. And we said stop. And I'll say it again. Please stop.
Please stop. Please stop lying. But as soon as she tells me
Look how she lies. Look
what
her
it is
down.
I've lied about, I will cease lying.
Did y'all see this, the lack of eye contact? Because I want you all to pay attention to body language. Sometimes it's so obvious, I appreciate body language experts, but it's so obvious here. When she's lying, her blink rate goes up. She looks down. She makes these gestures like she's soothing herself, or she starts to rock, or she just starts smiling and laughing for no reason at all. I mean, it could be the schizophrenia, but it is also her coping mechanisms, because she knows she's lying and she doesn't believe them. But as long as she has a dumbass cult member believing it, she's going to keep lying. That's where we are now. Look at her look down. I want y'all to pay attention to the lack of eye contact, body movements, breathing pattern. Just pay attention.
They would stop. And we said stop. And I'll say it again. Please stop.
Please stop. Please stop lying. But as soon as she tells
down.
me what it is I've lied about, I will
Halsey.
cease lying immediately.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here.
Can't make that up. Ah, man. So, I think it's a common known piece of knowledge that Candace Owens lies like hell with impunity. But shout out to MilkBarTV. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let's get some, we got some memberships gifted. Thank you, Yuck 2.0. Gifted 5 memberships and then 10 and then 5 more, y'all. Thank you so much, Yuck 2.0. If you've gotten a membership from Yuck 2.0, be sure to thank him. I appreciate that as well. The support, the generosity. Thank you so much. That's 20 memberships, you all. Make sure you enjoy them. I got one from Paramount Tactical the other day, and I'm like, yes, I'm gonna watch the hell out of his. Watching the hell out of his members only videos. Oh man, I was psyched. I was like, I can't believe it. Thank you so much, Yuck 2.0. I appreciate that. Shout out to you. This next video here, we're gonna check out. Let me get some comments in. Caleb says she just glanced at the camera. The camera knows she's lying. Exactly. Moki, how you doing? It's Moki Mom. Or is it Moshi Mom? Let me know if I'm mispronouncing it. I'm sorry. Just found interesting info. George is a major shareholder in GB News. Guess who owns GB News? Qatar. He might as well just go be Muslim or, join the Islam community. He might as well. I don't understand if they're going to be soulless and evil and do dumb things and all these, you're aligning yourself with people who you claim do not share your same values. Whatever. But why not own it? Why try to hide it? Just own up to it. This is one of the beauties of being non-political. I get to give criticism and give kudos regardless of what party line it is. And exercise my full, protected speech to do so. It frees you up when you don't feel like you're bound to something. But at least own up to it. I own up to it. I just, politics is so cruelly divisive right now and toxic. It just pushes people away, if anything. But all I know is on Judgment Day, God is not going to ask me who I voted for. He doesn't care. It's not going to be the thing that God judges you on. He'll judge you on your actions, Candace, on your, incessant willfulness to lie. You do it with impunity. You have no remorse when you do it. And your body language just tells on you. It's so disgusting, man. So let's see here. Yuck, what a great gift. That's awesome. I appreciate you, Yuck. Thank you so much. There you go. People got some memberships up in here. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Hey, the Rubber Soul, how you doing? Diane, I see you up in here. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Thank you all so much. Alex Jones is exposing George. Fuentes lied and never exposed Candace. Exactly. And you guys can see I never did the video little mini marathon I was gonna do. Because if he's not serious about it, then it is what it is. And I think the best people that could really, tackle Candace head on is someone who is just as conspiratorial, but at least creative enough to do it in a way where you can capture attention and still get your point across. Candace doesn't care about facts. The Candy Ass Cult members, they don't read. They don't comprehend things. They see things from one point of view, theirs and Candace. So if you know how to maneuver and be able to still get your point across and, expose her all at the same time, I'm here for it. Because what she's doing is just absolutely, it's no better than what Alex Jones did with Sandy Hook. But at the very least, he can get her attention. He really can. So, oh man, it's just crazy. What she's doing is so crazy. What's going on, Colleen? How you doing? Did I miss you? Oh, Godly Man is in here. What is one of his regressive ideas? Stan, I'm just curious. I'm not even being funny. What was one of his regressive ideas? I don't know. If you're asking me, what are you asking me? I'm a little confused. You can ask me or clarify your question. Or is that a question for me? Oh man, y'all, the body language is something else. I appreciate all of y'all. Hey, that's funny. How you doing? Must have been a tense Christmas in the farmer household. Yeah. Candace didn't make a sandwich or a turkey. Oh man. Makes you wonder if they're even eating. Candace losing weight. Trying to give this image that she's stressed out over this when she's not. It's just crazy. he got to be sitting around like, okay, 4 months. We're going into 4 months of this girl obsessing over another man. 4 months of this. George doesn't even talk about Charlie like that. Do you all see tweets or posts or anything from George Farmer? He doesn't even say anything. It's so crazy. That speaks volumes, by the way. If your own husband is not even talking about Charlie Kirk or even mentioning him right now, and you're obsessing over it, that speaks volumes. So, Boys Club is not really stunted, clearly. And, he's real quiet. Did he ever even give his condolences? Because he could have did that on his own. But he said nothing about Charlie Kirk. And if he claims to be behind the camera, that means he has to listen to his spouse obsess over this and not make him a sandwich. Can't make this up. It's partly his fault. That's why I said if Erica TPUSA sues, name his ass as well as her whole team. The guy that's always in her ear mansplaining planes and stuff, and her other assistant. Name all of them. That'll get their attention. It's so crazy. All right, y'all, let's get to this. The quartering. He goes over the transcripts that were, it's not a secret, but the transcripts that were released from the most recent court hearing where the judge gave a ruling on, I think, 2 of the motions. And so we're going to get into this. I actually have the transcript as well. And I'll just show it so you guys can see it. But if you want me to upload the full document or if you guys want to go through it, we can. But it's over 80 pages, so that would have to be a separate live. All right, so y'all let me know. Let me know your thoughts. If you want me to go over the full transcript, I can give a little breakdown on it. But I think this video does sum it up for tonight with the quartering, and he does a great job kind of going over the main points on it. And then we'll check out the article related to it. I'll put one in the chat where you can see it here. Let's get to it.
Here from the quartering and fighting for my life here, hoping my voice makes it through today's live stream so I could rest it tomorrow. Got a pretty interesting update from the Tyler Robinson attorneys. in the Charlie Kirk assassination
Hey,
trial.
Mean Face.
I know I've talked about some of the gossip on my personal channel, the Jeremy Hambley channel, which I'll leave linked in the description below. I'm trying to keep the main channel to just the facts.
Hey, Mimi.
And,
Easy.
we've got an update. There was I don't know if I'd call it secret, that's what the media is calling it, a private meeting between the judges and the attorneys in this case. And they just released everything basically that was said, an 80-page document, everything that was said. They mentioned Candace Owens specifically, or at least indirectly.
Hold on. I see your question here, Yuck. I don't know. What is KCMO? Is that Kentucky? Hey, Savs. Shout out to all of you all tuning in. Make sure you guys hit that like button. The Chucky Bride was roasting Taste Richard for Christmas. Oh, man. Oh, hi, Mom. How you doing? Oh, y'all speak to my mom. What's going on, Mom? Yeah. Your daughter's working overtime right now. Y'all say hello. I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. Hit that like button. All right, let's get back to it. I haven't seen any crows flying around to answer your questions. So if something like that is happening, is more than just one type of bird. Who knows?
They mentioned some of the biggest conspiracy theories and debunked some of them. And I want to explain why I think this is actually a good thing. I think it's fair to have questions about what happened to Charlie Kirk on that day. It really is.
Keep saying that.
And if you have questions about the 30-06, or you have questions about were there other people involved, was Tyler Robinson groomed into this? Was Lance Twiggs involved? Were there foreign entities that were funding this kind of stuff? These are all good questions. Reasonable, I think, good questions.
Okay.
Why were certain things done the way they were? The only real rebuttal I can offer that is that we need it to come out at trial, because obviously I can't just tell people to trust the FBI. I don't do that. So it's very reasonable to say, well, I have questions. And the FBI has done a remarkable job at destroying what little credibility they had left under Kash Patel, who's been an absolute disaster. But I will say this, there's some interesting stuff that came out in this.
Let me just be clear on this. Let us all be clear on this. The FBI is not spearheading this investigation. So technically, why should anyone care what's coming out of the FBI? They're not spearheading this investigation. It is the state of Utah Attorney General. They're providing support however they can, but they're not spearheading it. So why is the FBI still being made an issue in this matter? They're not bringing forth the charge or the indictment to the court. State of Utah Attorney General is doing so. So forget the FBI. It's an unnecessary waste of mental energy. They will not play a role in the murder investigation and the trials, and their role, if they do aid in the investigation, will be minimal. So no one has to trust the FBI. I mean, just the idea of something like that, it's just one of those throwing spaghetti at the wall things. Just like with every the cult members and the bots talking about Paramount Tacticals claiming that fool Mitch was not at the fort, not on the military base. No one ever said he wasn't. We want proof that he saw Erica Kirk there. I don't care if it's September 8th or 9th. I don't give a damn what day it is. Just show proof that you saw her there. That's all she had to ask him. And she didn't ask simple questions like that because Candace doesn't even believe her own lies. She just wants everyone else to believe it. If she truly wanted to do her due diligence, she would have asked a very simple question. Do you have any evidence? Did you take a photo? Do you have any video camera footage of Erica Kirk being on the base? Period. Pick a day. I don't care. Everything outside of that is fluff. It's distractions. It's moot. It will not fly in a court of law. That's the only thing that matters. It's what goes on in court. What is being proven and presented in this case as far as evidence in court. What is going to be the testimony? And which testimony is evidence in court? Don't care if the FBI likes anything or not. They're not spearheading the investigation. And none of this crap Candace Owens is doing is going to play a role in what happens in the court of law. And as you can see, you don't hear her going after the judge. I wish you would, Candace. Please go after that judge if you dare. You don't hear Candace even talk about the judge. She's not going ham in on the courts, on the prosecutor, on the attorney general. So if she's not even bringing them up, that goes to show how little she cares about that investigation. Demanding evidence is irrelevant. She's not getting it. No one owes her a damn thing. So forget the FBI. Because the bots and the cult members come into the chat all the time talking about, oh, you want us to believe the FBI? I don't give a damn if you believe the FBI. The FBI is irrelevant. They're not spearheading the investigation. Who cares? That's our response to that. Who cares about the FBI right now? That's what they want you to do. They want you to be distracted on dumb things that are irrelevant. Don't worry about the FBI. No one cares. They're irrelevant when it comes to the murder trial. I don't even know if they're going to have an FBI agent come in and testify. So let's get back to it.
And some actually helpful information. So CBS reports the transcript of Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin closed hearing from October is now released in Utah court. Why is this a good thing? Well, this shows that the judge is going above and beyond to release everything he possibly can. That's pretty good, right? Like if the judge was being cagey or saying, well, you know, we need to not talk about this, or we need to keep this redacted, or whatever. I know we were in for a disastrous trial where we get no answers, but this is early.
No, you're not in for anything because nothing has happened. Only 2 hearings. One on a violation of a standing order for the decorum of the court, and the recent hearing that just occurred for the other motions regarding documents being sealed or redacted. You still would have to get the hell over it because there are whole laws in place as to why you don't release all this evidence out here. You see how biased and how quickly things can be tainted. Still irrelevant. But yet, the candy asses can sit here and bring up court documents when they're trying to defend this fool Mitch Snow. But they won't ask their cult leader to post the court documents she claimed Mitch Snow gave her in the show, in that squabble they had. Where's that 18-minute video footage? They won't even be bold enough to ask her to post up the evidence. If she's going to drop names, drop names. Otherwise, all of this is a PR stunt for Candace. It is a PR stunt that has gone completely evil and soulless with no consequence to all the people she's doxxed, all the people that she has sicked her sycophantic cult base and bots after to cyber harass and attack and go after people for no reason. Bullying, all this nonsense. And for what? For none of that to mean anything when it comes down to the murder trial. It would all be a moot point. So even if you couldn't get everything you want as far as answers right now, there's a reason why you allow the trial to take place in court. If the jury finds this man guilty, Tyler Robinson, the last thing you want him to do is to then appeal the case, and then the ruling is overturned because come to find out, 2 of the jurors were complete Candace cult members. Or the evidence was tainted, or evidence was omitted because it was so tainted that everyone already had a preconceived notion or a bias about the evidence itself. It's for the preservation of the case. Just like Candace will not tell you all about this motion to dismiss. When the hell is she going to go over that? It's funny how she's already having to go to court over a lawsuit for defamation, but she won't even acknowledge and explain why she filed a motion to dismiss. So when it comes to her matters in court, she wants to keep everything under wraps. But when it comes to this investigation she claims she doesn't care about, she wants all the evidence. I don't expect the cult members to keep up with the idea and the concept of hypocrisy, because they don't. But just understand it's highly hypocritical. It's hypocritical. You want the court to be transparent to your convenience. That's not how it works. We either want accountability and transparency, we want people to have due process and a fair trial, or we don't. Which one is it? There's no room for gray in that. So she don't want the court to release anything about her lawsuit filed against her. But she wants the court to drop every piece of evidence they have in a criminal investigation, in a murder trial. It's absolutely asinine. It's insane. No, the answer is no. You will still have to get the hell over it. Period.
Good sign, right? The district court, Tony Gaff, said that public transparency was, quote, foundational to the judicial system before ordering the release of the details from the October 24th closed hearing. Attorneys for the media outlets, included the Associated Press, had argued for access because they said it was also the first time defense attorneys who suggested a ban on cameras in the courtroom.
Yep.
Again, this trial has to be streamed. It has to be. This judge has to know that there is a massive schism right now, that a huge problem with, trust with law enforcement, that the only way you're going to get that healed is by putting out the entire case for the world to see. Now,
No. The only way to get that healed is for law enforcement to do better with its handling of the citizens that they are supposed to protect and serve. You have more than just law enforcement involved in a murder trial. You have a judge. You have the entire judicial branch of government involved. You have a judge, a jury. You have the law in place, court rules that have to be followed, to include judicial code of conduct, more rules, basically, for judges' conduct and behavior. You have the quorum of the court dealing with the media. Plus, you have security and officers of the court. So it involves more than just law enforcement. A judge is not a police officer. They're a judge. They're basically an attorney that got blessed with this position. But they're not police officers. So if you don't trust judges and court systems, I don't think this would even help with that, because that's something you just have to. Most people lose trust when they get mistreated by the court. But if laws are laws and facts are facts, and neither of those things care about your feelings, then we still need to remain impartial and fair and neutral. We still should want some level of preservation so that if he's found guilty, it's not easy for him to have an appeal to overturn the ruling. Because that's exactly what I foresee happening at this rate. And then let's say he ends up either being found not guilty, or he's found guilty, but he appeals it. And then the courts, the higher level court, overturn the ruling of the lower court. And then they end up in a hung jury or something to that extent. Then what? Because the question will always remain. If he didn't pull the trigger, who pulled the damn trigger on the gun? If Tyler Robinson didn't do it, who did it? Somebody pulled the trigger on a gun. And when there's no evidence sufficiently to charge anyone else, then why take the opportunity for the person that is evidence and has admitted to being the one that did it to actually face some consequences? You're hindering justice from being obtained. When you do anything that could cause the evidence to be tainted or the jury pool selection to be tainted, and you don't want that, that trial can go on forever and ever, because it's always going to be an issue with a juror, or it's always going to be an issue with some piece of evidence being admitted, because there's already some sort of preconceived notion of bias about it. Let that matter go through the courts the way it should. Nobody should feel like they're entitled to something. There are millions of other murder trials going on across the country. Are we doing all of this for every single murder trial? No, we're doing this because of who it is. But the expectation of that is unrealistic when you don't do it for every single murder trial that's being played out in the court across the U.S. Hell, if you want to just limit it down to the state of Utah, this murder trial is not the only murder trial that's being heard in the court of law. So unless people are going to start having the same expectation in every single murder trial moving forward, don't be unreasonable in this one now. Let's not sit here and help Candace, the defense, get off on the case, and he ends up being found innocent because of you. You can't make this up.
Oh, it seems like to me, based on some of these pages that we're going to talk about, the attorneys feel pretty good about their chances of convicting Tyler Robinson. And this also does debunk several conspiracy theories. So this from Cinema Shogun. Now, I will say he is a vocal Candace Owens critic. So, take that. There's going to be some color commentary in this, but the transcript's really what's important. He read, Candace Owens fans caught red-handed trying to help Tyler Robinson get away with assassinating Charlie Kirk.
Wow.
A transcript has now been released from one of Tyler Robinson's court hearings. Tyler's team is fully aware of the conspiracy theories that Candace and her cult are spitting online. They say her fans are unstable and might show up at the courthouse causing problems.
Wow.
They also say they've received wacky phone calls and emails from her fans trying to tell them what they think really happened. And to top it all off, they claim to refuse to talk to her fans and label them as crazy.
Oh,
now,
man.
I would, obviously I think this is funny because I think Candace Owens never really cared about Charlie Kirk. I think she just saw a great grift opportunity here to grind an axe against TPUSA, yet another company that she worked for that she left under bad terms. But what I do think is interesting is if I were the defense attorneys, I would probably be more open to hearing some level of tips.
No.
But I think the way that they're probably being presented, like, you idiot, this is you got to watch this crazy black woman's podcast. She's going to tell you how to get Tyler Robinson off. Like, that's probably how it's being presented because I've dealt with some of her hardcores. It says,
Lord.
But Candace and her cult have been denying that they were doing things like this. Now our suspicion.
Cults are cults. We don't expect them to tell the truth when their cult leader is a compulsive liar. Candace is a narcissistic, pathological liar. She lies like it's, breathing air. And has little to no remorse about it. She doesn't ever feel bad. She doesn't even care about passing around a text message with the kids in it. I don't care whose kids they were. 2 minor children. And a photo should not be circulating all over Twitter X right now. It's ridiculous. But she doesn't care. She said so herself. I do not care about this investigation. I sniffed it. Because Candace can't remember what the hell she says day by day. They calling up here talking about, well, Candace said that it was some explosive and blah, 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 even though she won't go to UVU and actually retrace the steps of the shooter or do a live stream from the UVU campus or anything like that. She won't even go near it. You can't make this up. But this is what they have to endure. If they start taking tips, they'll be doing this all day. And I rather the defense attorney, at the very least, focus on presenting their case. So when he loses, it's because they were able to focus on the defense and the evidence and not sit here and come to court telling the judge, well, we were so distracted. We were up 5 hours taking tips. We didn't have time to do all this, blah, blah, blah. And all this hoopla, the judge will not be in the mood to hear. See, here's how this goes, people. The judge would not care that 1,000 people are calling with their wacky, dumb conspiracy theories with no evidence. The judge is not going to want to hear that as an excuse either from the defense. What's your source? Well, we got 3 tips that came from Candace Owens' tip line. They was talking about these planes and all. One is blue and one is yellow. They said something about Egypt and then Saudi Arabia and then Israel and then the prime minister and then back to Israel. Then we flew to Nevada, and something happened in California, plus Texas, mid snow, back to Egypt, and back to Israel. You think the judge is going to want to hear all that crap? No. That's not the job of the judge to sit here and allow attorneys in their courtroom to spout out conspiracy theories that is irrelevant to the case with no evidence. Judge don't give a damn about that. Judge wants to hear the matter based on the finding of fact, law, and evidence. That's it. They don't care about all that other stuff. So the defense attorneys even entertaining the idea of answering these dumbass calls is laughable to me. And they don't have time for that. No one cares what you think. Candace is recycling conspiracy theories. I'm sure they've probably heard these theories at least twice in rotation. At this point, it's moot. No, they should not be putting time and energy into that. Do like I do. Tell the candy ass cult members, we don't care what you think or how you feel. You enter the chat at your own peril.
Are confirmed. And we're only going to find out as more transcripts get released. So Candace Owens fans, Charlie Kirk truthers are now meddling with the trial. Now, I think if they believe, look, if I was a defense attorney, I would probably have somebody dedicated to like chasing down some of these, if I was genuinely trying to get a not guilty verdict, right? But look at what they said. Now in the state's opposition to our motion, there's a lot of information. I'll try to not be sarcastic, but I do think a lot of it is noise about the intense public interest in the case. There's a reference to, unstable people coming to our courthouse, to conspiracy theorists saying things online. We're all aware of that. I mean, I don't know what the court has read. It's none of my business, but I've received some wacky phone calls and emails. This is Tyler's defense attorney. Wacky phone calls and emails from people telling me what they think happened here. It's noise. We're not litigating this case in the press. We're not talking to crazies.
Exactly.
That's what Tyler Robinson's defense attorney thinks of Candace Owens fans. Now, probably not all Candace Owens fans, but the ones who are probably going out of their way to call or email or do this kind of stuff. Like Tyler Robinson's defense attorneys call these people crazy.
Priceless.
Probably not a good look.
Good.
Probably not. But here's some other interesting stuff.
Oh, dear
It
Lord.
has been. Oh man, my throat is on its last leg here. There's been some question on whether or not Tyler Robinson did in fact turn himself in. Well, we now know, according to court documents, that he did in fact turn himself in.
Yep.
Here's this one. Did Tyler Robinson really turn himself in?
You can't make
this is why transparency is important. Yes, saying I don't think Candace is asking these questions in good faith doesn't necessarily mean that
send me the check,
she's wrong out of hand. And transparency is important because it gives us the actual answers. According to his very own defense attorney, Mr. Richard Novak, in a newly released unsealed transcript from October 24th pretrial hearing, quote, he surrendered. And a neighbor of his was a retired sheriff from Washington County, and he got in that man's car and took him to the sheriff's department with his parents in the vehicle with him. So
there are cameras outside of the sheriff police station. I'm sure the neighborhood Tyler Robinson lives in, because he was caught on a camera walking through a neighborhood. Yeah, I'm sure that at least 2-3 neighbors have cameras as well. Once again, it is very difficult to just say, I went somewhere and you don't have a camera on you. So if they needed to pull the camera footage from the police station where you see Tyler Robinson walking in with other people that are his parents, that are, this individual here, they can just pull the camera footage. It's not that difficult. Here in this reality on Earth, all of this advancement in technology has rendered us all of these cameras and satellite footages and everything that's recording and filming every little thing we do pretty much. And sometimes it turns out to be helpful. Like so in this situation. So if they wanted to prove, look, here's our client coming into the police station. It's on the surveillance camera footage with his parents and this other individual where he surrendered. Here you go. It wouldn't even be that hard. It just wouldn't be. Here's the camera footage. You're welcome. I mean, just direct evidence right there.
We can talk about, this doesn't.
Plus, the sheriffs would have been wearing body camera. So, you can do a FOIA request for this. People can do a FOIA request for the sheriff's body cameras because they should be wearing body cameras. So they'll have their body cameras on because someone's turning themselves in. I can guarantee you the surveillance camera is going to pick it up. And all of the sheriffs there that interacted with Tyler Robinson were wearing body cameras that were on a recording. Do a FOIA for the body camera footage. It's that simple. And I'm saying this to the Candace cult members because, seeing is believing, I guess.
Answer the magic bullet thing? True.
That alternate
But this
reality
does
as well.
answer whether or not he did turn himself in. What we do know about Mr. Robinson that goes to court's question is that he surrendered. A neighbor of his, I'm sure the court has read through the materials. I think it's even in the probable cause statement. You don't have to read the public accounting. A neighbor of his was a retired sheriff from Washington County, and he got in that man's car, and they took him to the sheriff's department with his parents in the vehicle with him.
Ugh. Yep. Chris,
So
putting on
there
my
is
text.
no question. He absolutely, positively turned himself in. He did surrender.
Yep.
And again, as the trial starts,
I saw a question saying, didn't they admit to losing that footage? There will be more footage. Like I said, all the sheriffs were wearing body camera footage, all body cameras, so they can get that footage from a FOIA request. Especially when it's something as simple as him, surrendering himself, to the sheriffs there. So at the very least, the surveillance camera footage should not have been destroyed, but there's always the fallback of the sheriff's body cameras that, that can be FOIA'd. If you got at least the badge number and you can narrow down, I think everyone knows the date and the time frame, you can get that body camera FOIA'd. I'm sure there's at least two sheriffs wearing body cameras that interacted with Tyler Robinson. So, yeah, just a FOIA request can be done. And if, like I said, if you have at least two sheriffs that were there, both of their cameras should have been on. So that's at least two footages to kind of corroborate each other. All right, let's get back to it. Thank you for the question.
I think that this is a great sign that we're going to get really transparent information, that we're really going to see as much of this trial as we possibly can. He only did that to confuse Candace. Yeah, I mean, look, Candace Owens is off the reservation. I'm only concerned with the facts, which is why we were looking at these transcripts. Here you go. Also, to the Candyland cult members who have zero actual criminal investigations or prosecutions are conducted, the prosecutors have subpoena power. They have all the surveillance and footage from UVU. They likely have him getting on the roof, taking the shot, and getting off of the roof. They don't pander to cults and release to the public pre-trial. They present evidence to the court of law. So you see this. This case involves a lot of surveillance cameras from UVU. And we're starting with September 10th being the most probative, the most important day, and then working backwards from that. So they are, it's not a fact. We don't know for a fact that they have camera footage of him, but it's probable.
Well, some of it has been.
Is it going to be super grainy like the footage we saw in Carmelo Anthony? Possibly. They also said, so we don't think the intense public position, which may draw unstable fringe people from the left and right.
Doesn't Paramount Tactical have video of him getting off the back of the building? I mean, we've seen video footage of him getting down from the building on the side. We've seen that footage. Whether the cult members believe it or not is irrelevant, unless one of them thunkheads ends up on the jury. Preferably, there are some questions that can be asked to weed them out. But this is why you don't tank the jury selection, because you don't know what you're getting. And if you got people who are just as good as lawyers as Candace is bad, maybe you have some really good lawyers that will weeble their way into the jury and then throw the whole case because reasons. But there is video footage of him coming down the side of the wall. I think I saw it on Paramount Tactical's channel. Okay, Mira said yes, we did. There you go. So check out Paramount Tactical. Shout out to him. He does have video footage from UVU campus. Tyler Robinson coming down the side of the building after he took the shot. It was that simple. So y'all make sure y'all go check that out. Bumps, what's going on, man? Bumps Johnson said, the Lady Luck Club, check out Candace's new tweets on Cabot Phillips 22 minutes ago. Oh, dear Lord. All right, we'll check it out in the end. Oh, God. This girl is a whole mess. Cabot Phillips is going to sue. Many people are going to start suing her just because of the, principle of the situation. Candace, I hope they just add on George to the lawsuit as well. Says you want to see him talk about, they're trying to bankrupt me. Fine. We'll add you and Boys Club, and then we can bankrupt you both. Oh, let that happen. Let that happen.
And Center and other places is imputed to Mr. Robinson. The question is, so his own attorneys are like, hey, there's crazy people out there. We don't want this to reflect negatively on Tyler Robinson.
Oh, boy.
That's what they're saying. There's very interesting stuff inside this. This is from It's Just Me or Gingy08. I mean, their own attorneys are saying we're not taking any of the Tyler Robinson's own attorneys are saying we're not taking any of this stuff seriously. Tyler Robinson's defense attorney described trying to keep track of what Candace Owens' cult says about his client as an insane project. It's pure insanity. Anyone with a rational mind and any intelligence at all can see this for what it is, delusional.
Yes. Because that alternate reality, they smoking mushrooms. Candace talking about it. F you and that midget horse you rode on. Because in her reality, midget horses are real. Candace believe in Capricorns and unicorns, lions with 5 heads on it. This whole lake of chocolate, like Willy Wonka. All the trees growing, Starbucks coffee. This alternate reality they're living in is something else. It's a sight to behold. That's why they keep trying to draft people into their dumb cult. Yet there are no books and there is nothing to read there in that alternate reality. It's just let's think of all the dumbest things that we can think of and the kitchen sink, and we're going to invoke it into a murder trial where the burden will be to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Boy, they smoking some real hash and opiates up there. Boy, they doing everything up there in that alternate reality. I just want to know what planet she on. Candace, where the hell you lost your mind to?
I mean, our effort to keep track of who is saying what about our client is already, an insane project. And I also don't think that if this court were to eliminate cameras and video in the courtroom, which I know we haven't been fully briefed on, doesn't go all to shackling. It's pretty interesting stuff. But at least we can say for sure that he did turn himself in. That's probably the most important nugget. Obviously, the dunks at Candace Owens' expense is funny too. We also see this, according to newly unsealed transcript of the secret Tyler Robinson hearing, the Utah County Sheriff's was concerned when Robinson's mugshot was released. Such photos are usually withheld until conviction. It was actually Governor Cox who released the photo. Good.
Wow. Yeah, we can't just sit here and neglect protocol and process and procedure, laws, court rules. Let's not circumvent the entire judicial system and then get mad when it doesn't work in our favor because we got caught circumventing the judicial system. Violating court orders and laws, not adhering to court rules. Those things can actually affect a case. More so in a negative way than a positive way. So we all know Candace does not care about the investigation. Let me show you all this right quick. That poor guy, his throat looked like it was really hurting. Before we go to the next video, I just want to show you all that I got it. It's 97 pages long. Ooh, child. To the candy asses, get to reading. For once in your life, read something. That way, y'all dumbass questions can be answered in this. Start with the indictment, but whatever. But read this. This will help you out. We understand you don't want to believe anything because of reasons, but we're not here to keep giving you all responses to your dumb questions that you keep asking in rotation. This is the candy ass cult members. You're asking the same dumb questions over and over again. It's a copy and paste situation, just like the comment about the $7,000. Chris Stewart, are you going to give me that $7,000? I mean, if you want to give me the $7,000, we'll wait for all those supers to appear for you to give me $7,000. Because apparently Chris Stewart wants to give me $7,000. I would take it. That'll be a fantastic end of the year Christmas gift. Post-Christmas gift. Yeah, go ahead and drop the supers for $7,000, Chris Stewart. Make that happen. Then I'll tell you if I'm enjoying that money or not. Oh, the Israeli prime minister's got to be like, what? More money? Is this coming from the Lady Luck Club? I wish she would stop invoicing me. I'm sending Benjamin Netanyahu my invoice. $7,000 per hour. This is what a whole coat said you owe me. You just got to take their words and use it against them. That's all you got to do. It pisses them off. It's so funny. Y'all see here in the 4th Judicial District Court, Provo and N4, Provo County, State of Utah. And this is the case number 251403576. Redacted transcript of sealed motion hearing. State of Utah, because it's not the FBI that's bringing forth the case, the charges. It's the state of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson, defendant, before the Honorable Tony Graff, 4th District Court. This is from October 24, 25. Here was a hearing that was held on that day. And then you guys see the court reporter. So for criminal matters, criminal hearings, you always have a court reporter automatic. In civil proceedings, that's where it's optional. Just like having an attorney is optional in a civil matter, unless it's involving a juvenile and it's in juvenile court. So for the most part, civil proceedings are optional with court reporters. So you got to pay for those. But for criminal matters, automatic. And if you cannot afford an attorney, one will be given to you at no expense to you. And then you guys can see the attorneys, the sheriff's office, then the proceedings that commenced at 3 p.m. on that day. Court is now in session, calling case and the information above. Counsel, would you please enter your appearances? And then they enter their appearances for the state as well as defendant. Miss Nestor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, and Stacey Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my left. Oftentimes they will get the position of what a defendant is seated in court. Okay, and then they get down to where, like he read, we have a few matters to deal with. I appreciate your ability to make yourselves available. I wanted to, after receiving the motions, I wanted to have a hearing in order for all sides to fully vet out. And it's my anticipation, and I am not sure if we've confirmed, but I plan to make an oral ruling on Monday at 1 p.m. I wanted to take the weekend to consider the arguments, re-review all the memos, all the filings, and put that together. So I appreciate your patience for that. And then you guys can see kind of like the beginning banter of this hearing. Boring stuff. Court is boring. Y'all know that. We read a lot of court documents in the LLC. Court is very boring. That's why I'm here. I'm just, got to make this fun. We got to make this fun. So with that, counsel, how would you like to proceed? There are 4 defense. You filed the original motion. And so I want to make sure that we pick a path that is organized and is easy to follow for all sides. So Mr. Novak is now speaking. Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. And there are sort of some related, partially brief, fully briefed issues that relate to the primary motion, which relates to shackling. The first thing we did want to ask the court to do is to direct the sheriffs to make one of our client's hands available so he could take notes during the hearing. We provided him with paper and pen, and I could tell the court that after spending 2 hours in a room with Mr. Robinson today, I can't imagine any reason why he can't take notes during this hearing, and there's no reason why that would jeopardize his safety or the safety of anybody else. I mean, his impeccable ability to shoot someone from over 160 feet away, that would be concerning, but okay. Ugh. So, I mean, I would be, like the sheriffs, it should have a couple sheriffs to stand right behind him. So if he bucks, they can knock him out real quick. Knock if you buck. And then, first thing you see is 2 big ass sheriffs coming your way with fists balled up towards your face. Like that, I would feel a lot more safe hearing that. Oh, God. So we think to start the hearing, we need at least to begin with the minimal level of unshackling. And then, of course, they speak on that. It's a sealed hearing. The public's not here, so just can't imagine any specific reason why he can't have one of his hands free for writing. Court says, all right, the state, do you wish to be heard on this issue? Yes. And then, of course, given the substance of this motion, I would object on the sheriff's behalf. This is the heart of what we're trying to decide. This is a pretrial proceeding, but we request that be denied, as it should be in all pretrial hearings. And then, of course, is there a way to unshackle one hand for him to be able to write that doesn't compromise the rest of? And then the bailiff says what they say. That's redacted. Court says, all right, let's go ahead and proceed with that. So apparently they let one of the hands go. But hopefully the sheriff was nearby so they can knock his ass out if he buck. And then, of course, let's see here. I'm trying to go down to where I saw about the crazies and stuff. Oh, yeah, they talked about his civilian clothes, because an orange suit just won't do. Who knows why? Like, want him to appear in civilian clothing and without restraints at all hearings. Like, what the hell? No. What the? I mean, the judge already granted one hand to be released for note taking. But to sit here and to say he should be able to dress like a normal person when he's not doing normal people actions. Like, it was not normal for him to just go take a life and then go to Dairy Queen. That's not normal. So, I personally don't give a damn what he's wearing. They can put his ass in a one-piece jumper suit with a helmet on. I mean, there's a reason why you're in jail. So, okay, let's move down. Let's see here. I'm trying to find it where they talk about the wackos calling in, because that was fun to read. As they go over a few more motions, concerns that they have here, and this is what these pretrial hearings are for. They go over the motions that they have or any other issues that come up, and they try to, make sure they have everything written down to address to the court. Because as you all can see, even if you write out a motion, the overall concern is just a quick overview. And the judge, of course, decides if it's not violating a court rule or a law itself, the judge has discretionary power. That's why he allowed, one hand to be unshackled for note taking for a pretrial hearing. This is preliminary stuff. It's pretty standard. So I don't know why he felt like he needed to have a hand free for note taking. It's absolutely insane. I would not have done that, but the judge has that discretionary power to do that. So it looks like they're going to allow him to come in and wear normal clothes. And that's kind of what you're seeing here. Then they have a little back and forth about the shackling. So there are 2 reasons why shackling, we believe, is the current shackling protocol in practice with respect to Mr. Robinson is unconstitutional, but those don't relate directly to the fairness of the proceedings in the traditional sense. There's another motion, which we've also discussed, counsel for the state. They're well aware that we're going to do this. And this is a motion to actually disqualify the Utah County attorneys from representing the state in the prosecution of this case. If the Utah County attorneys want to represent the sheriff as an entity for security purposes, that's a different issue. We are focused on whether there is a conflict of interest, and we are in a sealed hearing. Correct, Your Honor? Yes. Okay, so I'm not trying to pre-argue the issue, but the Utah County attorneys have advised us that a family member All right, here we go. A family member of one of the attorneys was present at the incident at which Mr. Kirk was shot and killed. That this child, I don't know if they're an adult, but I'm not referring to them as a minor. This child was present, observed it, was within 85 feet of Mr. Kirk when he was killed. Y'all, 85 feet. Charlie Kirk was what? 6 feet tall? 6'2"? How tall was Charlie Kirk? Anybody know? This is so crazy. They're sitting here. Candace Owens is still responsible for bolstering what guests say. Why isn't Candy asking questions about Candace? Exactly. Because they're dumb. Lots of bots. I heard 80% on X. Y'all didn't know Candace had bots? I told y'all that. Candace, you heifer. We all know you have bots. We all know that. Got bots. And then the cult members operate in multiple profiles. That's what scam artists do. Con artists, scammers. That's what they do. They get bots and they try to keep the disinformation, all of that circulating. So anytime she talks about something, you see this immediate surge of information relating to exactly what she said going out. They're just repeating her talking points. Of course she has bots. Candace, where you buy these bots from? Because we all know you want to move to Russia. You can't make this up. Oh, man. Let's see here. Anyway, 6 feet, 5 inches. Okay. He's about 6 feet, 5 inches. They're saying that this person was within 85 feet. So that's like putting what? 10, 11, 12 Charlie Kirks hit the toe. He's 6 feet. They're saying she was eight. I don't know if this is a girl or boy, a child. They don't want to refer to this person as a minor. They say here, but I'm not referring to them as a minor. So this child was within, I can't read, 85 feet of Mr. Kirk when he was killed. Had to flee. That the Utah County Attorney's Office was all advised of this. The law enforcement were actually deployed to the area with her safety and status in mind. I am not trying to pre-argue this, Your Honor, and I'm not saying anything that we haven't already discussed a couple times with counsel for the state. So they filed the motion to disqualify the AG. And let's see here. We've already talked about getting them all filed before Thanksgiving. This was back in October, people. All right. It takes a minute for the court reporter to transcribe the transcript. And then it has to be signed off and approved on and filed with the case. So, it could easily, what is this? December 10th? December 30th. Oh, Lord. December 30th. This hearing was October 24th. So about 2 months. Almost 2 months. A little over 2 months. So when you read certain information in here, you got to remember this is 2 months old. So they wanted the attorney general to be, removed from that because of this. I really don't see how that would present some sort of conflict here, because that whoever the family, the child is, the child they're referring to, was 85 feet away from Charlie Kirk. I don't know how that presents a conflict. So I'm trying to, what did I do? I'm trying to, I want to see where they was talking about the crazy people calling it. Where the crazies will call it in. Okay, so did he ask for some candy or something? Am I seeing this correctly? Personally, I'm like, if the person was 85 feet away, it's not like they touched, got that close or anything. I just don't know how that would be a conflict. That's just, off the top, just here reading this. 85 feet. The Utah County Attorney's Office were advised. Law enforcement was advised. We're going to file the motion. We've already talked about it. We need a few weeks to get that all done. This is going back to October 24th. So, court said, okay, fine. All right. And to the state, I just want to make sure that from your perspective, the same understanding of what we're addressing today. I just don't want to go down the path. And then one side says, wait a second, I thought we weren't going there. I just want everyone to start at the same starting point. So he's just trying to make sure they don't want to court about the motions and what's been filed and the stance they're going to take. Let's see here. Then they talk about some other motions that were docketed. They're okay. The defendant's motion to preserve evidence. I mean, that's kind of be expected. Docket number 75. The court entered a premature order on the motion. That's docket number 107. And the state has filed a motion to set aside that premature order. Docket 116. Defendant's response to that motion is due in early November. You guys go check out Andrea Burkhart. She's an attorney, and she actually has all of the court documents uploaded, I think, to her Substack. So make sure you go check that out. She also has a great video breaking down some of these motions. I've even covered 3 of them. I think it was 2 motions in an order. And the order being the standing decorum, because I knew some member of the press was going to go in there and act like an idiot. It just, by the time they really get going with this trial, the case is going to be so tainted, it's not going to be fun. It's going to be so tainted. Let's see here. So the one concern that I have is, and I appreciate counsel, this is the court, right? Appreciate counsel laying out. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Because I want to make sure I go over this right here. Laying this out. It's the issue of the media and photographs and video, because this is very ripe as we have a hearing on the 30th. And so I'm just trying to get an idea of how much time do we need, because as this court's trying to is intertwined. And so as I'm looking at what decisions to make, that is an important consideration, because it touches upon the issues we'll be talking about today. And of course, that involves the decorum, the member of the press coming in, recording the hearings, taking photos, things of that nature, making sure that they're only taking photos and recording what they are allowed to do. Because if they throw this case, they're going to have a lot more people mad than people happy that he got off. Like, you can't make this up. And it's going to spark a whole new line of dumb things happening. If this case is tainted to the point where Tyler Robinson walks away and justice doesn't prevail, it's going to be a huge backlash. Nobody wants to see that. We want to see justice, and we do not want this boy to be able to do an appeal and actually win an appeal because of all these errors that occurred, or because there was some infringement upon due process, because people are going in there and just doing whatever they want to do without any concern for the rule of law or court rules or standard procedures and protocol. There's a reason why you want to follow that to the T. Don't give him an appeal. It's that simple. If he's found innocent because the state did not present a good case, that's one thing. But if there's a mistrial because everything's so tainted, then what? You still have somebody out there that pulled the trigger on a gun. And then we're back at square one. So I personally want this to be done the right way. I read this stuff with impartiality. I want him to be able to have a hearing to where the evidence is presented and the jury, based on the finding of fact, law, and evidence, having reviewed everything, hearing testimony, the autopsy report, all of that. Then they decide whether he's guilty or innocent. But if he's found guilty, it should be laughable for him to entertain an appeal. You don't want to just hand him an appeal and make it easy for a ruling to be overturned. And mind you all, they're trying to get the death penalty here. So they got to have a unanimous vote on something like that. You can't just have, the majority rule in this. You got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So why do I not see the Yeah, it's oh my god, I don't even know what page they're on with that. As you all can see, it's 97 pages. So I just want to show you all that I have it, and we can do a separate live and kind of go over this because reading these court documents can be very boring, but there's a way to make it interesting and fun. So that's that. Let's see here, and I'll drop the link to this in the chat for all those who do want to read. There you go. So check out the chat. The link to this full transcript, 97 pages, is right here. And then there you have the article on, I think this is foxnews.com, where they talked about that again with the crazies calling in. And yeah, I'll have the resources, all the links to the information we look at. I always put the links to that in the description of the videos under resources. So the link to this article, the link to the transcript, that will also be in the description of the video. Just so you guys, can go behind me, do your research, and fact check me. Fact check me. Let's see here. Oh man, here it is. Graf also pushed back on arguments tying heightened security to the intense public attention surrounding the case, referencing claims about unstable individuals and online conspiracy theories. He dismissed much of that concern as external noise because, Candace, all you're doing is making noise. You're loud and wrong. No evidence, no 18-minute video footage, no proof of these blue yellow planes from Egypt. No proof of another shooter or anything. Nothing. You won't even show court documents on a fool. So the courts don't care about your conspiracy theories. They just don't. I say this all the time. But here you go. Judge will not care. If you don't have any evidence that can prove beyond a reasonable doubt, no one cares. We're all aware of that. I received some wacky phone calls and emails, people telling me what they think happened here, because no one cares. You have no evidence. In the court of law, it is about what you are able to prove in this. This is a murder trial involving someone getting the death penalty. You want evidence. Let it be done the right way. It's noise, Graf said. This is coming from the judge, y'all. The judge is getting wacky phone calls and emails. As if the judge needs to be inundated with this dumb crap all day. Let the judge do his job. Graf says, stressing that those factors should not dictate how the case is handled inside the courtroom. I could not agree more. So this is the article here. You guys can take time to read this as well. The description will have this link. I'll drop it in the chat. Let's get back to the video, y'all, because we got some stuff to cover here. Candace just wants this boy to walk away free because she doesn't care either way. It's like her life's mission at some point. Let me just get what I want. So this is Artie Trolls. Shout out to Artie Trolls. He did a video about, man, the malarkey going on Twitter X with some of the cult members leaving the cult. We are here for it. So shout out to Artie Trolls. Make sure you guys go check him out. Hit that like button and subscribe here to the Lady Luck Club as well. I love his little intro. He was like, I don't do this. I just want your likes. I don't grift. I don't do any of that. I'm not getting paid $7,000. Like it's sad that people feel like they have to say that every time. Me, I'm just going to use your words against you to the Candace cult members in the bots. If you want me to get $7,000, I will not stop you. Drop a Cash App or a super. I don't care about stuff like that. That does not faze me at all. It does nothing. And thank you for wanting me to get $7,000. Just keep speaking that in my existence. You can't make this up. So shout out to him. Put a one in the chat where you can see in here. Let's get to it.
Hey, everybody, how's it going? I figured this would be a little bit more appropriate here. This is so unbelievable. I don't even know where to start for the most part. Like, Candace Owens just burned her final bridge with the one guy who has been supporting her more than anybody. I wonder where Ian Carroll's going to fall in next, but this Evan Kilgore guy is just completely broke all nonsense with Candace. He's no longer on her side. He's done. And Candace Owens goes and shows exactly what it is she wants. Either you will believe everything, or you're an evil Israeli Zionist type person. And she literally says the word believe instead of proof or anything like that. Well, you haven't shown anything that makes it to where we can't believe this fraud. What Mitch Snow. I keep wanting to go back to his other name, but I can't remember his last name ever. Harry Myers. I always want to say something
Harry
else
Myers.
for his last name. But if you break thought, you are bad. That's the way Candace Owens, the cult leader.
Yo, Candace is the black female version of Jim Jones. And if you don't know who that is, because bots don't process information already. So to the cult members, if you don't understand what you involved yourself in, look up a documentary on Jim Jones. That is exactly what Candace is. At some point, she's going to be mailing cookies and punch, instructing you all to add that red mix coming in this Ziploc pouch to a cold cup of water, and then you all are going to drink it all at the same time. Because, at some point, she's going to be so obliterated in the court of law, she's not going to know what to do. You can't make this up. She's a cult leader. And I've been saying this for what, almost 3 months? I called it day one. I said, Candace has a cult of personality. The narcissism, the ego, the pride, the willingness to sit here and purport lies like she's breathing air. She's a cult leader. You can't make this up. So this is what we are now. The black female version of Jim Jones. Look how crazy my eyes are. Candace, you really are an alien, girl.
There is, and I will show you guys that. But before I do, please give me a like and subscribe. That's all I ask for. I don't shill. I don't ask for money. I don't advertise. None of that stuff. Let's jump right on into this, guys. So, Owens supporter splits over dubious Kirk, witness, quote unquote. Okay, Evan Kilgore, who calls himself Owens' top promoter since Kirk's September 10th end at Utah Valley University, of course, broke ranks on December 28th after digging into Mitch Snow's past. Snow, an Army veteran interviewed by Owens, claimed he overheard Kirk's widow, TPUSA security Brian Harpole, Representative Mark Amodai, and others plotting the end at Fort Huachuca the day before. Now, here's the thing. He never once says in his initial email that he ever saw Erica. He didn't say it until he got onto her show.
Right. Because
that's weird,
matters.
Right? Took him a whole 12 days to come up with the whole, Erica.
Candace shows are pre-scripted and pre-recorded. He was reading a script, and she wanted him to say that. Because Candace is too much of a coward to actually say how she feels about Erica Kirk on her own accord. Candace, you heifer. We all know you don't like Erica Kirk. We all know that you were in love with Charlie Kirk. We all know that you're jealous and envious of Erica Kirk. What we don't understand is why you just won't own it. Just say how you feel about it. Because we all know you can't stand her guts. Because I don't know anyone that claims to be, he was like a brother to me. Man, his best friends and stuff, and then you disrespect his wife, his pastor, his kids, his company, his friends, his neighbors, his family. You disrespect everything associated with him. And for what? Because you're throwing a tantrum, you dumb cult leader. He didn't pick you, Candace. He didn't. You took his credit card, though, and bought flight tickets to the UK to go be with George because reasons. Maybe it was to try to make Charlie Kirk jealous. Who knows? I'm just, asking questions. Candace, did you use Charlie Kirk's credit card to book those flight tickets to the UK to make him jealous? Because it didn't work. It did not work. They got married and had 2 kids. So, whatever point you thought you were proving, you didn't. We all can see underneath that. We just don't know why you're beating around the bush, knowing that you don't like Erica Kirk. There's a deep-seated disdain that she has for her. And y'all, I did get the chance to watch Nemo's videos about George Boys Club being in that Bully Don Club thing. We're going to go over that video. That video was something else. Y'all see why I call him Boys Club now? He's in his Bullying Don Club. Oh, child. It's something else. It's wow. We're going to go over that video. We'll probably do it this weekend. Just do a marathon again.
Erica was there. I find it to be a little weird that he would leave
Boys
that
Club.
little detail out. But that's beside the point. We know for a fact he never, ever made it into the most secret, secure clearance of any building at any fort, period. We know it would be in the centermost building, in the centermost center part of that building with maglock doors, everything else. They wouldn't just let somebody who's not even active duty go right on in and just go wherever he wants. We all know this.
Right.
I haven't had I've had many, multiple people who claim that they are in the military who are like, there's no way that could happen. You would have to go in to the front office and at least get a visitor's pass. You would have only access to what your badge is going to let you into. Like, there's just no way he just swiped him, just happened to bumble on in and just see everything.
Right. Because that
And he
never
has
happened.
no evidence to support it whatsoever.
None. Just
Well,
produce a
Kilgore
damn
here was like, this
video.
is weird. Looking into his past, oh yeah, in his past, he actually is very well known to be a scammer. Very well known. But just not in the one instance with Candace, though, right?
Mhm.
Anyway, but ex-partners describe Snow as a serial liar. His ex-partners described them as a serial liar with domestic violence records, faked military tales, and alibis debunking his story. We know this because we can see the police reports. We know this. He literally accused his ex-wife of throwing acid on his face outside of a police station and then drove to a hospital blind before driving back to file a police report. To which the police looked at footage. They looked at people. They also questioned the people in the medical tents that were outside due to the whole, like, you remember whenever there were medical tents on every corner that you could get tested for the coof?
Yep.
You guys remember that? It was literally like 2 years ago. Yeah, that was outside of the police station. They never witnessed anything like that happen either. And they were right next to him.
Yep.
Right next to him. They gave their testimony and were like, yeah, we didn't see anything. The police literally caught this man in a lie. Yet Candace wants to put all her eggs in his basket. Owens dismissed Kilgore's concerns as a diary entry, sparking a backlash. Okay, anyway, I don't want to read all this. I want to read this right here and this next upcoming thing. It's bad.
No, you
it's
can't
bad.
make this up.
Good morning, everybody.
This dude, see, listen here. Candace Owens turned grown men into simps. If you are a grown-ass man and Candace Owens does not pay your mortgage or your rent, why are you allowing her to turn you into a full-blown simp? That's some weak, cowardly, pathetic crap right there. What's the guy in the UK that John Mappius or whatever? Oh yeah, I told him flat out. I left comments on his videos calling him a simp. You a grown ass man with grown kids, probably her age. Why are you kissing her ass? It's just weird. It's one thing to be in this cult, right? Because you know you already they already idolize and bow down and worship the ground she walks on. But to just go full-blown simp mode, whole grown men becoming simps. This guy was literally posting up messages like he's, oh, I'm so sorry, I have to betray you, and I'll just get your ass out the cult. You're a grown man. If any of the real men in the Lady Luck Club, let me tell you something. Please don't ever become simps. It's weird. It's so weird. They're simps. You got whole grown men becoming simps. They kiss her ass all over social media. It's ridiculous. Oh my God. So, to the mods, thank you so much. S-Files and Foxy, make sure you guys drop your YouTube channel links in the chat. Y'all don't even have to ask. Just drop it as soon as you can. You guys make sure you go out and support the fantastic mods here in the LLC. Check out the S-Files as well as Foxy2Roxy. Both content creators have great content on their channels. Please go check them out and show them some love and support. As well as Artie Trolls. If I can get one of the mods to drop Artie Trolls YouTube channel link, as well as the Quartering YouTube channel links in the chat, that would be absolutely fantastic. And Nemo is she's a newer content creator, but her videos are something else. She has an accent, so you have to, put on the captions or whatever, because I know I had to. I just didn't want to mishear her. But she did a great video on Boys Club. Boys Club, you got some shady past going on. It runs deep in your family. Y'all, he wouldn't last 5 minutes with a real gang in the United States. Like, he wouldn't last 5 minutes. This boys club in the UK, this bully down club, it's like peas and carrots to like a real hardcore gang or something. Except they just kind of walk around holding blackmails over each other's heads. It's so crazy. But man, that's gonna be an interesting video to watch, you guys. I've seen one of the video where she goes into the background about that. It is something else. Something else. It will blow your mind. All right, let's get back to this.
I wanted to get on
Like
here
button.
and say something I know I will open myself up to thousands of hate comments for it, and Candace explodes on him.
Oh, yeah.
That is okay with me. What I wanted to let you all know is that after a great deal of thought and conviction, I can no longer support the direction of Candace Owens' investigation. I have always been interested in a possible alternative narrative to Charlie Kirk's end. I have likely been her biggest supporter on X, sharing clips and watching her show every day since Charlie's end. Many of her questions, concerns, and criticism I have agreed with. In fact, virtually all of them until Mitch Snow. While watching Mitch share his testimony of what he allegedly saw at Fort Hucktua here, I just want to call it that. I don't know why. It's just so close. Everything felt off about it to me. I began to dig into Mitch Snow myself and immediately came across red flags. I simply voiced my concerns that Mitch may be lying to Candace and was immediately met with hundreds of hate replies, and even Candace Owens herself condemning me looking into his past and who he says he is. That's a massive red flag for you as well. If Candace Owens is saying, don't look here at this guy who has lied a million times, who has beaten women, who has done all these awful things, has been in jail many, many, many times throughout his entire career, claims that he was in the witness protection program but can't stay out of the system? Really? Anybody could just FOIA him and find out where he is at all times of the day because he's so stupid he can't keep himself from getting arrested when you're supposed to be laying low and not allowing cartels to find you? Like, for real? For real, that's the story you wanted us to believe, Candace. This dude was in the witness protection program for 35 years, but couldn't stop himself from getting freaking arrested every corner. Every corner of, like, every year of life, pretty much. Couldn't stay out of trouble.
Damn.
Does she ever think before posting? It's just crazy.
No,
At this
she
point,
doesn't.
she wants to get caught. I almost wonder at this point if somebody's making her do all this. I don't know. That immediately felt like maybe there was some legitimacy into looking into if Mitch could be considered a credible source. So I reached out to several of Mitch's former partners and friends to verify the story that Mitch is telling the world about who he is and the serious accusations he is making about who and what alleges he saw. Mitch, on all accounts of everyone who knows him personally, including his own family, his own mother, by the way, guys. The dude's own mother wants nothing to do with him. It's kind of wild. Anyway, is a compulsive liar, manipulator, abuser, victim, and all-around fraud and horrible human being. He is a psychopathic narcissist, I believe, in the true sense. After sharing what those in his life have told me about him, I have been met with thousands of hate comments and completely smearing me and making the most vile accusations against me I have ever seen. This is what happens when you turn against Candace. Yep. I know this is not Candace directing her followers to say these things. We'll see about that. But it is the culture she's created, and I cannot support it. She is not responsible for the behavior of her followers, though. Bull. In the past 48 hours, I've been accused of being paid off, being a PDF file, getting the call, being a Fed, being a CIA asset, and many more things. Do you all realize how insane and delusional you're getting? Guys, I know how insane they are. They seem to think, even though I don't make any money from anything other than YouTube ad revenue, then super chats, which is a very small amount in comparison to what I make at my real job, where I am just a basic factory worker, where I turn big old things of coal into small, tiny things of powder to put into filtration systems. And they accuse me of getting the call, getting paid $7,000 a month. Do you think I'd actually be going to a factory ever if I were making $7,000 a month? That's crazy. That's immediately what took me out of all this. When Candace came out with all this stuff, I was interested and was like, oh, is there another alternative to what happened to Charlie? And immediately, when I started poking holes in Candace's story.
Let me tell y'all something. I don't care what the damn cult members think or how they feel. That's why I laugh at these copy and paste comments or the same dumb questions they ask over and over again. Whereas they don't challenge their cult leader on any of this. Because look how they turn on each other. You know, it's the snake eating its own tail. You can't make this up. And all for what? he doesn't have to agree with Candace Owens. Don't nobody owe her a damn thing. The entitlement is just, laughable at this point. Beyond appalling. But laughable that she thinks she's entitled to this type of loyalty and fealty. No one owes her shit. Candace, you can kick rocks, heifer. No one owes you anything. So if someone decides to change their mind, y'all, this is any cult, okay? What's happening with this guy leaving the cult, it's the same thing that happens in any other cult. The only difference is that this is primarily social media. I don't even think I know how that guy looks that he's referring to, this Evan Kilgore. I don't think I've ever seen an actual photo of him. Beyond what's his profile pic. That's it. That's how little to no interest I've had in a cult member, what they think when they don't read documentation or evidence or facts or definitions of terms. If they're not getting the knowledge on their own and just asking legitimate questions based upon a set of facts or evidence, they're saying the same thing. And they're going to repeat whatever she says too. So either they're saying the same thing over and over again, or they're just saying what she's already said. Either way, it is what it is. This is what happens when you leave a cult. So if you're thinking about leaving the candy ass cult, you got to be ready. You don't have to announce it. Maybe not even announce it. Just take a couple days off. And when you come back, just post up whatever you will be posting up in any other normal situation, I guess. Asking questions, give your occasional thought or whatever. No one has to know you're leaving the cult. Because they can't help themselves. And she doesn't do anything to discourage that type of deplorable behavior. Don't go out and harass and bully people online, y'all. Like, she will never say that. That's how evil and sinister she is. She doesn't care if people get cyber harassed and cyber bullied. If they get doxxed, if they get attacked, if they get threatened. She didn't give a damn about that. Candace, that's why I don't give a damn about what you think. We just laugh at it. And if you're lying, we're going to debunk it. That's it. I don't owe her anything else. But this is what it's like in real time to leave a cult based on one person's thoughts and opinions, and not necessarily even a group of collective thoughts or ideas or traditions or beliefs. No. Cult of personality is all focused on one person. That's the cult leader. They don't have any morals or values outside of her. Whatever she says goes. They obey that. She gives out their marching orders. That's it. And if they detract from that and they leave, this is what happens. So if you know that it's going to be difficult for you to handle, bots and brainless cult members coming after you on social media, just don't even announce it. Make it easier for yourself and just say, you know what, down with it. And that's it. And then you do some research for yourself. Go out and support who you want to support. Even if you still watch her, just do what's best for you. If you're going to leave a cult, do what's best for you. What's more comfortable for you. If people start asking you, you can ignore. Mute people. So you don't owe anybody a response. You don't owe them anything. Candace does not care. And she's proving that now. One of her biggest supporters is being dragged. And he knew it was happening. He knew it was coming. And this is her response. Treating him like the actual, like he's an abuser or something. And carrying on like she's a victim. Don't nobody give a damn about her. Heifer, grow up. You're a grown woman with 4 kids. That's why I feel so good and liberated when I talk like this. Because I don't owe her nothing. She doesn't pay my bills. And that's how the cult member, when you're coming out of this cult, that's how you're going to have to remember that. Candace Owens does not pay my rent. She does not pay my mortgage. She does not have to put food on my table. She does not take care of my kids. She will not pay for tuition or daycare or Pampers or wipes or formula or none of that. She will not take care of any expenses I have in my household, put gas in my car, none of that. Kids need clothes, shoes, school supplies. Candace Owens will not be buying those things. So when her money has no effect in your household, you owe her nothing. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I hope you guys, Get out this dumb coat as soon as you can.
Stories, because a lot of them didn't make any sense at all. I got accused.
Yeah.
I got accused. That immediately made me realize
This is crazy.
they're crazy. It's all it took.
And beyond.
But because they have to attack every single person that disagrees with them on anything at all,
Yep.
even the smallest detail, they'll still attack you.
Yep.
And they'll turn against you, which just tells me that their story's weak. Anyway, for merely questioning and looking into if Mitch Snow is being honest about what he saw, do you not see the irony, hypocrisy here of how you're behaving when people ask their own questions and do their own investigation?
Exactly.
We've been telling you this for a long time, Evan. We've been telling you this for a long time. We're just asking questions too. And then look at how mad Candace gets. How is it that you haven't caught this way earlier? Way earlier, man. Like, I'm glad you got it now. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to give you too much crap for finally snapping out of it. But my God, like, every time we would ask questions about any of her sources or anything, she would get so defensive and claim that people like me are Israeli assets or something like that. That's crazy. Anyway, some of you are not actually interested in the truth and are interested in confirmation bias. Duh. Many have spoken out about Mitch, not because they're paid, but because his story is falling apart and haven't felt right about him. It's not a conspiracy. Mitch.
Candace, when the hell you gonna post up that 18-minute video and those court documents that this fool gave you from that squabble on your show? Because she said she was gonna post up this stuff. Has anybody seen that on her website? Anybody seen those court documents? Or the 18-minute video that she said he gave to her and she was gonna post on her website. Catherine says, very toxic. Watching her makes my stomach sick, spiritually drained too. Yeah, exactly. I'm enjoying her not having a show right now. I don't know about you all, but I'm actually enjoying the little break she's giving us on YouTube. Because Candace, I debunk you for fun, girl. And I'm gonna keep doing it, you heifer. And you're still bad at this. She takes my quips. At least give me credit for it, you goon. Like, she's bad at this. They think free speech works one way. That's not how that works here in the United States of America. You know, Candace, that falls under the continent of North America. I understand countries and continents are hard for you. Let me help you out. North America is the continent. USA is the country. And she doesn't like our laws. And somehow, you know, protections and the First Amendment right to free speech and expression. Yeah. She thinks that's only for her. Like, girl, if you don't kick rocks, you can't make this stop. Oh man, dumb coat. Anybody seen her website? Because I'm just trying to figure out. The recording of Mitch and Gary was obtained illegally. Was it? It depends on if he does. What state does Gary live in? If it's a one-party consent state, then you know, I'm still irritated as to why Erica Kirk flew out there to Tennessee and she's not gonna file a lawsuit or something. Like, girl, please file a lawsuit. Anybody see that stuff on her website? Please let me know. Because I'm just, you know, for once, Candace, you could at least post that damn video in the court docs. At least post one thing you said you would post. And not redacted either. You realize he gave Gary from Paramount Tactical his DD-214? Candace, he gave him his DD-214. So if Paramount Tactical got it, and Mitch was on your show with the squabble, and you set up something for him to raise over $140,000, why didn't you ask him for a copy of his DD-214? Why didn't you ask him, hey, did you take a photo of Erica Kirk on this base on September 8th? Because according to her dumb story, he would have had to go on 2 days in a row, on the 8th and the 9th, right? Oh, he only saw Erica Kirk on September 8th. Okay, so that means he went there on the 8th and then he went back there on the 9th. He's saying he spotted all these people on 2 different dates. But he got kicked off the base. You know, because lying like hell is fun for her. It makes no sense. He supposedly recorded it. Yeah, I heard that. Mitch is in a 2-party state. Oh, there you go. Gary can sue Where's Gary at? Is he in a 2-party state or 1-party consent state? I don't know what state he's in. Gary didn't record. Mitch said he recorded it. Well, Candace the one putting it out here talking about Mitch recorded it. It's like, why are you saying it? Because now Gary can sue him if he's in a 2-party consent state. I don't know where Gary is. West Virginia? Is that a 1-party consent state? Mitch said that he spent the night at that motel. Yeah, because if he saw Erica Kirk on the 8th with some dude, Cabot, whatever his name is, and then saw some people on the 9th, that means he went to that base 2 days in a row. Because how else would he see Erica Kirk on the 8th of September? Unless he went there on the 8th. So what was the purpose of him being there on the 8th? Candace, this is how dumb your lie is. I don't even have to look this up. It's just logical reasoning and deduction. She's trying to twist things up to purport it as if, no, Mitch said he saw her on September 8th. And, because you can't trust shit she says either way. But that means, okay, so that means he was there September 8th. And then he was there again on September 9th. But yet he produced no photos, no video footage to prove he saw these people on the base on either date. Pick a date. I don't care. I don't care if it was the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 8th, 9th. Pick a date. No evidence to prove that Erica Kirk was there or Brian Harple or Cabot Phillips or the representative. No evidence. Not even a photo. And then here's the thing. He said he wouldn't recognize anybody at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. So, you know how all these other people look now? All of a sudden? Candace, you're not fooling nobody. I have no reason to sugarcoat or beat around the bush. Candace is an alien. Hey, you alien heifer, you lie like hell. And as opposed to you just owning up to it, you sit here and you cower it by the wayside and try to twist it up. Girl, please. Bye, Felicia. You can make this up.
Is just likely a fraud. He, like he always has been, and people are cautioning Candace. I know she truly believes she's onto something, and it's okay to disagree with her on this one. I do not believe Mitch Snow is the lead we should be trusting. His story is falling apart. People he claims to have seen are providing alibis, and his past screams that he is a habitual liar, looking for attention. I know it's hard to accept, and many of you won't. I also know many of you, likely thousands, will hate me for this and continue to hurl accusations and criticism of me. I know the risks of speaking up and have known many of you could turn on me for disagreeing with Candace on something. But as of now, I do not support where Candace is headed and caution her to prayerfully, I almost said playfully, but prayerfully, that's an interesting new word I've learned now, take heed to some of her biggest supporters.
Candace, we all know you don't pray, girl. You got your cult members thinking you praying. That girl won't even apologize for anything, let alone pray or repent or anything. So, yeah. If you actually prayed and asked God to give you some level of forgiveness, Candace, it would probably take you a couple days to get through that prayer. Your line is, it would take you a couple days to get through that one prayer. Yeah, George boys club go walk into the room. Honey, what are you doing on the floor? I'm still praying. I'm not done. It's been 16 hours. Yeah, I know. I got a whole lot more to get out. That'll be a 2-day prayer event if Candace had to actually, if she thought about repenting for once. That's a 2-day prayer event. It's like a tent revival. You can't make this up. All the kids be wondering, is mommy going to get off the floor? No, kids. She's laying prostrate before the Lord.
There's concerns about Mitch Snow and provide more public evidence about his past. The government case is against him and the alleged cartel members trying to harm him that will allow more to believe what he's told her. God bless. Here's the thing.
Tent revival.
If she were to just provide evidence about Mitch Snow being there at the fort, instead of allowing all of us to come around here and interview a bunch of people and then maybe get somebody to be like, okay, well, The military called me on May 9th. Or on, what is it? September 9th. So that proves that he was there at the base. No, it doesn't. Just because they called him doesn't prove that he was at the base. He might have called the base and started ranting and raving.
Yep.
We have no idea. He may have made a bomb threat for that base. He may have called it in and been like, hey, I'm outside the base and I got this backpack. They're running around out there and they actually couldn't find anybody. We don't know. We have no idea why they called him on the 9th. That doesn't prove he showed up there. That proves he may, well, it doesn't even prove that per se, because they may have called him for a different date. They may not have, they didn't explain anything. They didn't say, hey, he was here today. What's up with your father? No, they called and said, hey, he's got you listed as an emergency contact. They didn't give much information. We don't know what the circumstances are. He could have been trying to call. He could have been getting frustrated and throwing throwing fits, making threats. And then they could have called a family member and been like, yo, what's this about? We don't know. But Candace will cling to it. Here's the thing. Okay. So Candace accuses him of literally coordinating your ex post yesterday via text with other influencers. Just makes a baseless claim. He said, this is wild. This is some wild stuff. So he says, Candace, who are you talking about? What other influencers? Name names and I'll drop receipts. I'll screen record and post conversations with whoever you think I'm coordinating with.
Yeah, see, you see this simp-like behavior. Stop it. This simp behavior right here, Evan Kilgore, you don't owe Candace shit. You're being a whole simp right now. I hope he's not married. Because, if I were his wife, I'd be like, why the hell you feel like you got to explain this stuff? Well, she don't understand. You don't agree. The end. Candace, people have the right to disagree with your clown ass. You understand? You heifer. People have the right to disagree with you. That's the beauty of all of us being different and uniquely made. No one owes her a thing. This is what I mean. Please, to all the real men of the Lady Luck Club, do not let Candace Owens turn you into a simp. This is so ridiculous. It's not here. It's just ridiculous. Not even funny how ridiculous this is. Look at this. And name names. I'll drop receipts. She's going to lie and accuse you of dumb things. Don't even feed the troll. Leave that troll underneath the bridge. Candace herself said she's an alien. We're going to treat you like that. Don't sit here and try to sit here and do all that. She literally, and let me tell you something, cult leaders that are narcissists like this, they actually don't like it when you sit and agree to every little thing. They sit to have more response and respect for those who openly disagree with them. You see how she casually just had this conversation with Nick Fuentes on Twitter X about how she met George. Y'all seen those posts? He's asking questions to try to prove a point, and she's literally answering them. And she knows he can't stand her guts. Nick Fuentes can't stand Candace Owens' guts. And you all saw the back and forth answer question. It's like a Q&A session on Twitter about how she met Boys Club. I honestly don't care how they met. The fact that he proposed to her in 18 days with no romance, no date, no kiss, no hug, no nothing. Don't know if maybe she had a stinky BBL or something. Who knows? That yeast infection could have been just souring before the moon. You have no idea. Perhaps that's adding to the brain rot. I don't care how she met Boys Club. I don't care. She took Charlie Kirk's credit card and booked flights to go to the UK just to be able to meet Boys Club. That's more than just a coincidence, Candace. So I don't personally care how you met her, because I know you're going to lie about it either way. She going to lie about it either way. But he asked these questions because he basically was trying to prove you lie about dumb things that you don't even have to lie about. You can't recall how you met up, like how someone introduced you to him. Either you met through some mutual friends, or it was just you looked online, you looked at his background, you saw he was a lord. You were like, oh, yeah, he got money. And then you just went for it. Perhaps her and Boys Club communicated beforehand, before she took a flight out there to the UK. Maybe they were emailing each other. Maybe they were hitting each other's DMs. Maybe Boys Club sent her a picture of his Boys Club. Who knows? Boys Club was getting down with the Boys Club, and he sent her a couple photos and was like, "Hey, you like? Do you like? How about some fish and chips?" Eh? You know, I find that to be irrelevant. It's the fact that now they 4 kids later, and he's allowing her to do all this nonsense, and he refuses to tell her to stop and go make him a sandwich. A whole simp. Boys Club is a simp. So this nonsense here, Candace doesn't care. This is a PR stunt for her. Everything comes down to an image and how things look. And more so, how does it make her look? That's it. She could care less if this boy has receipts. She don't care. Stop simping for Candace. It's ridiculous.
This is getting ridiculous. I'm not playing a game. Now she gets impatient. Watch this. I was referring to you texting Morgan Ariel about what you were going to post yesterday, but she has confirmed to me that you guys are best friends, and that's the reason you tell her what you are going to post ahead of time. Okay, great. Says, don't back down from her, Evan. This gets worse, guys. I'm telling you. Once you limit the replies to verified accounts, you'll only realize most of her support on X are bots. That's true. Yep. Most of the time when I get comments on my channel, it's from bots. It's crazy that are supporting her. So anyway, what is this? Cry. What's funny about the pic? Okay. Can't even see the picture, but okay. Good job. Really got your stuff there. Yeah. So here we go. This is going to get a little crazy, but let's see. Actually, you know what? I'll go here because I think this is what she replies. Evan, you aren't playing a game or having your vacation interrupted. You yourself made a conscious decision to publicly post while on your vacation what reads like a diary entry regarding why you don't believe Mitch Snow, which failed to address or debunk anything that he actually said. This is unbelievable. So, you don't believe Mitch Snow because you haven't debunked his claims. I'm appalled. I'm appalled by that statement. Let me explain why. Candace, when you make a claim, it is your job to provide evidence for said claim. Right. If I accuse somebody of blasting someone on 5th Avenue, guess who has to provide the proof? I do. The only way around that is if there's a body left over. Okay. Obviously, that even in that situation, you still have to prove that that guy did it. There has to be a good, credible witness. They have to bring that guy back. They have to check his caliber. They have to see his whereabouts and all that stuff. In an investigation, that's how it works. You have to prove that this person did it. But at the end of the day, she's just like, well, I just believe. And then because you didn't debunk what this guy said, that makes him true. On what planet?
Hers.
Literally. Do you guys not remember back in like the early 2020s and late 2016, 2017, 2018s kind of, area, right in that?
Candace, you already said you're an alien. Why don't you go all the way there and tell us what planet you hail from, girl? I told you all she's from one of Jupiter's moons. She's not even special enough to be from the actual planet itself. Just one of the moons. This is ridiculous. She hails from somewhere in outer space. She's an alien. We're going with that. That's the one thing I think we can all agree to, what she said. She's American ignorant and she's an alien. Done and done. This is crazy. The alternate reality they are trapped in is got to be the land of opiates. They are high 24/7, y'all. You can't make
whenever all the hashtag believe all women, hashtag me too all came out, and the woman came out with a mattress on her head and walked it all around campus and claimed this guy did something to her and pretty much ruined his entire life, and it all turned out to be fake.
Yeah.
Because everybody believed her claim without proof. That's what Candace is asking us to do right now. It is the most cult of the cult-like mentality, this statement. She also says, you also continuously chose to repeat the lie that alibis were presented, which debunked his claims. Alibis were presented, Candace. The problem is you're literally asking for specific times. You're like, okay, well, where were you at 7:30 in the morning? Here's the thing. Erica Kirk showed a picture of her with her kids at like 8 o'clock. Okay? And she's like, well, what about before that? And she goes, well, before that, I was sleeping. Can you prove that? Yeah, let me dig out my camera. I just normally, whenever I wake up in bed at 6 o'clock in the morning, I just immediately pull my camera out and start taking pictures.
Candace acts as if people owe her something. No one owes you, girl. Kick rocks, Candace, Amber, Owens, Farmer. You and Boys Club. Kick rocks. Barefoot. No one owes you anything. Who gonna give you an alibi saying, I woke up at this time, because I woke up like this. And then sit here. I wouldn't even done that. They need to stop entertaining her. Stop it. Stop entertaining her. All the grown ass men over there at TPUSA, stop simping for Candace Owens. You owe her nothing. That's one way to defeat a cult leader. Don't give them attention. Let them throw their tantrum. We don't care. Throw your tantrum, Candace. We don't care. We'll laugh at you. Overgrown 30-something plus year old, alien from outer space throwing a tantrum with 4 kids. Like that's hilarious. But leave her in the candy aisle to throw her tantrum. And then when she's done, she'll get her little ass up and check out the store and go home. Like it's that simple. When all of this blows over, when it dies down and all of that, and she's run out of conspiracies, she'll switch gears to anything else. Going on in another country. So for her, she's already said, I have information. I'm not going to release everything right now because I'm playing a game. She says she's playing a game of chess, but Candace can't, conceive the idea of chess. But she said flat out she's playing a game because Candace, we can do the same thing. You're playing a game. You've already said that. So since you're playing this game, then we're going to play along and we're going to beat you at your own game. It's that simple. Candace can't do nothing beyond that other than throw a tantrum. Let her. Child, please. And the candy ass cult members. They throw a tip tantrum all the time. They come in the check, copy and paste, talking about $7,000. But now one of them's here and drop a super. Give me the $7,000. You think I should have it to the candy ass cult members. Otherwise, who cares? They say the same old thing. They're here for the banter. Candace wants the drama. She wants the theatrics. She likes this back and forth. Stop simping for her. It's just not becoming of all the real men out there that actually have a conscience and a soul. This Evan Kilgore person, he parroted her nonsense for months. And he never once asked for evidence. And now that he's on the receiving end of all this BS coming from her cult members and the dumb bots, now he's sitting here having a whole soliloquy moment. I'll produce evidence. So yeah, drop names. No, my response to her be like, girl, bye, Felicia. Let them marinate on it. And then block her if you have to. Ignore. I'ma still sit here and send my tweets out. They ain't got to like it. Don't even read the comments. Keep living. That's all you can do. These candy ass cult members don't pay my bills. They want me to get $7,000, but they want me to get it from Israel. It don't make sense. They don't contribute to the Lady Luck Club. So I don't care what they think and how they feel. Their whole point of view is irrelevant to me. They don't stop me from doing my videos. It just doesn't. Free speech works both ways, but you don't expect narcissists to care about that. Narcissists don't care about rule of law. They're complete rebellious by nature. They don't compute that concept because it would have to show that they have some level of understanding of right and wrong. And they want to pretend like they're always right when they're not. And it's not until they get that rude wake-up call, like Candace Owens losing $100 million plus $100 million plus some in a lawsuit because the Macrons are going to mollywop you in court. Like it ends up being something close to an Alex Jones situation. Let me tell you something. That'll humble her. That's all she cares about. So you hit her where it hurts the most, in her pockets. This stuff right here, she don't care about. This is banter for her. This is a game for her. And she's roping people in it. Candace, you're bad at this. And we're still waiting on those court documents to be updated. Can't make this up. She won't post up what she needs to post up, but she'll go back and forth with some former cult member. It's crazy.
Really? Most of the
Yeah,
time
but-
when I get up in the like, this is what sucks, because if she thinks like people could accuse me of anything. When I get up in the morning, I don't even touch my phone most of the time.
Oh man,
I lay in bed for a good 30 minutes, waking up,
one person.
because I wake up pretty early. Get my bearings together, get into the bathroom, get ready. Go downstairs, I make breakfast. And then I will come back up, get my stuff, and either head out to work or do whatever I need to do for the morning.
Exactly,
Depending
Captain.
on what my schedule is, depending shifts, stuff like that, as y'all know. But anyway, all that aside, I don't do anything, and I don't have the time to screw around and take pictures of anything in the morning when I'm getting ready.
Yeah.
So
no
now
wonder.
I just can't provide an alibi for my own life, at least 12 hours of my life. When I go to sleep, I wake up 8 hours later. I spend whatever time I'm getting ready in the morning. Like,
There we go.
what is that? Like 9-10 hours that I will never be able to have an alibi for now? According to Candace Owens' literal claims here. That's psychotic.
No one
You know
owes
what I
you
mean?
an alibi, girl.
Anyway, she said, what happened next is I got flack while you were on vacation because you posted something dishonest. Dishonest. What was dishonest about it? You are not smarter than your audience. None of us are. Sure, Candace, but your audience is really, really, really stupid. Okay, really stupid.
They're cult members and bots. Don't expect much from them. They still come over to my my live streams. They try like hell, y'all. Child, please. They're just laughable. They're entertainment. The danger part in all of this is people being, doxxed and threatened, catching death threats. Even the insinuation of a threat, like that clown tried to come at me with. Speak plain to me if you're going to sit here and do some dumb shit like that in my chat. I always tell the candy ass cult members in the box, you come in my chat at your own peril. That's why they all dip in and out under these different profile names. Because it is what it is. I don't sit here and try to defend that. Not all that crap they say. Chabu. Oh, I'm getting $7,000. Oh, okay. Let me know when the check comes.
Did you make any
please.
effort to reach out to Mitch about court cases with the cartel?
Oh, God.
We don't need to because none have been provided. He could provide those court cases. Why does he need to reach out to the guy? The guy made a claim.
Cartel,
Have
who
the guy
gives
put
a
them out
damn,
there.
girl?
Because I surely shared one of them with your best friend yesterday in private. Oh, good, Candace. You shared one in private, but you didn't think it would be necessary for the rest of the public questioning the guy at all to show that information. What is this garbage? What is this? Oh, I have all this private information. I have all this private proof and everything. I could FOIA this court case, Candace. This isn't that level of private.
It's
Show
not.
the document.
Thank
That
you.
is so stupid. How stupid of you. Really? You're just going to withhold evidence. That's amazing. Yet neither of you acknowledged it. Instead, you write a long...
I told you all, this is a game for her. She don't have anything. Candace, I'm always challenging you to post stuff up. While your cult members really think it's about me not believing in the FBI, they're not important. They're not doing the investigation either. Who cares? Candace, post up that 18-minute video footage you said you got. Let's see that. She won't do that because she doesn't have it. She's a coward. If she can't even go face Erica Kirk face to face in Phoenix and then want to sit here and quickly agree to a meeting with Erica Kirk in private in Tennessee, you can't take that seriously. But the cult thinks that's okay. They think it's cool. Their cult leader treats them like crap. She doesn't give a damn how they feel while she steals my quips. Like, you heifer. You can't make this sound.
emotive post signifying that you've been persuaded by the
He
fact that
doesn't
he has
care.
been a bad father and husband, as if I had been encouraging my audience to date him or adopt him as a father. Candace,
right.
we exposed him lying about everything
Candace, he's
and
a
getting
liar
on
like you.
podcasts and lying literally in 2025.
Oh, she pissed off Artie.
I mean, oh my God, this is insane. I want to see if he has responded to this. Let's see here. Crashing out all day on your own fans because they are exhausted of the most obvious grift of the century. Has he responded to this one at all? Because
No,
I want to see
I
this
wouldn't.
supposed court document. I want to see it. It's unbelievable. It goes on and on and on. I'm not even kidding, guys. Like this, they have been duking it out. It's absolutely sad.
Stop.
And it's
back and
pathetic.
forth with Candace.
You know, the fact that all this is over some random unverified claim is deranged. Every conspiracy theory has factions and various elements of the narrative that are debated. The idea that Candace somehow owns the Charlie Kirk investigation and frames any critical examination of her evidence as coordinated, inauthentic attacks is ridiculous. We have covered countless blatant government cover-ups from Las Vegas to Couve, and I've never seen anything like this. It's genuinely bizarre. Well, here's the problem. Candace has made this her entire brand. Candace has made the Charlie Kirk end her entire brand, and she has now, look, just think about it. She hasn't shown anything about any Egyptian aircraft whatsoever. She hasn't shown anything about any France trying to end her life at all. She hasn't talked about it. She hasn't done anything about it. There have been no updates from any of that at all. When she gets one piece of information, she stays on that one piece of information until that piece of information runs out and then moves on to the next.
Yep. That's it.
So I guess France is going to not try and end her until she brings it up again. Like, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I haven't even responded to Alex. I've been off air for 8 days. Why? I thought you weren't stopping until this case was murder, Candace. Or until this case was solved.
Candace, who pulled the trigger on the gun again? Tell us the other shooter that you think is somehow existing. We all know in your alternate reality, but, you know, just give us a name. Why can't your personalities come out and give us a name? We got a Sybil, a Jen, a Karen, Bonquisha. Who else? Y'all name the other personalities. I think Sybil has 16 personalities. Boys Club probably named a few of these personalities himself. Carrie, y'all know Carrie from the Scary Movie, right? That blew up the building with her mind. Yeah. Candace got a Carrie inside her. She thinks she can blow up planets with her mind. This is why I laugh at this. Candace is an idiot. We all know it. He can't do nothing but just laugh. Felicia. Yes. Bye, Felicia. Yeah, Gabe, what's some more personality names? We got to name them all. Yeah, we got to name these personalities. We got what, 19, 20 personalities so far? One of them has 16 by itself. Sybil has 16 personalities. Oh, Misery. Yo, we got Karens. We got the Karens. So we got the Karens, Misery, Sybil with 16 personalities. Bonquisha. Jen is like the California Valley girl, just real dingy with still no brain. Then, of course, you got the alien. You can't forget the alien. We cannot forget the alien. Candace Owens herself said she's an alien. So, you know, that's her whole personality by itself. That might be the main personality, the alien. All we got to do is find a good Predator and an Arnold Schwarzenegger, and we got a whole movie. Candace, you're such a clown. All you can do is laugh at this nonsense. Larry, Curly, Mo. Yo, we got 3 personalities in one. Larry, Curly, and Mo Owens. Candace got personalities on top of personalities. Who knows which one is trans Jim Jones? Yep. You got to laugh at this nonsense. If not, you'd be walking around with a headache. Whole grown men simping before Candace Owens. Bye, Felicia. You turn Evan Kilgore into a whole simp in 5 minutes. What the hell? Evan Kilgore, please ignore Candace Owens. Just let it be. Don't respond to her. Tend to your family. New Year's coming around the corner, y'all. It's almost 2026. We literally have to change like our mindset about somebody like a Candace Owens. You got to just realize that's what she is. She's a cult leader. The trans Jim Jones. Oh man. All right. We got a video from MilkBar just posted up. It's finished. Let me finish up, Artie. Let's finish up, Artie. Oh,
she was supposed to keep on this case until it was solved.
Yeah, no, she ain't gonna do
but
that.
She takes all this time off. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, here's the part where he completely destroys her. This is where I'll end the video here. This is all of his Morgan Ariel stuff that he has shown. So, there is absolutely no coordination whatsoever, and he shows all the way until like the day before and stuff like that. So you'll see. This guy's the worst of the worst, changed his whole name and everything. What a con freak show. Yep, he's a loon. There's Paramount Tactical. Holy crap, his own son hates him. That's his son. You got to listen to this. They're just talking about everything going on. Oh, nice place. Okay. Interesting. Very wealthy
What
area.
did he post up
Nice.
here, child? I would have
It's
done
amazing.
none of this.
Oh, okay. Whatever here.
Candace, you
Then they
ain't
talk
gonna ever
about
get
this.
that out of
Okay,
me, girl.
there
You
we
can
go.
kick rock.
It's amazing. Oh my gosh, you're making me want to go there. It's so relaxing. There we go. Apparently, that's it. Anyway,
that's simple.
at the end of the day, this is crazy because she called him out. She said, "Where are you at? Don't delete anything. Just screen record the entire chat so I can read it."
Why? Evan, you don't work for her. Candace, he don't work for you. That's Boys Club. You know, the one you married that's worth $244 million. Candace might added what? Cool $5 million to that. Let's say Candace added $5 million to that. That'll take them up to about 250 mil combined. And then she's about to lose most of that combined to the Macrons. It's going to be epic. Candace, you can hate my guts until God returns. I'm covering every aspect of that Macron lawsuit. That's why tomorrow we're going to be doing Nicholas Brooks. That whole case is going to be covered. And yes, I will be covering the hearings as the murder trial gets going with Tyler Robinson, so that, you know, everybody can kind of fully understand, because I've gone over many of the court documents. I've gone on the indictment. I've even gone over the safety security assessment they've done on him, typically when they're considering a bond or some sort of release. But since he's not, out on bail or anything like that, he's not being released before the murder trial starts. The assessment was still done. We went over that. We went over a lot of documents related to the case, so that people can still have some fair, balanced information based on court documents and documentation. Candace is here to play a game. She's just losing the game because she doesn't know how to stay focused on one damn thing. Tell us who pulled the trigger, Candace, because planes can't pull triggers on guns. God. Oh, man, this is crazy. I don't sit here and do all of this unless you actually work for her. And more than likely, if you do, there's an NDA. Don't do all this nonsense. I would have told her, like, look, girl, you don't dictate nothing over here. You don't pay my phone bill. Bye. Bye, Felicia. You and the cult can say whatever you want. You're already saying it anyway. I owe you nothing, heifer.
This is so psychotic. Listen to how she acts. She's like a cult leader,
She's a cult leader.
Like, they're sitting there arguing, and she goes, what she was doing, she asked him to post this stuff, but since you're offering, and I'm the nosiest person ever, I will take you up on your offer to screen record your entire conversation with her. Thank you. And then this person, I wasn't expecting an Evan versus Candace thing to, this week, whatever. I don't care who it is, friend or foe. If there's an offer extended for me to read their text messages, I am going to do it. I'm hardwired this way. That's so crazy.
Candace, you are not hardwired, you wimp. You have no spine. You could not face Erica Kirk face to face in Phoenix. And that girl is what, 5'2"? 5'3"? How tall is Candace? Candace, I thought you was supposed to be gangsta boo, Bonquisha. You couldn't face Erica Kirk face to face. You don't get to make demands, heifer. You can't make this up.
She is literally the psycho ex that would definitely keep calling you to ask you if you were literally with any other girl, even though you all have broken up. And she's still like, I want to see your text. I want to make sure. And it's like, we're not even together anymore. What are you doing? That's Candace Owens in a nutshell. So she says, Evan A. Kilgore, where are you at? Don't delete anything. Just screen record. Time stamps included, please. You do best. Or you the best, or whatever. Just mocking him. Even though she hasn't responded with any text messages she has posted, she's never put metadata out there. Nope. Just letting you guys know. She tried on her phone, kind of. She tried pulling the side of her screen to kind of show timestamps, but never has posted a date, period, ever.
Metadata is data that helps us understand other data. Candace has never put out metadata. She doesn't even know the definition of that term. I want to know who sent you that screenshot of that EMR, Candace, because that hospital staff should be fired. It was not necessary to send to you. They violated HIPAA privacy laws. You dingus. Erica Kirk, boy, you better sue her ass. Just sue her.
For any text message she has ever released. Think about that. And if you think I'm wrong, I dare you to go find out. Go ahead. God. I've already done it, guys. So just let you know. Anyway, tell me what you guys think about this whole thing. I think it has completely fallen apart. I think she is burning every single bridge now because that's what Candace does. And she always accuses them, always, when they turn against her, of being paid off in some way, shape, or form. Every single person. Yep. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Thank you all.
All right, y'all. This is shout out to Artie Trolls. Shout out to Artie Trolls. Let's get this
What I'm about to
in
tell
right
you guys
quick.
today is.
Hold on a second. He just posted this up, y'all. This is a new video. 32 minutes ago. So let's get this in right quick because I want to see this. And then we'll get to her X space. Oh boy, that's gonna be something else. It's like watching her episode. Y'all get ready to trauma bond. Shout out to MilkBarTV. Let's go.
What I'm about to tell you guys today is going to positively blow your mind. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination. We didn't know what it was going to lead to. And I was like, I mean, I couldn't have been more deferential in saying that this could literally lead to nothing, but like, because of this weird prayer and the way it came in, I think that we should follow it. It was sort of one episode. I didn't exactly dedicate a whole series to it. Not even 5 minutes after this email hit my inbox, I was calling this person and I had no idea what it was going to lead to, whether it was going to be a totally insane person or whether or not it was going to be a very swiftly answered prayer. And it's legit. This is a legit story that I'm about to share with you.
What I'm saying is that in 2 months, nobody is going to remember the name Midge Snow or Fort Huachuca, and this is not going to go anywhere, and that this is a nothing burger. I just think it's an absolute nothing burger that's not going to lead anywhere.
I have my reservations about Mitch, and I feel like I should be able to voice those concerns. And I know that a lot of people don't care about his past or his history, or I don't even want to say only his history, because currently it's my understanding that he does have open cases. But when we're looking at, you know, somebody's credibility, how can we find them credible if the only thing that we have to take is their word for something? And right now it's he said, she said. He said that he saw people there and we can only take his word for it. And when you have every single person in his life, not only the exes, but his children, who he's never had custody of any of them, they all say the same thing, that he's a pathological liar. I have trouble trusting an individual like that.
Yeah, do I think he's like paranoid? Do I believe that he probably hasn't been like the number one father in life? Sure. I want you to know that there were literally 51,000 emails unanswered in that box. And I went to church and I prayed.
God said, leave me out your nonsense, girl. Candace, why are you bringing God into this? What if he has you on mute? Until you utter the words, I repent, he probably is like, yeah, okay. She's moving her mouth again, people. I'm just not hearing the sounds come out, you know, because I don't have to. God is not studying you right now, Candace. Not when you are lying. Yeah, he might listen, but he's not going to really do much until you repent. You owe God a lot of repentance, girl. All this lying she does is she wants to bring God into this nonsense. What was being said to her was simple. Why should we trust a pathological liar? It's that simple. Candace, you know, kind of like how it is with you. You're a pathological liar and you're a narcissist and a cult leader. We don't owe you trust. We don't have to trust anything you say. We owe you nothing. We don't have to present evidence. We don't have to prove to you anything. We don't owe you fealty. We don't owe you loyalty. We owe you nothing. So when you bring another pathological liar to have a squabble session with you on your show, it's even more clear that we don't have to believe that person. We don't have to believe a pathological liar. No one does. And if you can't tell this man is lying against court documents, against other people that are all saying the same thing, everybody isn't lying on him. You got 4 or 5 people saying the same thing about him. Plus, he's got protection orders that have been granted against him. Because, see, when it comes to this fool Mitch Snow, to the Candace cult members and to Candace, then that's when court documents matter. All of a sudden, they know how to read court documents. Can y'all believe it? Somehow they know how to read a court document when it comes to defending a pathological liar. Never mind the protection orders granted against him. But when it comes to defending him, then all of a sudden, these little goof troops and little clowns sit here and know how to pull up a court document, but they never demanded Candace post the court documents herself because she said she would. Candace, we're still waiting, girl. You, Bonquisha, Sybil, Jen, Karen, all these personalities, one of y'all need to come together One of y'all need to come forward and post up that 18-minute video footage in those court documents. We know you're trying to play a game. You're trying to pace out your content. But when you say you're going to do something like that, just do it because it's simple. If that's too complicated for you, you have a team. And all of them need to be named in the lawsuit as well. You can't make this up. This is priceless right here. I love it. Shout out to MilkBarTV, y'all. Hit the like button. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's get back to it.
And I said, give me something. And it was the first email, just like I said to you. I mean, what did I call 4 minutes after the email was sent?
Oh, God.
And it was actually me. I didn't send it to like my producer. I was just like, hey, maybe this is it. And I can't help but to see God in that.
I try to look at things from a biblical.
Yeah, that fake
God
laugh is
in
something
that.
else.
I was just like, hey.
Are we paying attention
Just
to the
like I
body
said,
language? I want y'all to notice the body language. Look how that blink rate speeds up. When she lies, she has a physiological reaction. You know, because Candace, somehow you being an alien still allows you to have human reactions to things. Yeah. This blink rate is out of control. I want y'all to pay attention.
I mean, what did I call 4 minutes after the email was sent? And it was actually me. I didn't send it to like my producer. I was just like, hey, maybe this is it. And I can't help but to see God in that.
I try to look at things from a biblical lens, and you know, you have to judge people by their fruit. And if all your fruit is rotten, then I have trouble believing anything that you have to say.
This thing, does it mean anything? Does it not mean anything? How can I verify it? And I'm at the mercy of Itch's recollection.
I am confused why it's been a week of talking about this meeting and I still am not.
I think that this is God operating. I really do. I think bless this man.
Yeah, this is the green frame is epic. Oh, I love it. MilkBarTV. Oh my goodness, man. Look at that freeze frame. Candace, it's like you're trying to unpeel that human skin on that alien body of yours. You can. Y'all, listen, that's a wide smile, open mouth thing going on right there. Boys Club. And never mind.
He's being 100% honest, and you are free to look further into this. I am certain he is going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future.
I'm glad that you're a part of the conversation and you have every right not to believe Mitch. It wasn't like
I'm not married to this, Candace. I'm not married to this guy. I'm not married to this theory. Like, if it's nothing, then it's nothing, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to need really big receipts to believe it.
So far, you haven't connected it to the assassination in any way whatsoever, except that maybe this guy thinks that he saw people that are around Charlie Kirk. Clearly, the insinuation is that these people had something to do with the assassination, and you can make that claim or not, or pretend that you are, or pretend that you're not, but you obviously are. But like, that's all. I don't really care about any of that.
Thanks,
but you have to.
I know Harrison wants some very hard, like, he wants us to make allegations, and
he wants us to make a mistake, you know, more than anything else.
Well, I don't hold on. Why would I want you?
Here, like, you know, like,
why would I want you to make a mistake?
Well, then if you don't know Harrison, then you can just keep watching the show. Like, you're not required.
No, Candace, because that's the gimmick. Keep watching. Just keep watching. For what? Because Candace cares about views, clicks, likes, and subs, and money. That's it. The only answer you could give is just keep watching the show. Y'all keep tuning in to the Lady Luck Club, where we're going to continue to clown Candace Owens, because, I think we owe it to all of humanity to ensure that we're all laughing at you, Candace, and not with you. Yeah, that alien exposure right here, boy. Oh my God. Candace, is this what you do on your home planet? Yeah, that's like one of those beam me up Scotties. That's the pose she takes before she takes liftoff. You can't make this stuff up. Look at this. Yeah, that's just downright like the demon trying to come out of her. And then she had to swallow it back. You can't make Candace, you are so evil. You are bad at this, Candace. Why did you do this on Twitter X and not YouTube Live again? Boy, they roasted the hell out of her. Then she put on a hat. What the hell? If she at home, Candace, you should be committed. They need to have her, was it 508? Something like that. That girl need to be committed against her will to a facility. That way they can draw some blood. It might come out purple. Candace, if you bleed green blood, I'm gonna sell all the photos that I can get on it. You can't make this up. You'll be useful one way or the other, girl. Y'all it. Oh, beat me up, Scotty. I'm ready to
To
go.
look further into this, I am certain he is going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future.
I'm glad that you're a part of the conversation and you have every right not to believe Mitch. It wasn't like
I'm not married to this, Candace. I'm not married to this guy. I'm not married to this theory. Like, if it's nothing, then it's nothing, right? And I'm going to need really big receipts to believe it.
So far, you haven't connected it to the assassination in any way whatsoever, except that maybe this guy thinks that he saw people that are around Charlie Kirk. Clearly, the insinuation is that these people had something to do with the assassination, and you can make that claim or not, or pretend that you are, or pretend that you're not, but you obviously are. But like, that's all. I don't really care about any of that.
Thanks,
but you have to.
I know Harrison wants some very
they
hard,
went in.
like he wants us to make allegations, and
he wants us to make a mistake, more than anything else.
Well, I don't, hold on. Why would I want you?
Here,
why would I want you to make a mistake?
Candace, if you don't know Harrison, then you can just keep watching the show. Like, you're not required to, you're demanding. What is it? It's like, I don't know. I just got the picture, man. And so I think your energy is just, frankly, and I'm not trying to be dismissive, but
disagrees.
It's a little lame. I guess it's a nice.
No, it's lame that you don't think that anyone should disagree with you, you dumb cult leader. Candace, here on planet Earth, in the continent of North America, in the United States of America, the country, we have constitutional laws. Now, I know this might be a foreign concept to you since you just crash landed on our planet. Let's say this happened over 25 years ago. And you don't read well. So it's, this stuff might go over your head. But he has the right to disagree with you. You let him on your X-Space platform. He said what he said. It is what it is. You can be like, okay, well, that's, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I want to give someone else opportunity to speak. Sometimes less is more. In alien speak, let me translate that. I hope that was the best I could do to speak alien.
Way to say it. It's just pretty lame to try to put this unnecessary pressure. What do you get? What do you mean? It's giving Ben Shapiro, You never want to give Ben Shapiro in terms of why this suddenly feels very important when we were all willing to accept. I did one episode on this, guys.
Like I said, I'm going to put together a fundraiser for you, imminently.
Give it Ben Shapiro. I guess he's gonna come in on a midget horse as well.
Nice way to say it. It's just pretty lame to try to put this unnecessary pressure. What do you get? What do you mean? It's giving Ben Shapiro, You never want to give Ben Shapiro. Just wait in terms of why this suddenly feels very important when we were all willing to accept. I did one episode on this, guys.
Like I said, I'm going to put together a fundraiser for you, imminently. So, and this is obviously it's just the first conversation we're having. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, not just for sharing what happened. And I do believe you are a missing piece of this. I don't know what comes next, but I just want you to know that you have an ally in me, and I hope you see that I am a fighter.
Okay, Candace, defend him to the death then, girl. Go all the way there. But don't get mad when people disagree. We don't have to agree with you. We owe you nothing in the Lady Luck Club. Stop stealing my bits. Candace, you are bad at this, girl. You are bad at this. You can't even take criticism. It's the cult. It's the cult member mentality. It's just, oh my God. Yeah. And then you add on top of that, she's a whole alien. She doesn't understand English words, people. Okay. So if the candy ass cult members, you guys may have to start translating because we don't speak cult. We don't speak alien. We don't, I try my best. Candace, I hope I did the best I could. I was trying to give you the breakdown of the First Amendment.
And when I see good people and bad things happen to them, I will fight. And same for the people that watch this podcast, they are fighters as well. So they've had my back and they will have your back. I promise you that.
You know, like, hey, this guy said this, whatever. And then all of a sudden you guys every day are obsessing over it. Won't let it go. I had him on the show. That was it.
Yeah, you won't let it go. Oh, you whiny little brat. Candace, you such a whiny little brat. Stop crying over stuff, girl. Oh my God, y'all, you can't make this up. All right, let's get to this X-Pace video she did. I am going to speed it up. I'm going to speed it up. This is coming from Topher Dubs. Woo, this got 338,953 views in less than 24 hours. Shout out to Topher Dubs. Make sure you guys go check them out. If I can get one of the fantastic mods of the LLC to please drop the YouTube channel link for Topher Dubs in the chat, that would be awesome, y'all. Whoo, child. Candace, this is going to be like watching your show. So if you guys want, get your Kool-Aid and popcorn ready. To the candy ass Coke members, go get your Coke juice. It might be apple juice, who knows? Whatever you have to drink to sit here and say, yes, Candace, we obey you in your every command. Like whatever you need to drink to digest all of this, because this is my over here. I'm the queen of this. All right. So you want to go hard in on your cult leader? Go ahead. I still don't care. But we finna dive into this, y'all. I'm gonna speed it up. This is gonna be something else. This is gonna be something else. I've seen some of it. I think the best part about it is that Harrison guy that just came in and just roasted her ass. But you get to see all facets of Candace. Pay attention to the body language, the eye blinking rate. Let's get some chats here right quick. I get some chats here because I got some supers. Oh, shout out to you, Pat Brooks. Y'all, Pat Brooks is the sponsor of the stream. Thank you so much for always blessing us here in the Lady Luck Club. Thank you for your generosity. I cannot say thank you enough. Thank you so much for the $19.99 super. Hey, Lady Luck, so glad to catch another live. I thank you for tuning in. Okay. Thank you so much for this $19.99 super. I appreciate that. Information Man Show, the Lady Luck Club, much respect. Back at you. Oh man, y'all, we got a Umar live we're gonna do. Because Marianne Lorient showed us the hotel room. I guess she was listening to me. Because I was like, where's the hotel room at? Y'all, you gotta catch the Umar Johnson live we're gonna do where Marianne Lorient went to the hotel Umar stayed in, where the Oompa Loompa and his barber probably slept in the same bed. So she took us on a tour of the hotel and the hotel room. We got to check that out. So we'll have an Umar live video. I want to do one tonight. I really do. But if I don't get to it tonight, I have to get to it tomorrow. But thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for the $4 super. Shout out to the Information Man Show. Fantastic content creator. Make sure you go check him out. If I could get one of my fantastic mods to drop his YouTube channel link as well in the chat, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $4 super. You're fantastic. And he did a great live the other day on Umar. So you guys make sure you go check out that live stream. We're also going to go over an interview Umar did. Is the art of dialogue or something like that? Yeah, we're going to go over that as well. And then, of course, you guys, Artie Trolls YouTube channel link is here. Thank you, S-Files. Foxy to Angel Zone got her YouTube channel as well. Link here. S-Files, make sure you drop your YouTube channel link so that I can put it up for you in the chat. I appreciate all of you guys. Hit that like button while we here. Hit that like button. I appreciate it. No reply was going on. Mitch smashing up that nice old 65 Mustang with a hammer. That was so messed up. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. What's going on, Tavares? How you doing? What's going on? Shout out to my mods. To Mimi says she has Mitch's back. Y'all, the bride of Chucky took time to throw a whole tantrum over this Mitch person. If he's not that important, Candace, you don't spend an hour and a half on him. And then you get mad when someone says, we don't trust a pathological liar. You should say, okay, well, I'll give a damn about him anyway. You gonna sit here and put Mitch over your own cult members? You just the worst cult leader ever. Can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. She can't take what she dish out. Not at all. She can't take it. She can't handle it. Let's go. Put a 1 in the chat where you can see in here.
Okay, cool. Amazing. I'm going to try to, Harrison, I'm going to add you right now. Let me just figure out, I'm going to try to get through all this tech stuff early on because it's just not my strong suit. Usually Mark is doing this stuff for me. And there are people that I definitely want to make sure are added on as speaker.
Make sure Erica Kirk and TPUSA, make sure you all get her her people's names so you can add them as co-defendants because they sitting here aiding in this dumb behavior.
Just trying to, okay, there's a lot of people on.
Mark you
through these requests. Okay, good button. Good button. I did want to make
She
sure.
might
I
know
don't
how
know
to
if
do
Mona
this.
Ariel is in here, but I wanted to make sure that she was on as well. I'll come back to these. I didn't know I could do a co-host option either, so you guys have to forgive me because I'm not the best at this. Okay, I
What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't know how to work Twitter X? Is that what she's saying? She doesn't know how to work Twitter X? Candace, you are bad at this.
Before I add every speaker, I think right now we only have Harrison, but I do want to add a lot more people. Especially Harrison, I'm glad that you could join because I do want to hear your perspective on things from the InfoWars standpoint. Okay, so I just want to start by recapping everything that happened with Fort Wachusett.
Yeah, I know, right? Uh-oh.
I think that's sorry, I'm gonna add 2 more people here. Diligent, I'm gonna add you. Nice to meet you. Add a speaker. Myron, I'm gonna go ahead and add you. I'm going to add Ryan here. Okay,
adding all these people that agree with her.
Get started. Okay, so yeah, the first thing I want to do is just to make sure that everybody understands what the Fort Huachuca story is and why people are so fired up about it. Because obviously, I appreciate that not everybody watches my podcast, and there has been just such an aggressive. I would describe it as a misinformation campaign. A lot of people that are chasing rabbits. It has nothing to do with what we discuss on the show, and I do think it's important for people to also have the clarity of how quickly this all unfolded. So I did create this little timeline, which I just jotted down because if I make one mistake, then the internet jumps down my throat. It's
when you lie like hell, you've already made mistakes. I don't get why you even try to do all of that. Just own up to the lie, Candace. You already said this is a game. I'm playing a game of chess, even though you're not playing chess. You already said it. You tell on yourself, and you get mad when people remind you of what you said. Candace is already playing a game. She does not care about the investigation. And she cannot prove that she and Charlie Kirk were even close within the last 12 months. Between last year and this year, before he lost his life, she can't prove with one text or anything that they were close or even talking to each other. So, that's how that works right there. You don't disrespect the man's wife if you loved him as a friend or sister or whatever. The only time you do that if you coming off like the bitter ex. Candace acting like a whole baby mama. All right, Bone Quisha, let's go.
Weird. When you hear how this all transpired, you're going to recognize that it all happened very quickly and very aggressively. So I have told the story on my podcast. I hate that this is just the reality of how it happened. Okay, so it was a holy day of obligation, and I did my podcast. Obviously, we do not normally go to mass in the evenings on a Monday. I think it was Monday. I think it was Monday the 8th, and we went. I literally jumped off air my podcast, ran to mass, and for whatever reason, maybe because it was just like later in the day, I didn't do my usual prayer, meaning that I normally start my prayers with gratitude, what I'm grateful for, praying for everyone in the family. And this time, for whatever reason, I just went
with a repentance.
Just basically pleading for a missing piece and saying, essentially that everyone recognizes that there's something very wrong with this Charlie Kirk story, but I just feel like there's like a small piece of this thing missing.
Oh, yes. The prayer went just like this. Oh, God, please give me some content to do for the next 2 weeks. Something that would create a whole lot of stirring up and a lot of banter back and forth, because I'm here for it. Amen. Thank you.
And I was just deeply praying for a missing piece. I just want you guys to know that was truly the backstory. I then go home after mass, I sit in my bed, and I open my laptop, and there are literally 50,000 emails in my tips box. That's the old box. That's not even more tips. That's the old inbox. And one just pops in, and it's from a woman, and she just writes, "I really think that you should call my friend Mitch. He has a story that you're going to want to hear." Okay. I never just, and someone drops a number, randomly call them. Obviously, I usually email back and I'll say, please give me some indication of this or that. I don't know what came over me, but I was like, ha, would this be an answered prayer? And I pick up the phone and I call Mitch, and he's kind of startled. I don't think he was just maybe with this friend. And he's like, I can't believe I'm speaking to Candace Owens. And he then proceeds to tell me the story of how he was at Fort Huachuca Air Base dealing with an issue that happened 35 years ago when he discovered a cartel tunnel. And he happened to, and I want to be very clear here, this is important. There were only 2 people that he mentioned to me on the phone, and he felt absolutely certain that he saw them. Okay. He said on the evening of the 8th, he saw who he then learned later on was Erica Kirk. He saw her at the Candlewood Inn and Suites on September 8th. She was with a younger guy who looked like he was in special forces. He talks about his watch.
Yeah, hotels have camera footages. They have cameras. So he didn't think to pull out his phone if he saw her at a hotel and take a photo. But he took a selfie of himself in the middle of a road and nowhere else. But not of Erica Kirk in this hotel with another man. How would he know who he's looking at? Like, you could go to a hotel and see hundreds of people, right? You really going to sit back and remember one random face at a hotel? If you don't know how that person looks beforehand, you're not going to recognize them when you see them. You know, I wish I could come across Aaron Pierre. That's Mufasa.
And the bigger thing for me was that the next day he said that he saw this meeting that he accidentally stumbled upon, what must have been a very important top brass meeting. Essentially described it as like there were 12 to 13 06s, and you don't see that much unless it's a very important meeting. And he described the meeting in military terms. The way that I understood it was basically, this is like final hands on deck. We're about to go on, and there's going to be a mission. And he stumbled into this building by a long set of circumstances. He was going to get coffee. He didn't realize that JTF had gotten back together. He struck up a conversation because he recognized the patch of the 10th Mountain Brigade. And eventually they tell him, oh yeah, we're actually using this random offsite building. We're back together. It's now JTF Southern Border. And that's how he walked in. And at that moment, he was talking to people at the front desk. He saw Brian Harpole walking out of this meeting with somebody. And I'll tell you when we started talking about Mark Amadei, but he initially did not contact me about Mark Amadei or Cabot Phillips. I recognized Erica Kirk on September 8th, leaving the Candlewood Inn Suites on the base. And I recognized Brian Harpole on the 9th, the morning of the 9th. The meeting was concluding at 7:30 a.m. Now, obviously, because the September 9th, the way that he described it was, first and foremost, the end, like, this is like, we're about to do a mission. It's the day before Charlie Kirk dies. There's been a lot of...
Candace, you went all around the world just to try to insinuate Erica Kirk in the murder of her own husband. Why don't you just say it out loud? Like, why use this fool to sit here and funnel that dumb nonsense? You didn't have to involve no forts, no military bases, none of that. You could have just came on and said, well, I believe that Erica Kirk has something to do with all of this. The end. You don't have to sit here and try to push that message through somebody else that is a pathological liar as well as you are. If you're going to lie that bad, just own up to it. This man said he would not recognize anyone at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. So he would not know all these other people. I don't even know who this Cabot Phillip person is. I don't know who they are. They're irrelevant. Did either one of them get captured on the campus pulling the trigger on a gun? If no, then who cares? She really wants to blame Erica Kirk for this. And she's going all around the world, beating around the bush, sugarcoating the dumb nonsense, just to sit here and to try to insinuate her to have been a part of some cover-up or plot or scheme to murder her own husband. Candace could just say that because she said everything else that is absolutely stupid and unsubstantiated. What's one more lie? Like, this isn't difficult. But no, she just got to sit here and go through some idiot out of nowhere who's a grifter himself to try to get to this point where we are. She's trying to blame Erica Kirk for this. That's it. Candace, you're bad at this. Beating around the bush doesn't get you anywhere. It just makes you look even dumber.
Speculation about Brian Harpole. He definitively has lied about things which are on my list. He lied about what they did to prepare for Charlie speaking, kind of showed the messages. He was a bit weird about that. I was going, okay, that's really the most compelling piece for me. It's like Brian Harpole, because I'm running in my head. okay, obviously the Erica thing could be interesting, but that's on the 8th. Maybe Erica was with Dan Flood. I mean, she has security. It's Fort Huachuca. It's kind of in the Phoenix backyard. Maybe she's there for a different reason, picking something up. Her mother's sick. Her mother works in defense. Like, my mindset was just the Brian Harpole thing is the most compelling piece for me because I think he's been acting weird. And obviously I was not going to just assume that I should have him on the show before I went through some basic fact checks. I ran it up to some person that I trust very much that is in government, that is in the military. Asked him to vet the story. I mean, I was basically up all night dealing with this because I was going, oh my gosh, what if this is the answered prayer? And we are about to be able to assert definitively that Brian Harpole was there. So I did those sort of basic checks. And then it was December 9th. And I just told the story of what Mitch had told me. I did not mention Erica's name. That's very important because I did not, again, think that that was necessarily relevant to the meeting that had happened on the 9th. And I wanted to speak about Brian Harpole. And I just said it was a blonde.
How do you not mention Erica's name, but yet he mentioned Erica's name and he's not supposed to know who she is? Remember? He said he would not recognize anyone in TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. I didn't mention her name. Well, it's mighty awfully convenient how he did out of nowhere. Let's if we had to bet, how many of you think Mitch Snow even cares about TPUSA? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that Mitch Snow actually cares about Turning Point USA. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't believe he gives a damn at all. Yeah, Mitch Snow don't care about TPUSA. He does not care. Put a 3 in the chat if you like Lady Luck Club. Why are you asking us the stupid ass question? 1 in the chat if you think Mitch cares. 2 in the chat if you don't think he cares. 3 in the chat if you're saying Lady Luck Club, that's a stupid ass question and we don't even know why you're doing this to us. Because you just can't make this up. It just said 2 and 3. 3, 3, 3. 1 in the chat if you believe Mitch Snow cares about TPUSA. 2 in the chat. Let's see some cooperation. Here's the time to talk, bots and candy ass cult members. Here you go. 1 in the chat if you think he cares. 2 in the chat if you don't think you know he doesn't care. 3 in the chat if you like this is the dumbest question ever. Why are you doing this to us, Lady Luck? She wears things purposely so that even though she is definitely saying something when she gets called out, she can say she didn't say it. That's one of the biggest things that gets underneath my skin. Exactly, Dan. Shout out to you. Candace leaves things so vague and ambiguous where if you say one thing or the other, she tries to evade it because that's the cowardice in her. Cult leaders are cowards. They never want to face things head on themselves. That's why I'm sitting here like, why did you even bring this fool on your show? Just to get to this point where you're trying to bring in Erica Kirk into this so-called assassination attempt. Just say that, Candace. That's what you really want to say. That's what she really wants to say. That is exactly what Candace wants to do. She wants to bring in Erica Kirk into this to try to say Erica Kirk has something to do with her husband's murder. All it is just for her to get to that point. That's all this is. So as opposed to Candace saying this directly, and quite possibly had the opportunity to actually fly to Phoenix and say it to her face on national television, that debunking session was supposed to be a live stream. She was invited to go out there. She didn't want to go. But instead of her doing that and facing Erica Kirk and saying it for the world to hear and see, no, she cowers and punks out and then says, oh, well, they flew to Tennessee and they came, we met up somewhere and we had a conversation for 4.5 hours. Girl, bye. You still can't just come out and flat out say what you want to say. Because, Candace, I never wanted you to stop talking. No. Because everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law in a lawsuit. You're giving evidence. So don't stop talking. Keep going, girl. But why beat around the bush? You already don't give two craps. Why beat around the bush? This was all fluff for nothing. She could have just said this stuff on her own. And guess what? The Candy ass cult members would believe every word she says. They would believe it. Yeah, we believe. And most of them don't like Erica Kirk either way. It's looking more and more like there are a whole lot of individuals that are leaning towards the stuff that Candace is doing because they personally did not like Charlie Kirk or TPUSA or Erica Kirk. And they're parroting Candace Owens' nonsense to justify their own disdain for TPUSA and Charlie Kirk. You had a lot of people celebrating this man being shot on national television. Those are the people that are sitting here propping her up like this. People who celebrated his death are supporting Candace Owens. And she doesn't think twice about that. That's where we are. People who didn't care about TPUSA, who went on social media talking about he, was racist, all these things. These are the same people now that are gravitating towards Candace Owens. Because what they see and hear is her attacking them, wanting TPUSA to fail and fall apart and all this stuff. You got more people probably supporting her that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death than those who didn't and are truly concerned. So the fact that she doesn't even care about that, she doesn't care who her audience is at this point. She doesn't care. That's why we laugh at you, Candace. You playing a game, and we're going to treat you like the alien that you are. This is how gross this is. All her supporters now, people who, oh no, we never liked them. Yep. So this is where we at. And they just going to keep supporting her nonsense. Candace, grow a spine. Stop being a coward. You're a dumb cult leader. All your candy ass cult members, they're going to believe whatever you say either way. So why shy away from it? Stand on business. Make sure you record it and make it available to the public. That way it's easier to get that video if we need it. You're out of your mind, girl.
Anyways, that's the 9th. On December 10th is the very next day is when Erica sat down with Harrison Faulkner on Fox News, and she addressed conspiracy theorists as sick and said that she wanted them to stop. And then suddenly I'm trending and people are like, well, she's basically saying that you need to stop. And I was like, okay, that's just weird. Then the next day on the 11th is when Barry Weiss used the snippet of the now infamous, stop, just stop, which the TikTokers went very crazy on. And I was like, okay, that is very, that was specifically obviously about me. It's like Barry Weiss said, the podcaster Candace Owens. And it kind of backfired, I would say, on the internet. And suddenly the next thing I knew, Erica and I had a date to meet on that Monday. Date. So that was Thursday. That's the
Candace, please don't use terminology like that. When we have a photo of you hugging up on a white woman while you were pregnant, grabbing her butt. Please do not describe anything that you and Erica Kirk did as a date. Yeah, I still got this photo now. That photo of Candace Owens that she took hugging the backside and grabbing some white lady's ass while she's pregnant. And the girl clothes wet and everything. Like Girls Gone Wild. Pregnancy edition. And you sitting here describing this as a date? Girl, bye. All right, Bone Quisha.
Just stop snippets. Friday, I had no show. Sunday, I want to tell you this part because it's important. On December 14th, I received a text message from Ian Carroll. I hope he is in this chat. I'd like him to jump in case I get anything wrong here. But the text message was to me and my producer. And he was like, hey, I have something for you guys that I need to discuss. It's pretty urgent. When I got around to calling Ian, he told me that basically he had received information from someone. He didn't want to give me the name of the person, and that definitively Brian Harpole was preparing some huge lawsuit against me. And I was like, that's really weird. And I think he said,
no, it's not weird.
Some big Texas lawsuit. I don't know what he, but basically it was it's a big lawsuit, and you're going to want to be careful talking about this. And I was like, okay, well, that just can't be accurate because that's not how lawsuits work. I know about lawsuits. And I said, I think someone's intentionally giving you bad information to try to scare me from talking about the Fort Huachuca.
No, you're not scared of it. And he can still sue you. The end. It's that simple. He doesn't owe you a heads up. He doesn't owe you a letter of intent. He can just file a complaint to the court. That's the beauty that we all enjoy here in, United States of America, on earth, in this reality. People can just sue you. They don't owe you a heads up on that. The Macrons knew they had to prove malice intent. Candace, you will not always get that special treatment. You just won't. Now, I encourage anybody that wants to sue Candace Owens to be able to prove malice intent, because she considers herself to be a member of the free press here on Earth in our country. A crashed alien from outer space. You can imagine that. But since she considers that, you want to cover your bases if you do plan on suing her. Be able to prove malice intent. Be able to prove it. Just in case she pulls that trump card. That's it. So that's why we don't want you to stop talking, girl. Give us that evidence.
Anymore, because I hadn't yet hosted Mitch to tell the story, but I had indicated that like I might do more with Mitch, or I might pass him off to Ian Carroll. Next thing you know, Ian Carroll's getting a phone call and told that I'm about to get sued for mentioning Brian Harpole. So I thought that was like a little weird, and I basically said to Ian, I think, yeah, intentionally somebody gave you bad information. You first have to start with the cease and desist, and I don't factually know if what Mitch said was wrong. That ends. Monday is when Erica and I obviously had to sit down for 4.5 hours, and Turning Point kind of hosted a Q&A, which I thought was unfair and against the rules, I will say, because we agreed to not speak about anything. But that went on. Obviously, on the Tuesday, I came back and actually, let's go back to the meeting with Erica.
Candace, why are you that ignorant to cease and desist? You do not have to give a cease and desist. That is not a mandate or a requirement by any law on Earth. You keep trying to incorporate your planet's laws on us. That is factually incorrect. They do not have to file a cease and desist. Honestly, they can just say shut the hell up in a video, and that can be sufficient to show they wanted you to stop, but you're not going to do that. So what's the point? But you don't legally have to file a cease and desist letter. That's not how that works. And a cease and desist order comes from a court of law or government agency only after a hearing. So there has to be some basis to the cease and desist here. If you go and get a cease and desist order, you might as well file a lawsuit and add on damages to that. Because naturally, you get hit with a lawsuit for defamation, you are going to cease and desist either way. So, it's like, it's trying to scare me. Y'all see she's scared of litigation. Y'all can't tell. Let me go back so y'all can pick this up. She's scared of litigation. Candace is a coward. Listen to this.
And I said, I think someone's intentionally giving you bad information to try to scare me from talking about the Fort Huachuca thing anymore.
How often does she use the word scare? She actually believes that someone filing a lawsuit is someone's trying to scare her. Candace, that's a very cowardly approach to this when you run your mouth the way you do. Own up to it. Go to court. What you scared of? If you have nothing to lose, then you go to court. Stop filing motion to dismiss. That'll be a good idea. If you're trying to sit here and prove something to your court base. But otherwise, no one's trying to scare you. They have the right to do that. Then they owe you nothing.
Because I hadn't yet hosted Mitch to tell the story, but I had indicated that like I might do more with Mitch, or I might pass him off to Ian Carroll. Next thing you know, Ian Carroll's getting a phone call and told that I'm about to get sued for mentioning Brian Harpole. So I thought that was like a little weird, and I basically said to Ian, I think, yeah, intentionally somebody gave you bad information. You first have to start with the cease and desist, and I don't factually know if what Mitch said was wrong.
You do not have to file
that ends. Monday is when Erica and I obviously had to sit down for 4.5 hours, and Turning Point kind of hosted a Q&A, which I thought was unfair and against the rules, I will say, because we agreed to not speak about anything. But that went on, obviously, on the Tuesday.
No, you and Erica Kirk probably agreed. Not for everybody else. Everybody else has the right to free speech. If Erica Kirk decides that she does not want to speak on something, that is on her individually. Erica Kirk cannot force someone else to not speak on anything. She cannot do that. She cannot infringe upon anyone else's free speech either, Candace. And it didn't stop your dumb coat for saying everything that they said. The same coat that blocks everybody on Twitter X. You can't make this up. Candace, you don't get to dictate free speech and expression here on our planet. If you're going to live here amongst humanity, you better learn our laws. You need to learn English and then read laws. You got 3 attorneys. I don't know why you just won't call them and ask them, hey, does someone have to legally issue a cease and desist? before I say something dumb like that can be Googled. You can't make this up. So no, Erica Kirk cannot say, we're not going to say anything because we is who? Who is we? Who does that include? Because she can't speak on everybody's behalf. No more than you can, Candace. You see? Laws. Facts don't care about your feelings.
I came back and actually, let's go back to the meeting with Erica because this is also relevant. During that meeting, I did not bring up the Fort Huachuca thing because I, first and foremost, needed to continue vetting various aspects of it, but also I have Brian Harpole's number. And so I was just going to text Brian Harpole directly. But it is worth saying that during that interview, Erica gave me Brian Harpole's flights and said, like, I know that you mentioned that you thought Brian Harpole was at this interview. Here are his flights. Now, you guys would later see those flights because Alex Jones then mysteriously has these flights. I took the flights from her. I thought it was interesting because I didn't bring up Fort Huachuca and I wasn't intending to bring up Fort Huachuca, and I hadn't mentioned Erica on the show. And I looked at them and I said, oh, well, this is not an alibi because the meeting ended at 7:30 a.m. and planes that left Fort Huachuca were back in Texas. Actually, the SAM plane, as we know, went straight to Texas. And I think Brian Harpole's flight left at like 3:42 or something in the afternoon in Texas. So I was like, this actually does not conflict with the idea that he could have been leaving a meeting at 7:30 a.m. So it's a pretty short flight to Texas. So I said that, and that was it. But I said, but thank you for giving me this because now I can tell people that I have these flights and also that he doesn't yet have an alibi for that morning. I just wanted to mention that because I feel like that's important. Anyways, obviously, when we went back on air on Tuesday, I recapped I was tired and just kind of went through kind of the high points or the things that we had discussed. It was a very long meeting. On Wednesday, we broke the story about Charlie's car and that we actually had exclusive photos of what the inside of the car looked like. On Thursday, I made the decision to have Mitch on my show. And the reason why we made that decision is because we were then working in the background to verify other aspects of his story, and we were able to do that. I now felt beyond confident. He had sent me all of his metadata. He had sent me, as you guys already saw, his ID cards, his former passports, his new passports. He even sent me, now I can't say that this Mexican person was in the cartel, but his story was that he was being hunted by the cartel. He certainly had court documents documenting that a Spanish person had broken into his home and whatever had happened. So I believed him. I believed his story. I knew that he was a Green Beret. Like I told you, I verified that information right away. And I knew that he had stumbled upon this meeting and he thought this is why they were pulling him aside. They may have thought something else, but it was substantially true. Everything he said was substantially true. Whether or not he saw Brian Harpole, I don't really know, right? Now, of course, the decision to have him on, I was aware that I could not say to him, I felt that would have been super inauthentic if I was like, hey, tell your story, but let's not talk about the fact that you think 100% that you saw Erica. That would have just been inauthentic. And I feel like people know that, I don't know, you guys would have just sussed that out in 4 seconds. So I understood, obviously, that we were opening a can of worms because people were going to be compelled, obviously, by the fact that potentially Erica Kirk was on the base the evening before, if you will, on September 8th. But again, my main thing was Brian Harpole. During that time, as we were vetting his story, he described the congressman. He thought he was pretty certain that it was a congressman of some description. And he described him what he looked like, glasses, about the age, and he said the height was 5'9". So we were sending him photos of congressmen that we thought could fit the bill, just so you guys know this. And he was like, no. We sent him Amadei, and he's like, this person looks very familiar. This could be the person. Have you looked into his story? Do you think that this could be the guy? This is the first person that really looks like the guy. And he said, is he 5'9"? And I Googled that and it said he was 5'9". I actually think Google's wrong on that. I think his height is wrong. I will say that now. But it's important for you to know that he did not initially come to us with Amadei. We sent him photos. It was just Erica and Brian Harpole. Okay, so we have him on, obviously, and he says both of the names. And what happened thereafter is what I can only describe as an explosion. I get contacted from somebody who's in DC, and they were very concerned and thought maybe somebody was feeding me bad information. And I was kind of interested in the phone call, not going to name the person, but was basically worried about your security and things like that. And I was like, I think we're good. We're just kind of vetting the story. Then on the 20th, and this is very interesting, these two YouTubers, Valhalla and Paramount Tactical, reach out to Mitch.
The Paramount Tactical.
And they're being super nice to him.
Shout out to Paramount Tactical. Candace, you do realize none of this stuff you bringing up is going to matter in that murder trial. She's going on and on. I intentionally let her go on and on without pausing. But, here we do commentary here. Candace, you're going to get sued. Brian Harpole is not just suing you for this one time. His name has been said about something on a military base. No. You and your cult members have cyber harassed him cyberbullied, doxed him, stolen credit card information. Y'all have put this man through the ringer. And they all marching to the tune of your marching orders. Because you're the cult leader. That association that you have and you sitting out these directives, you haven't even said anything to get people to stop doing what they do. Doxing is your MO, is what you've been doing for years. And you try to curtail around it by saying, oh, this is information the public need to know. No, it's not. Do we really need to know the name, the address, information of a donor for TPUSA? No, we don't. I don't care who donates to them. It's not your money. It's not like that money coming here. Just like you want to sit here and ignore all those weird ass, expenses on Brexit tax documents where you made people sign an NDA there. Yeah, no. We get to question your motives here. Why would you want to stop people from donating to TPUSA? It's a nonprofit organization. Girl, bye. You don't control or dictate anything. But when people are being doxxed, when cyber crimes are being committed, let's just cut to the chase. Cyber crimes are being committed, and you're giving out these marching orders. You're failing to report the stuff as it happens. You won't even tell your cult base, listen, I'm not telling you how to go out and do all this stuff to people. Please do not send me personal information of others. And if you do, I'm cutting you off and I'm blocking you, and then I might just blast you out on my show. That'll get them in check. But that's a responsibility that you could have as a platform, as a content creator, whatever you claim yourself doing now. You're not an investigator. At this juncture, you need to be licensed and certified. And impersonation is a felony. And at the rate you're doing it, you're going to catch a lot of charges. You might want to think twice. It's up to you. People are being hurt, though. So if Brian Harpool sues you, it's not because of the one time his name was said. No. It'll be because of all the other things that came along with it when you and your cult base start attacking him, making it seem like it's his fault. He felt like he had to actually do an interview with someone, a podcaster, just to tell his side of the story because of all the doxing and the bullying and the harassment. Stealing credit cards? What the hell? To the candy ass cult members, if y'all broke as hell, why don't y'all just go to your cult leader? She's got millions of dollars. She's got millions of dollars. Go to your cult leader and ask her for some money. This is where we are now. I know y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let me tell you something. I cannot watch y'all on my own. So I need all of you all to watch it with me. We try to get through this and suffer together. That's why I have to pause. We have a good laugh about things. Because if not, just hearing all of this, she's been saying this over and over again. Candace, you've already said this at least 2 or 3 good times on 2 and 3 different shows. We still don't believe you. You're a pathological liar. And so is this fool, Mitch Snow. The end. We don't owe you any of that. When you going to tell us who put the trigger on the gun? You can't make this up. Thank y'all so much for watching with me. Hey, C-Star. What's going on, Proud Liver? How you doing? My Raina passed away 2 days ago. The wrong people are dying. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, man. What's going on, Tink? What's happening? Monkey said you can't go around accusing others of such a heinous crime with zero proof. The lawsuits are coming. Exactly. Candace, you're accusing people of having committed a criminal act at that. Even if it is some level of a conspiracy to commit murder. That's a criminal matter. This is what you're accusing people of. Because your attorney still refused to remind you of what the definition of defamation truly is. And you're being malicious about it. You're doing it with a reckless disregard for the truth. You're not talking to Brian Harpool before you go out and say this stuff. It would be different if you wanted to talk with him and you don't say anything about him until he responds to you or something like that. But when you're disingenuous, people don't owe you a conversation. They saw how you were when it came to the Macron lawsuit. You demanded that Brigitte Macron give you an interview, and they said, hell no. Then you threw a tantrum, wanted a lollipop, and a baba and a binky, and flailed all over the floor. And then next thing you know, you get hit with this lawsuit. They gave you something to pout about. How about that? Hey, it was like, oh, okay, she wants to throw a tantrum. Yeah, let's give her something to throw a tantrum over. So that has that damn lawsuit. Over 200 pages. And you still threw a bigger tantrum and doubled down. You know, when you double down, you're basically saying to Judge Rennie, yeah, well, I know it's a lie, but whatever. The alien is now going to be going to court because she couldn't leave people in another country alone. So, Candace, people are observing your pattern of behavior. That yeast infections must be something else. Them yeast infections must be like a native thing to your planet, Candace, to your people. That brain rot is just, man, it's something else, y'all. If I were you all, I would not get too close to Candace Owens. It might be contagious. That yeast infection, that brain rot could be highly contagious. Please stay away. Don't go near her. Maintain at least 6 feet and wear a mask.
And they're saying, or one of them said, and I don't want to mix them up, but we have the video of it because Mitch is predisposed to paranoia. And he recorded them. And I'm going to drop the conversations. I'm happy to drop them after this live. They're so nice to him. This is on December 20th. And like, you know, they're not questioning whether or not he was in special forces. They're not saying anything weird. And they're actually saying to him that I may be under foreign influence. I'm like, okay. He's like,
Candace, you are under a foreign influence. You're an alien. You said that yourself. You are from a whole nother planet. Where's the lie? It came out of her mouth.
Guys are clearly not good guys. Or actually, the 20th when he first told me that they had reached out to him and wanted him on his podcast. It might have been the 21st that they called him. I'll clear that up. But between the 20th and the 22nd is when they are suddenly calling him, and they're like, "Oh, like we're just concerned about Candace." Okay, yeah, and you're gonna see in a couple of days he loses his mind, suddenly speaking to like exes and baby mamas like he's Jerry Springer. But that was the nature of their phone call. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. I don't know these guys.
Oh my God.
And then on the 22nd, I get another phone call from Ian Carroll. Oh, he's here. I'm going to add you, Ian. Add a speaker. I get another phone call from Ian Carroll. And this time Ian is like totally freaked as in like very concerned because obviously like I have a relationship with Ian Carroll and to some degree he respects Valhalla. And he's like, look, I have this friend who's in the military. He has a YouTube channel and he basically runs me through and he's like basically saying that he wants to talk to me. And it was kind of said to me in a way that was like, if you don't kind of take this rope, like, and jump off of this Mitch train, like what's going to come out about Mitch is going to be explosive and you're going to like go down on the ship. That's essentially the vibe that Valhalla was giving to Ian Carroll and basically like kind of demanding to get on the phone with me. And I was like, and then he starts.
Candace, you demanded that people call the authorities on Ukrainians in Tennessee. Why are you bothering with them? I don't believe they belong here. You don't belong on our planet. You don't get to make these accusations and sit here and disrupt the authorities, waste time, resources, and all that because someone thinks somebody is a Ukrainian living in Tennessee. When you yourself said you're an alien, that means you are a foreign object. That's what alien is, Candace. It's a foreign object. Have you not looked up the definition of alien? She uses terms like, American ignorant because you're an alien. Of course you're American ignorant. She doesn't read laws. Like she admits these things herself. No one tells her to say this stuff because it's just so stupid.
Talking about, first he said stolen valor. Like he was never a Green Beret. He absolutely was a Green Beret. I sent that out the chain of the government. Like that's just not true. And it felt to me like they were clearly being quite aggressive with Ian on the phone, demanding to speak to me, demanding I allow them onto my platform, talking about his like ex-wives. I was like, I don't care about any of this. And I said to Ian, this seems to me like they're trying to distract me with stupid stuff. Like if he has something that is concrete that like Mitch somehow defrauded me or lied and did like definitively was not a Green Beret, then please just have him email it to me. And I said, and if he emails that to me, I will deal with it immediately. And I also made it clear to Ian that they were like, oh, then like she could get in trouble for fraud because she raised money for this guy and he wasn't even like a Green Beret. I was like, first off, he never asked me to raise money for him. So the idea that he was doing this to defraud me for money, that came out naturally when I was live. I said I would do a give, send, go because I said people were going to start digging up things. Like I just had a feeling like I thought it would be other people, but I just felt like, oh, let's raise money for him. He had a tough life, whatever. And I had that court paperwork of what he was going through. So that was natural. And not only that, but the very next day, which I will show on my show this week, Mitch sent me an email the day after I started the Give, Send, Go. The morning after, he sent me and Skylar an email and said, thank you so much for raising money, but I do not want to accept this money from you. And he was very self-deprecating. He was like, I'm just a fat, ugly man, and I just wanted to help, and I don't deserve this. Like, I basically don't deserve this from the public. And then I called him and I was like, Mitch, this is kind of stressful. Like, I don't want to figure out how to like give people back all this money.
Giving money to this.
And he was like, how about this? If the tip that I gave you proves fruitful, like if it's actually Ryan Harple or if it's Erica, then I will take the money. Otherwise, I don't want it. So he was never trying to get money from me. That whole, he's a fraud. He was trying to steal. Like, none of that is real. It's just completely made up. And again, I will drop the receipts of exactly when he emailed me the morning after. So yeah, that's what I said to Ian. And I was like, I just don't care about anything about his background at all. I want to know if they have anything about him not being Green Beret. I will obviously post an update and say this guy completely tricked me with his metadata and everything. They were unwilling to do that. They did not want to do that. And so that's when they started I guess talking to his estranged son from 20 years ago. I don't know. I don't know, because I knew that it was intentional, trying to pull you, like they want to bring you down in mud so that you don't go forward, and you have to just focus.
Candace, you're not getting us anywhere near another shooter here. And you're the one saying you don't give a crap about, you don't care about that investigation from the state of Utah. So you don't care if you take the jury or the evidence at all. And you're talking about nonsense that have nothing to do with anything, just so you can say Erica Kirk had something to do with this. All of that. How do we know that this Give, Send, Go is not a part of the whole gimmick? Because, you're infamous for having these social media fundraising LLCs and stuff. That's what you're infamous for with Blexit. Remember that failed company you had that was acquired by TPUSA while it was in the hole by 1.7 million? Yeah. 1.72 million to be exact. This could have been a part of the gimmick. I won't pay you, but I'll just say we're raising money for you. Let's not pretend like we're supposed to believe everything you say, Candace. We don't have to believe nothing you say. So I'm pretty much like this. When it comes to Candace, once I see the bottom line of what she's doing in this situation, she let this fool come on her show. And she said, to make it look authentic, because I have experience with these social media fundraising websites, because of Blexit and all. I'll just put it out there that we're raising money. You can pretend like you don't want it, and then we give it to you anyway. Because you really think he's going to turn out $144,000? They're close to $145,000. If I had a $25 live stream goal, it would be almost impossible to hit it. He raises $144,749. And he's selling her. He doesn't want the money. That's a bold-faced lie. Candace, you are a pathological liar. And so is he. What we don't know is what the hell you two talked about behind the scenes. So you just saying it came out organically doesn't mean anything. None of that means anything. Especially when you're very capable of just lying like hell. He's not going to just pass over this money. No, he's going to get it. It's just going to be, well, he nobody was able to disprove him and prove that he lied. So we're going to give it to him. It's just going to be that quick and innocent and done and over with. But who are you to say we cannot assume and ask questions about the intent and the motive behind this Give, Send, Go website? Candace, did you and Mitch Snow discuss this behind the scenes for your pre-scripted, pre-recorded show? Because right now, in the absence of evidence, isn't that what you said, you alien? In the absence of evidence, we're going to have the right to assume. That's what she said, y'all. The nonsense that Candace says, yeah, we use it and throw it back in your face. Use the hot words against her. In the absence of evidence, we're going to exercise our right to assume. So because, Candace, you haven't produced any evidence to actually show exactly the conversation that you and this fool had. We have the right to assume that perhaps you two did discuss this behind the scenes. Perhaps you did tell him to say Erica's name. Perhaps you did tell him to give a 95 to 99% rate. Because reasons. Nobody aims that high when they don't have evidence to support it. Well, whatever. Maybe you two did plot and plan this and concoct this story up. And then you say, we'll just say this about, the social media fundraising thing. We'll just pretend like it's something, that I just came up with. But you said it for $250,000. Who does that? For that squabble you two had and that garbage he threw out there, you didn't even just start off at like $1,000 or something. This was virtual. He didn't have to fly out to do this squabble with you. It was virtual. So why $250,000? Why is that the goal? And you have people actually raising money, putting their hard-earned money that they earned from their paycheck, probably giving up Christmas money for this. They could have did anything else with their own money. For him to sit here and lie to people as if he does not want this money, that's a damn lie from the pit of hell. Return that lie to Cinder, girl. Bonquisha. And Karen. Return those lies to Cinder. That's a lie from the pit of hell. He wants this money, and there's a reason why you set it at $250,000. You're not fooling anybody, Candace. We're not paying for your we're not paying your attorney's fees. You got more lawsuits coming, girl. This all could have been pre-planned. So for her to think that no one is supposed to assume that, it shows her level of intellect. No, we got the right to assume this. You haven't proven with any evidence contrary, and Candace. We haven't seen a video or, these email exchange. We haven't seen any of that stuff. You typed up some letter, read it out, but you never showed an actual email. You never showed any other pre-recorded interviews you may have had with him behind the scenes. No other communication between your so-called team and him. Your whole team needs to be added to these lawsuits, by the way, as co-defendants. All of them. She said it's 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, name all of them. Plus George. Because Boys Club got it coming. This is ridiculous. So, they work behind the scenes, quite possibly. And they came up with this whole story. Because she just wanted Erica Kirk's name to be put out there. And because she's a coward and she can't just do it on her own. She said, I'm going to pay this guy. Because, conning is what he does, I guess. He's a pathological liar, whatever. And because I guess she thinks no one will be able to get to him. We'll just pretend like we're raising money. When somehow $250,000 was a goal. Based on what? Who knows? No receipts or anything to show. This is where this money is going to go back to even make it sound more valid and authentic. It would be different if he actually showed an invoice from one of his attorneys for some open case he has. But people are going to be paying. If you're paying for litigation here, you know what you're paying for? This fool's litigation with these protection orders. His divorce. Because I have yet to see any lawsuit filed against the government that is active and pending. And I have searched. That's how I was able to pull up that order. So we've already looked to try to find, and I literally said, if the Candy Ass Cult members or anyone comes across any lawsuits that he has filed against any government agency, because he's supposed to be suing the government, send us the case information. All I've been able to find is something against the Department of the Interior. And that was dismissed for failure to prosecute back in 2023. Appealed and then reassured and reaffirmed early this year in 2025. So what case does he have open? So they're paying his attorney's fees for his divorce proceeding. This is crazy. So $250,000, helping Mitch to pay for some of the legal costs to right the wrongs of his past. Yeah, his divorce proceeding. Because he has no other lawsuit pending against a government agency. The way the United States treats its servicemen is positively despicable. And Candace is telling people to go AWOL in the military, which is illegal. Do not do that. The corruption that exists at the top of our armed services needs to be corrected. What corruption? He's got protection orders against him. And the one lawsuit he filed, case he filed against the Department of Interior, he failed to follow through on it and prosecute it. Failure to prosecute. That means he did nothing to follow the court rules to file what he needed to file to get the case moving. That's on him. But yet, the goal is set at $250,000 damn dollars. And he's going to take this money. I haven't missed the mark yet. I even said, you know what? I didn't think this guy was the real Mitch Snow. I still want a DNA test. But I literally said the other day, based on the evidence, I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with the evidence on this. No matter what deep down my gut feels, I'm going to go with the evidence so far because I have no evidence to prove to the contrary. But he's still a pathological liar and a con artist. Going through another divorce. And she wants her people to pay his attorney's fees. Get him some legal aid because there's nothing else he has going on with any courts for any legal costs with any other matter. That's what it said here. Collecting for legal costs. Y'all see that? Helping to pay for some of the legal costs to right the wrongs of his past. Her cult members are paying for his attorney's fees if he has an attorney for his divorce. And whatever court documents he gave her, she hasn't posted it. So until then, Candace has no evidence. It's his fault that he's got all these damn protection orders filed against him. People are still giving money. Anonymous giver, $50. Anonymous giver, $20. Anonymous giver, $20. All these damn bots. But they didn't want to see it talk about I'm getting $7,000. When am I going to see that? You can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get back to it.
Focus on the facts. So that is the backstory of Fort Huachuca. We all then know what happens next. And Alex Jones jumps into the fray. He's talking about Mitch's history. He's putting out all this information. Mark Amadei did, I do want to say as an update, I scrubbed through looking for roll calls, and then somebody indicated to me that they see him in his chair. He missed the roll call for some reason, but early on in the video, I agree. It does look like Mark Amadei. So that might be, it could be him. And we're looking for somebody else who looks like Mark Amadei. And I also think his height is wrong on Google. I don't think he looks like he's...
That man knows how tall he is. Girl, bye, Felicia.
5'9". So Mark Amadei might be completely like off the hook on that. And again, he wasn't the person that Mitch initially said in that photo. Now the Cabot Phillips thing is also very interesting. I don't really care about, like, you know, Mitch's estranged relationship with his son. Like, I'm not interested. I'm not Maury. I'm not here to, like, bring families back together. But I tried to debunk him. I thought that was very easy to be able to debunk him with Cabot Phillips because Cabot Phillips, he has a daily show at the Daily Wire. I think he does it maybe 3 times a week or something. But the Morning Wire, obviously, I worked the Daily Wire. And I was like, well, that's pretty simple. If you're saying that Cabot Phillips was here in Arizona, he actually lives here in Nashville and he has a show. Let me just go find him on his show. Well, it also turns out that Cabot Phillips from September 4th all the way through to September 10th until September 11th.
Candace sounds like a bitter baby mama and a scorned ex-employee. How are you going to be both at the same time, Bonquisha and Carrie? It's like Bonquisha and Carrie just coming out at one time and she can't pick out which one she wants, which personality she wants to come to the forefront. You sound like a bitter baby mama and a scorned ex-employee all at once. Leave Daily Wire alone. They not stun you. They don't care what you do. She's about thinking, you know, has a show like 3 days a week. Why are you even making that assumption? Where did the number 3 come from? She knows how many times he comes on. She probably knows his whole show backwards and forward. Ciao, boo. Candace, you ain't fooling nobody.
Took a vacation and he wasn't on a show. So when I realized that, I did the right thing. I messaged Cabot Phillips. I sent him 2 messages asking if he could just answer whether or not he was there, because I don't want to throw like any shade his way. I had sent him, just to get to the Cabot Phillips bit, I had sent Mitch multiple photos of guys like this person. I thought maybe Dan Flood. This, he's like, no. I gave him no context, but saw that Cabot Phillips was trending, and I had no idea he was one of Erica's exes. I sent him the photo, and he's like, that's the guy. That's the guy that was with her. And again, I'm now relying on Mitch's memory. I don't know what his facial recognition.
How do you just get one guy of all the men on earth? How did you get to that one photo to send him? You're not even explaining how you came to that one photo or this one person just out of nowhere. Of all the men on earth, hell, even if she got photos of just various people on the base, this the one you send him. How did you get to that conclusion?
Because I don't want to throw like any shade his way. I had sent him, just to get to the Cabot Phillips bit, I had sent Mitch multiple photos of guys like this person. I thought maybe Dan Flood. This, he's like, no. I gave him no context, but saw that Cabot Phillips was trending, and I had no idea he was one of Erica's exes.
So based on him trending, that's what she got. Candace, you tell on yourself, or you don't even know it. Simply because Cabot Phillips was trending, because the dumb cult members care more about Erica's love life than, the 2 children that are catching kidnapping threats because they're soulless gimps. So they were trending Cabot, whatever, Phillips online. And she just went with whatever was trending. She said it right here. Because words matter here in the Lady Luck Club.
When I realized that, I did the right thing. I messaged Cabot Phillips. I sent him 2 messages asking if he could just answer whether or not he was there, because I don't want to throw like any shade his way. I had sent him, just to get to the Cabot Phillips bit, I had sent Mitch multiple photos of guys like this person. I thought maybe Dan Flood. This, he's like, no. I gave him no context, but saw that Cabot Phillips was trending, and I had no idea he was.
Yeah, that's it. But I saw that Cabot Phillips was trending, and that's it. That's how she arrived at sending this photo of this one person. Because he was trending. Candace, you beat around the bush just to say something like this. That's it. I saw he was trending, so I sent that photo. He said, yeah, that's where we at. You can't make this up. This has got to be the dumbest. Candace, you are bad at this, girl. You are bad at this. Of all the dudes that you could have sent photos of, you selected Cabot Phillips because he was trending on Twitter X. Not all over the internet, just on Twitter X. That's it. Now, who's to say that Candace did not put that out there for her bots and her cult members to get to going? Because they seem to have this whole concept of trending information down packed. All her dumb bots that still refuse to scan words or do a spell check. But she has that down packed. If you all notice the trend, because this Candace, I've been on social media long enough to know how this works. She'll start putting little stuff out there. And the next thing you know, it's like 2 or 3 trigger words. And then that just starts trending. Or someone's name. Her bots get to work on that. And they're already putting out this information about this person. The next thing you know, well, I just picked this photo because he was trending. And, But who's thinking about this Cabot Phillips person? Who cares about him? Does he pay your rent or your mortgage? No. Does he have to buy your food or your groceries? No. Does he have any impact on your household? No. Then where the hell he come from? Candace putting this stuff out here because, this is a game for her. It's all a PR move. That's it. You take her to the court of law, that's where she gets scared. But here, she really thinks nobody's supposed to actually see through her bullshit. Now we see, girl. You can't make this up. Bringing up Cabot Phillips out of nowhere because her cult members are sitting here digging into Erica's past as if there's anything they can do about it. Who cares who she dated? I don't give a damn. Erica nor any of her past boyfriends pay my rent. Who cares? You got grown ass men becoming simps, doing the biddy of Candace Owens, who's not stunned any of them. And see what happens when the cult members stray from the cult. This is what it leads to. She knows that putting someone's name out there gets them trending. And she just took that fuel and ran with it. All because he was trending. Here's the photo of Cabot Phillips. Let me see if this is the guy. Yep, that's the guy. Okay. That's it. That's how they came to this. Is Cabot Phillips the alternative shooter? Did he pull the trigger on the gun, Candace? If he didn't, no one cares.
One of Erica's exes, I sent him the photo and he's like, that's the guy. That's the guy that was with her. And again, I'm now relying on his memory. I don't know what his facial recognition software is. If it's like mine, it's terrible. Okay. I can meet someone like 5 times and still not place their faces. But if it was my husband, he can meet someone once and he's like, that's him. We saw him at the airport in New Jersey. You don't remember.
Of course,
and I'm like, of course I don't remember.
Other men's faces.
Some people have it, some people don't. So I just wanted to try to confirm it. Cabot Phillips did not respond to me. Okay, he's not, you can say he's not required to respond to me. That's fine. I'm giving you the information. I would probably respond, like, just because it's such an easy thing to do. But that was interesting. I was compelled by that. He said that he thought the person was potentially a pilot or would have had pilots in his family because Mitch said, I'm a watch guy, and I recognized his watch, and it's a watch that pilots wear.
Oh, watch?
It's digital. It had a yellow button, whatever. Well, there's never been anything publicly about Cabot being in the military. So I was like, that seems wrong to me. And then sure enough, I dug up a post that his grandfather was, I don't know, like awarded high honors in the military and was an Air Force guy. So I was like, okay, well, that's another like interesting thing that's happening. I would like to look further into that. Now, in terms of people saying that, you know,
Candace, you sound like a brainless Valley High girl. Listen. A watch, that's the smoking gun, a watch. You know, when you say something more familiar like dog tags, wouldn't dog tags be something like, you know, it's something you can pass down and everything, but definitely something you only get, you know, being in the military, some dog tags. Why in the world is it coming down to a damn watch? It might as well be an earring. She didn't even pick a piece of jewelry that is more synonymous with military personnel, like dog tags. Candace, dog tags is what you were looking for. I believe it was dog tags. They were supposed to be in the military, right? You can't make this up. A bush, a maroon shirt, a watch, some studded earrings, some hoops, a bracelet. You know, that anklet. Yeah, that's the thing. Toe rings. You know, they brought that back in style, a toe ring. Candace, it could have been a toe ring. No, hell no. It's a watch with something yellow in it. You can't make this. This is priceless. Candace, you're such
Erica
a
doesn't
clown.
owe you an alibi. I didn't ask Erica for an alibi. So when suddenly I realized that Paramount
She still owe you one.
was speaking with Andrew Colbert and she was providing an alibi
Oh, you should.
to Andrew Colbert, well, then suddenly now, if you're going to provide an alibi, then let's provide an alibi. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No.
I'm happy to just like.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You do not. Girl, bye, you alien. Get off of our planet. You do not get to demand an alibi from anyone. You're not a commissioned officer of the court. You're not law enforcement. You're not a licensed or certified investigator of any kind. Get your ass off of our planet. Go back, ET phone home. You and your yellow watch. I don't care. Bye. Take Boys Club with you. Of course he would remember how another dude looks. Of course he would. Boys Club. Boys Club. You actually know how Cabot Phillips looked. You can see him one time and remember his face. George. Y'all, did y'all see the little short video I put up? George playing in the studio again. These old weird ass cryptic messages where you get the silhouette in the background and it's just like one color and that's it. This one so happened to be purple and black. George, stop playing in the damn studio. You can't make this up.
Communicate whatever that alibi is. I never demanded it privately. I didn't demand it in her face. And I still
you would have
you guys at a hotel and I was dropping off a package. That doesn't necessarily put her at the meeting the next day. But Mitch did say that the person who he thinks looks like Cabot Phillips was at that meeting the next day. So
yeah, they didn't get any
obviously
video
that's
footage
interesting.
on
Like,
this.
obviously, if we're investigating this, we should just we could check it off the list and move on. I have messaged Brian Harmful, just so you guys know, thus far. I want to say 4 times, at least 3 times, asking him. Again, we can't say he was willing to give his flights, but doesn't want to also just give his metadata or a picture or something. They took a text message at that time to clear his name. You either want to give an alibi or you don't want to give.
Wait, why do you not demand the same thing of this fool that you had on your show? You said everybody else got to give you an alibi, but not Mitch Snow. So he doesn't have to produce any video footage or photo of these people he claims he saw in a hotel or on a military base. He doesn't have to give you that. But you're demanding alibis as if you're a licensed certified investigator from Erica Kirk and some Cabot Phillips person that only Boys Club would remember. Yeah, I wonder if you walk into Boys Club's room, are you gonna see like posters up of what's his name? George what's the name? You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith. Is that who's that? What's his name? It's George something. I could be wrong. I don't know what his name is. I just remember the song. Yeah. He remember photos like that, I'm sure. Queen. We are the champions. Freddie Mercury is all over Boys Club wall. Oh man, and I like Queen. Rhapsody is one of my favorite songs.
Was at that meeting the next day.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
So obviously that's interesting. Like obviously, if we're investigating this, we should just
You're not investigating
and move
anything.
on. I have messaged Brian Harple, just so you guys know, thus far. I want to say 4 times, at least 3 times, asking him. Again, we can't say he was willing to give his flights, but doesn't want to also just give his metadata or a picture or something.
He doesn't owe you that. He's going to sue the hell out of you. So, why don't you ask for that in discovery?
Took a text message at that time to clear his name. You either want to give an alibi or you don't want to give an alibi. You either start saying, I don't owe you an alibi, I don't owe you at all. But if you're going to do something halfway, then you should provide a full alibi. Now,
no, he didn't owe you that. So if he sues you, then, your attorneys will know what type of discovery to ask for that will be relevant to the case. We're all sure that you will be filing a motion to dismiss because that's what you do because you're scared of court. Candace, I thought you wanted to go to the discovery phase with the Macrones. The cowardly nonsense of you, it's just, the hypocrisy is staggering. How are you this big of a coward when it comes to court where you could get some discovery? But yet you're demanding somebody give you an alibi while you impersonate an investigator, which is a felony. That's a crime. No, what they need to do is have ass locked up.
I will say that I had some communication. I did message also once the thing exploded with Andrew Kovac because he's just getting on my nerves. Like really, I have been so nice in terms of what I have told the public about things that Andrew Kovac told me. He's starting to like a little bit play with the bull, and we're getting real close. We're getting real close to me just saying, if you guys really think that I have not been fair, you will really recognize how fair I have been if he keeps pressing me. And I felt very pushed by that Paramount Tactical thing. These people are lunatics.
Y'all, Bone Quisha is just having a whole tantrum right now. Yeah, okay, you alien. We see which personality is at the forefront. Girl, you don't scare nobody. All they have to do is sue you. That's it. You want to scare Candace Owens? Sue her ass.
Full of blood. It's like, bro, send me a text and I could have shut it down immediately. But you're like, I'm assuming you're also the person talking to Andrew. I mean, speaking to Alex, because Alex did say on the show that he spoke to Turning Point USA people and like he had Brian Harpole's flight. So it's pretty obvious. It seems like they're working behind the scenes and that's annoying me.
Oh no, how dare they?
Actually. Anyways, so once I saw that Andrew Kovac was speaking with Paramount Tactical and being, I don't know, I guess sort of denigrating what we were doing, I then was like, okay, let me text someone more responsible at Turning Point USA and ask, hey, do you guys want to give me an alibi? So I put Andrew Kovac and the COO in a chat and I was like, hey, just figured we could have a direct line and you can just give me Erica's alibi and I'd be.
No, they're going to sue you for harassment as well because what you're doing is harassment, Candace. I know you listening, you heifer. This is full-blown harassment. Leave them alone. Don't get mad when they sue you. You are harassing them at this point. They don't owe you shit. Leave them alone. Stop sitting here forcing people to give you alibis like you're a detective. You're not a commissioned officer of the court. You're not a police officer. You're not an investigator. Leave them alone. You're harassing people. That's like me demanding somebody, shows me their driver's license because I think they're dressed weird. Yeah, I'm making a citizen's arrest. Stop and give me your ID. You need to identify yourself. Show me your papers, fool. What the hell are you talking about? We're not doing this. I'm not giving you an alibi. It's that simple. They're not giving you an alibi. They don't owe you shit. You can't prove that they were there. And you could, if you wanted to, get some of that camera footage. Maybe you should take some of the money that's being raised for this fool and go pay for some of that camera footage from the hotel and the military base. Candace hadn't even tried to ask for it yet. So she has no idea what she will be able to get. If somebody's willing to violate HIPAA privacy laws and send her a screenshot of an EMR, emergency room admittance of some sort, and an internal email from medical staff, then who knows? Maybe someone will give you some security camera footage from that hotel. But you understand that they were recorded on a hotel video camera. Like there's no way somebody could go into this hotel and not be caught on camera. See what you could do to buy some of that camera footage. Pay somebody to get that camera footage. How about this? Next time you let some fool on your show, make them have that evidence up front. That way you don't have to worry about this nonsense. Because here on Earth, that's how we human beings do this stuff. Yeah, you can do whatever you want on your home planet. But if you're going to be here on Earth, yeah, you got to follow our laws and rules over here in the United States of America. Or you can, try again for Australia. Good luck to them.
Happy to publish it because I'm not interested in throwing mud on someone's name. I just want to get to the truth. That conversation was had yesterday, and they did give me an indication of what she was doing, which was making dinner for Charlie. I have asked for metadata to show that it was Charlie that she was texting, and I'm still waiting for that. So the last conversation I had with them, I think that was yesterday, Sunday at around 1:00 p.m. ish, my time, Central, I think, and they said that Erica got busy with the kids and that they were going to get me something. So I'm still waiting on that. Just so you guys know that I have been responsible and speaking to the people directly trying to get the information. Now, obviously, Sam, I very much agree with you, and I'm going to let you jump in here. Actually, let's start with Harrison because I would love to hear his side. I think it's for the most part, he's done a lot of great work. He has not been feeding us a fed slop and telling us that Charlie had a magic neck, and it's good to hear from people who disagree with us. So, Harrison, if you want to unmute yourself and jump in, that would be great.
That's a lie.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I guess my whole thing is, why does this meeting even matter? Like, what is the actual claim that's being made here? That's been my confusion the whole point, the whole time, is like, okay, let's say that there's absolute proof, photographic evidence that everything Mitch Snow says is true. Like, who cares? I mean, what does that prove? What is the actual accusation? Who do you think was conspiring with who to do what? Yeah. And I think, obviously the name of the episode was, the day before Charlie Kirk was murdered. The insinuation is that this was a assassination planning meeting, which I don't even see any evidence of that. And then people I'm arguing with online are saying, no, this has nothing to do with the assassination. Yeah. So, I guess, if the space is why this matters, why does Fort Huacachuca even matter? Like, what is the claim being made? I still don't even understand that.
So it matters because why would Brian Harple be on Fort Huachuca at all? Right? It matters because he's giving an alibi, which means—
Wait, it doesn't matter if you have no evidence or proof that he was there in the first place because you're too lazy to get video camera footage. The military base Candace would have cameras littered all over. We understand you're an alien and you're American ignorant. We know that. You said that out of your own mouth. I snipped it. So with you being an alien and American ignorant, you would think that you would try to get familiar with how things are done here on Earth in this country. There are cameras all over the military base. Why don't you take some of that money that your cult members are throwing Mitch Snow's way for legal costs that's basically revolving around protection orders and a divorce proceeding, and go pay for some of that camera footage? Because, money shouldn't be an option for you when it comes to this. This is ridiculous. You have not proven he was even there. Brian Harple. And you and your cult members, y'all got selective hearing. It's like another disease secondary to that yeast infection. Secondary to those yeast infections. that brain rot, that contagious disease. Y'all stay away from Candace. You might catch that yeast infection with that brain rot. It's a 2-for-1.
If he doesn't want to be associated, like it could have easily not mattered. Kind of to speak to your credit, he could have been like, "Yeah, I was at Fort Watchuca with my brother, and my brother's in the military. I was dropping off some food." Okay, like that could have been then suddenly a dead end. That would have been nothing. Now, because Mitch had described this as a top secret meeting in an off-site building and had described this as top brass at the Pentagon and said that these sorts of meetings, and I am forgetting the military term, are when you're just about to embark on like a mission. I know I sound really uneducated, but military guys will sound better saying that. It was compelling. Like, okay, like I said, Brian Harpole was acting funny. He's been acting weird. He's been telling verifiable lies, and he cared enough to present an alibi, meaning he didn't want people to think he was there. Right. So if you have to give someone an alibi, it's because you don't want people to think that you're there. There is no,
he doesn't have to give you one, Candace. He doesn't have to give you that. What do we owe? What is the obligation of us human beings here on Earth to an alien? We're very superior to you and your race, girl. She won't even share the language with us. And she wants alibis and yellow watches.
An alibi is not needed if there's nothing to hide. So that's why it matters. I think that's why it matters. And this reaction, rather than being forthcoming, is why it suddenly feels like, okay, this is important because no one's acting normal. No one's just like, oh yeah, cool, he was there. Like it also is, as we have now learned, it's an intel base. He was telling the truth about exactly what building it was. I didn't name the building on my show because I wasn't sure if that would be like a national security problem, but it just happened to be that JTF was borrowing that offsite building. And
Candace, you named it off the show. We have no idea what you and this fool discussed behind the scenes. We don't know what you two talked about. You said you talked to him, you reached out to him, communicated with him however you did. I don't care if it's email, text message, IM, DMs, a phone call, a Zoom here. I don't care. Your communication, you two could have had all this lined out. We don't have to believe anything any differently. So, until you produce evidence, we're going to assume you and Mitch Snow planned this whole thing out off the show because that could have very well happened. And then you prove to us that you didn't, because we could all play this dumb game.
And it was supposed to be a top secret meeting for those purposes. Somebody that was involved in blacking out the windows had sent us a tip. Again, it's how people are reacting to the meeting that lets us know that it's important.
You don't even know if it occurred.
Okay, I mean, I guess
regarding the hotel, I never said it was important. Like I said, my perspective was there's 1,000 different reasons that she could have been at that base. Her mother has a contract or had a contract, has a contract.
But he said he saw her at a hotel, not the base. So which one is it? Was it Candlewood? Why don't you and Mitch Snow call each other again and y'all get y'all story straight? Because right now, both of y'all lying like hell. I mean, lying like hell. And neither of you are making sense. You would think you would have called him back and said, we got to get our story straight. Because, we're almost at that $250,000. We're almost there. So we got to set the record straight on this. Well, you know what, Candace? Why don't you just bring him back on your show and then you two can have another chicken head squabble? The alien and the fool, part 2.
With the DOD, Erica has been open about her mother's ties to the military in the past. She actually did an interview and said that she moved to Arizona because her mother had a contract with the military. So again, weird thing is when Andrew's like, Erica wasn't in some fort, as if he's never heard of Fort Huachuca. His brother is in the military. His brother is Captain Curtis Colvett. His first cousin is Captain Robert Colvett. So that kind of a language is why I've named this, why it suddenly really matters, right? It was sort of one episode. I didn't exactly dedicate a whole series to it. The reaction has been so almost like violently obsessed that the public is now going, oh, okay, well, it feels like there's something here. I think that's just sort of our natural instinct.
Okay, I mean, I think if you're saying that somebody is somewhere and they weren't there, then providing the alibi is not in and of itself suspicious. If the alibi is not confirmed, I guess you can be suspicious of that. But again, there's still not an answer. Like, okay, let's just say you're right. Let's just say that absolutely they were there.
Good job. So Candace doesn't understand words. For those who are just tuning in, we got a Slopping Joe up in here. Oh my God. I come to the comment section, y'all, and I see Slopping Joe. Man. She had a thing for Charlie. Oh yeah. Aussie, she was madly in love with Charlie Kirk. Y'all, y'all see that green alien envy come through her? Candace is so jealous and envious of Erica Kirk, is not even funny. She's trying to rope Erica Kirk into this. And she doesn't have the spine to just flat out say it. I mean, you know. Erica Kirk, you need to sue her ass. I'm telling you right now, because this is not going to end. You know, this is not going to end. You really don't owe her anything else. Don't respond to her. Andrew COVID, all these other people, y'all stop responding and giving her energy. Who told her at TPUSA, Erica Kirk is busy with the kids, but she'll get back to you? Why? Why? Leave her ass in limbo. Slopping Joe, what are you doing? Joe should be Tyler's defense lawyer. Hell, you don't need one. Candace is going to get Tyler James Robinson off by tainting the jury so damn bad, it's not even going to be funny. It'll be a hung trial. And guess what's going to happen, Candace? Erica really going to sue you for wrongful death and for interfering and obstruction. You keep on if you want to. Keep sitting around here impersonating investigators, demanding alibis, something that you don't have the right to demand. You're not entitled to it. They don't owe you anything. Keep on. All you're doing is creating more evidence, Candace. No one wants you to stop. I just want you to damn get sued and have to take this to court. That's what I want. What's going on, Duke? How you doing? Laugh out loud. C-Star, what's happening? She hasn't seen any of them. How does she know how they are acting? Probably home with family for Christmas. Oh, man. Probably was. Haha. Daisy, how you doing? No candy. The public isn't thinking that. Exactly. No reply said Joe should be Tyler New Furry. Joe, I take it that you're cutting up in my chat. I told you you come in and into my chat at your own peril. Do you understand? Y'all, the candy ass cult members come here for the banter. They be up late in the morning like I am. They can't sleep either, and they just be at it. Yeah, the candy ass cult members, you guys, it seems like you're experiencing some grand delusions of some sort. This alternate reality, at the very least, if you guys gonna tap into our reality for 5 minutes, at least act like you got some sense. They got to be high 24/7 in Candyland. Shubba. Y'all, they smoking and a sniffing and a loving and a booting up there. In Candyland, they doing everything. George is entertaining boys club, playing, you know, shooting pool and drinking and all this stuff, memorizing men's faces. He's doing it all. Joe, are you George? Yeah, Joe might be George. Yeah, I'm not looking good. Melanie, what's going on? Mira said she's irritated by Harrison because he used common sense. Exactly. Candace, this is what happens when you've mastered the English language and then you actually have a brain and then you can formulate a thought. You know, without the itchy scratchies. Girl, how long are you going to sit here and ride on this yeast infection, huh? How long is this going to last? Because I think it's wearing out his welcome. It's been, what, 10 years of this? Candace, did you ever pay that judgment, pay back that apartment complex? You owe them a lot of money, girl. $19,000? That's twice. That's almost 3 times the amount that your cult members keep saying that I'm going to get paid. And I still have yet to see a check. Cult members should be dropping me some supers right now. Give me a super sticker, a super cash, a super something. You want me to get $7 grand? Go ahead and add to the pot. I'm just saying. Candace, did you ever pay that judgment over to the Court of Australia? I'm curious to know if she ever did that. Because she was ordered to pay the government's court costs. Because Australia said, not the day you bride of Chucky. They kept you from coming over there. They ain't got time for this. Child, please. Trying to just keep up with her, honey. It's a headache. That's funny. Say people can get up. People can upset because it is false, not because you are over the target. Exactly. Diane said, Joe, do you know George Farmer is gay? Why is Candace concerned about the McCrows? Candace has her own problems. Yep. Boys Club is just sitting up, living it up, playing around in the studio, sending out videos and nonsense, all in purple. George, that's a mighty funny color to pick. Why is the entire background? It's black, white, and purple. Y'all, Boys Club trying to give us that purple light treatment. Not the red light special, the purple light special. Where Barney is coming in. He's sitting here playing around in the studio, putting out the scripted message. Just speak plain and say what you need to say. It's like, damn. Joe is as dumb as Candy. Joe, you up here pissing off my people. Yeah, she was obsessed with Charlie. Yep. She doesn't speak for the public at all. Candace does not speak for not even 10% of us. I don't think we're in the mood to have an alien represent us. We're not in the mood, Candace. You, Bonquisha, Karen, Jen, Sybil, Carrie, the other 16 personalities, we're not in the mood. Larry, Curly, Mo, Silver, Gold, Flat, Copper, Penny. Like whatever it is, these other personalities are named. You do not represent the human race. You can't sit here and say you're an alien and American ignorant and think you're supposed to represent human beings. No, ma'am. We don't need that. We'd rather have our own kind. You can't make this up. Erica's very pretty. Yeah, she's a pretty girl. Yeah, they got some beautiful babies. Yeah, this is truly batshit crazy. Y'all, I just wanted to get some comments here right quick because we all just need a little brain break from Candace. She's just going 1,000 miles a minute. All right, let's get back to this. Oh, child. All right, come on, Bonquisha, finish this up.
What does that prove? What is the accusation? Because what it sounds like, and I mean, what the insinuation obviously is that this was a planning meeting for the assassination, and the people there had pre-knowledge of the assassination, and they were therefore in on it. So I think that if you are making that accusation, which in effect you are, right? You're in effect saying, okay, Erica Kirk and the head of TPUSA security were at this pre-assassination planning meeting.
Erica was there, so you guys have to stop repeating that. It's Erica was never at that meeting, and that's another thing. I've never said Erica was at the meeting. Mitch has never said Erica was at that meeting. There was never an indication she was at that meeting. He did not see her on September 9th. It was Brian Harpole who was at that meeting. To my knowledge, Brian Harpole, I don't.
You just said as affirmative fact, it was Brian Harpole at that meeting. Candace, you can play this word salad if you want to, girl, but I can't wait till they put your ass under oath. Yeah, and they may have to, get an interpreter. Candace speaks Ewok.
I don't know why he would be at an intel base at a meeting with top brass. And what I can tell you is if he was there, Turning Point doesn't know he was there, according to Erica and Justin Strife, who I sat down for 4.5 hours. So if Turning Point has him on their payroll and they've outright purchased a security firm and they don't know what he's doing on an intel base, yeah, it matters. And we don't need to know the conclusion to follow the clues here that something's wrong. So that there's this fashionable thing where people are always like, well, what's the final thing you're saying? Well, we don't know the final thing that we're saying because that's not how investigation works.
Well, you
have
can
to follow the thing that's the lie. We have to follow, okay.
Girl, you don't know how investigations work at all. Not at all. First step is don't impersonate an investigator. You don't even have the credentials. Listen. Does she have citizenship of the United States of America? Candace, we will deport your ass in a minute.
This guy said he was here. He wasn't. What does that mean? I don't know what it means yet. I don't know what it means yet. What I'm saying is the reaction to this is not normal. Brian Harpole shouldn't be on an intel base if Turning Point doesn't know about it. And he's presented an alibi that doesn't actually cover where he was, but he felt it necessary to give an alibi. So, I don't know, interesting. And I think we have a right to think. If that's cool, I'm just gonna let somebody else jump in right here. Just, I think, is that okay, Harrison? Or do you want to just have a final thought there?
Sure. Okay. So Erica Kirk was not there. You don't believe that Erica Kirk was there at all.
She wasn't there on the 9th. She was not seen on the 9th. It's not about whether I believe she was there. She wasn't seen on the 9th. That was never said.
She wasn't seen on the 8th either.
Okay, but she was seen on the 8th.
Yes, and not at the intel meeting, not in the intel, headquarters or whatever.
You just said it. She just gave an affirmative allegation here. Because Candace, you're no longer opining. You're not giving your opinion. You just said she was not there on the 9th. She was seen on the 8th. As if you have evidence to back that up. Why didn't you tell Mitch Snow to at least pull a photo and pretend like he took it? They couldn't even get a picture offline and make it seem like it came from his phone. Because, you can create text messages out of nowhere with no date and time stamps, Candace. Because you fake text messages all the time. Because in the absence of evidence, we're going to make the assumption. We can all play this game. Candace, why couldn't you make it seem like he took a photo with his cell phone and proctored that up and then posted that up? You're not even trying to be consistent at this point. This is what happens when aliens get into, human affairs.
You don't believe that Erica Kirk was there at all.
She wasn't there on the 9th.
Oh,
She was not seen on the 9th. It's not about whether I believe she was there. She wasn't seen on the 9th. That was never said. He never said it. I never said it.
Okay, but she was seen on the 8th.
Yes, and not at the Intel meeting, not in the Intel, headquarters or whatever building they were using. She was not seen with the top brass, nothing like that.
So the pre-assassination planning meeting happened on the morning of the 9th. She was seen in the area on the afternoon of the 8th, but those were unrelated. She just happened to be there.
They were related because of the person she was with, who he believes looks like Cabot Phillips. He did see that person at the meeting on the 9th.
Okay, so you are saying that basically these people were there to conspire to kill Charlie Kirk, right?
You can keep saying what you're saying, or you can listen to what I'm saying. But if you want to just say what you're saying, just say it and don't put it behind you're saying. Just say, hey, I'm Harrison and I'm saying.
Candace, you can't force someone to say something. They're just trying to pick up what you're saying. You've already stated 2 affirmative allegations. You just said she wasn't seen on the 9th, she was seen on the 8th. But you still produced no evidence, such as hotel surveillance camera footage. Why don't you just spend a little money and get some footage? Candace, if you were to do that, you know that you would not see Erica Kirk in that hotel security camera footage, would you? We're still waiting on images of this green pickup truck that she read from that letter. Because I've been asking about that. Green is my favorite color. What type of truck was this green pickup truck? We're still waiting for that, Candace. Good grief. You got to learn how to think a little faster, girl. Candace is still growing a brain in a petri dish.
Right. It's easier, I think.
Okay. Hi, I'm Harrison. What I'm saying is that in 2 months, nobody is going to remember the name Mitch Snow or Fort Huachuca, and this is not going to go anywhere, and that this is a nothing burger. I just think it's an absolute nothing burger that's not going to lead anywhere. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. You can prove me wrong, but again, my whole thing has always been that this devolves into this question of like, was he there? Was he not there? And the whole time I'm just going, what does it matter? If the conclusion is that he's a complete liar, it's the exact same outcome as proving that these people were actually there, because so far you haven't connected it to the assassination in any way whatsoever, except that maybe this.
Candace, you haven't connected it to the assassination. Mitch Snow, did you pull the trigger on the gun? Did you assassinate Charlie Kirk? Because in the absence of evidence, Candace, we're doing exactly what you do. We're going to make assumptions. You and Mitch Snow need to call each other again and get y'all dumbass story together. Because maybe he didn't understand your instructions, because of this language barrier. Perhaps he doesn't speak Ewok. Who knows? Y'all have way too many loopholes in this stupid ass story of yours. And he's too close to getting $250,000. The least you two can do is get the footage from the hotel and the base. Pay for it. I don't care. But they won't do that because we will not see these people in that video footage. If anybody is at Fort Huachuca and you do get access to those security camera footages, just email it to me. I'll put it up. I mean, damn, you can't make this stuff up.
Guy thinks that he saw people that are around Charlie Kirk. And my whole point is, obviously the insinuation is, I mean, again, when you're saying Erica Kirk was there, but not actually there on the day, but in the area, but not because of the assassination meeting, but it's like, okay, clearly the insinuation is that these people had something to do with the assassination, and you can make that claim or not, or pretend that you are, or pretend that you're not, but you obviously are, but like, that's all. I don't really care about any of that, but you have to.
Thank you. Let's give somebody, I think, just to say something clearly and obviously and clearly doesn't make it clear or obvious. I'm following this investigation. Charlie was assassinated. I'm going to take every step, and I'm going to say what I know at the exact time that I know it. So I cannot say that it was definitively an assassination.
You can't definitively say Erica was in a hotel either. You can't say any of this definitively. You won't even fake some video footage just for the sake of faking.
I can say that I have a feeling about this meeting that if it is in fact Brian Harpole there and he's lying about that, then that's not good. It's not a good thing because there's no reason to lie unless there's something to hide. But thank you so much for your feedback. I appreciate that.
You got to get the last word.
Hope to speak in the future. I am going to allow Ian. Did you want to jump in here?
No.
I'd be happy to, but depends on what you want to talk about. I had to jump in late. I was in a different meeting when I got some text messages of like, yo, get in here.
Oh yeah, I was just mentioning, I was giving the timeline and just telling people when you and
Candace got to go to her safe space, talk to her cult members, because, challenging her, y'all can see what this is going to be like in court. Candace, this is a synopsis of what a cross-examination looks like. He asked you one question. Why is any of this bullshit important? And you went all over the world. So imagine Candace Owens being deposed. And because the alien is speaking Ewok, she's going to sit here and give this word salad. This is what she's going to be like in court. Now, do you all really think her attorneys are going to want her to take the stand? I would love nothing more to see that. But you can imagine how nervous and scared and petrified her 3 attorneys have to be at the aspect of Candace Owens being cross-examined in a court hearing. Candace, I want you to go to court. I want you to throw your shoes at the judge, have a full tantrum, throw papers everywhere, knock over the tables and chairs, do everything in front of the judge. So when he hits your head with that direct criminal contempt charge, they'll lock you up.
I had the call, and you were kind of just trying to give me a heads up about, Valhalla, I think it was Valhalla,
Show
right?
your
That
ass
wanted to
in
speak
court,
with me about Mitch and that his backstory was stolen valor. I wasn't sure if I got something wrong, but I thought it was Valhalla, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of people who've been trying to get a hold of you. I'm like a regular conduit for people trying to get a hold of you. You know how it is.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, definitely there's been, it was once things started to fire up, people were starting to talk about like what they saw as holes in Mitch's story.
Yeah.
And it's been very interesting to watch how that has evolved on channels like Paramount Tactical, especially.
Yeah. And now I don't know if it's evolving or devolving.
Yeah.
But
I do want to say though, real quick though, is that I was expecting Valhalla to go way more off the rail. Like he definitely voiced his opinion when he did his episode with all of his evidence. He definitely came out hot and voiced his opinion. But I actually was pleasantly surprised by how Valhalla did that, in the sense that based on what he knew and the source that he had, he condemned what he saw as what Mitch was and what Mitch's actions were. But he also didn't I felt glad that he didn't overstep himself and kind of blow up on you too hard and try to like over extrapolate what he was showing.
Yeah, because simps are sitting here sparing Candace's feelings for no reason. Simps. I literally thought Ian Carroll was a female for a while. That's how. Listen, when you pew out nonsense, I have no interest in trying to keep up with all these folks. We're trying to keep up with the alien here, and that's enough. Candace, I thought Ian Carroll was a woman. All these simps sitting here trying to spare Candace is so gross, and they're getting all this notoriety, all these views, all this money off of her, just kissing her ass. This is what's so funny about this whole $7,000 thing. I could get a whole lot more if I wanted to by just sucking up to Candace Owens. My videos will get hundreds of thousands of views because, I'm still going to be myself. If I truly just wanted the views, clicks, likes, and subs, and the money. So the idea that grown-ass men who are not married to her are sitting here, I'm so glad he didn't blow up on you. What if he did? That's, nobody has to treat her delicate. She said she grew up this way. She hardwired. So who the hell got to go soft on her? Since when did we put aliens before our own kind?
But I also have been watching what other people have been bringing out about Mitch since then that seem to make me question whether what Valhalla had was the whole story. So I'm just kind of sitting back.
Yeah, and that was also another thing. I think that's a good point, Ian. Is like people that were pretending that they were speaking to like his like baby mamas and his son that he hasn't spoken to since he was 2, by the way. So if he hasn't spoken to him since he was 2, the implication is his son knows his father through his mother. That's like what happens when you don't speak to your father since you were 2. But it is interesting that they didn't do any background checks.
You had like the 2-year-old supposed to do that.
Then I saw, and I didn't want to again get dragged down in the mud, but like they had had accused a few men, but they stayed away from that. It was like no, like this is what's out there about Mitch, and that's why I was saying too, like I was like this feels to me like a way to distract from what I basically am trying to do, which is I feel like I'm the one who's actually trying to debunk Mitch, like going to Brian Harpole, going to Turning Point USA, and saying, hey, like give me something. I'm happy for this to be wrong, whereas everyone else seems to just be trying to.
Candace, if you were happy for it to be wrong, you would just get the actual video camera footage. You understand? All these places that Mitch said he went to, this restaurant, all the stuff, he would have been recorded on cameras. Why don't you call that restaurant he ate at? You know, that Mexican restaurant. And see if anybody could remember him being in there on a date and time he said he was there. Wouldn't he have a receipt for his meal with a date and time stamp on it? Yes, he would. Anybody remember the name of that restaurant he said he went to? He went to a Mexican restaurant. How is she the one trying to debunk Mitch when she's the one that brought him out? You debunk him before you platform him. That's how it goes. Exactly. You can't make this up. Let's get some comments in. Oh man. Stacey, that's hilarious. I can't watch it without you guys. I can't either. Y'all, we got to sit here and just laugh through this together. You can't make this up. Both sides Marlon calls her a thug. Yeah, it said some Mexican sushi place. Who in there? What the hell is this? A Mexican sushi place. Now I'm asking legitimately, is that a real thing? I don't eat sushi. I've never had sushi in my entire life. Y'all can have that. Is that a thing? A Mexican sushi place? Oh my God. She was allowed to just get away with anything, just pay and was just like, please just stop talking. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot the name of the restaurant. Did he even say the name of the restaurant? That's why I said, yeah, and I went back, sent back basically saying, wouldn't that make the bullet tumble and make bigger injury wound, or that's possible rather. Yeah, same. Her grandparents let her get away with anything. They just want her to stop talking. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's okay, thank you. It's a real thing. So wouldn't he have paid, whether he paid with cash or card, right? The receipt will have a date and time stamp on that. Because Candace, this is what happens when you do believe in gathering evidence here on Earth, on our planet. You get receipts, you get proof of transactions, you get emails with date and time stamps and email addresses, you get text messages with date and time stamps. If you get a call log, it's going to have phone numbers, date, time stamps, all these things, coordinates on photos and videos. That's going to also have date and time stamps on it. This is all stuff considered to be evidence. Evidence. That's the key word of the month, evidence. Starting January, we'll have a new word for the month. The word for December is evidence, Candace. Evidence. So where is his receipt from this restaurant? I mean, he's not providing any receipts. And what she gave was 3 cards, one blurred out, 2 heavily redacted. We already know his name. That's half the battle. Why not show the name on the cards? He didn't even present military ID at the security checkpoint. No evidence of proof that he saw Erica Kirk. Why didn't he take out his phone and take a photo of her? How the hell would he know how Brian Harpool looks? I didn't even know. This is the stuff that I'm talking about here. Candace, you and this idiot concocted up this dumbass story, and you didn't even try to close the loops on this stuff. You don't need to be an investigator to come up with this big ass lie so that you could just rope Erica Kirk into this. You could have just said this on your own and he could have never existed. But you brought this fool on your show. And here we are. Now everybody's challenging you on this stuff. No one has to give him any credibility. And you've got these whole grown men being full-blown simps trying to sit here and take it easy on you. You're not their wife. I don't get it. You know, shout out to all of the real men here in the Lady Luck Club. I just want to give you guys a special shout out for thank you all for not being simps, being real men. Even when we don't always agree. You guys, you stand your ground. And I just appreciate that. Thank you so much. Mama loves you dearly. All these men being simps. So we don't see receipts. We don't see anything. We don't see video footage. We don't see photos. You know, she was captured at this hotel. Okay, she would be on the camera. He didn't even try to ensure that he got someone else that could corroborate this at the hotel. You know, maybe one of the hotel staff, perhaps the person at the check-in desk. She didn't contact them. She didn't call the front desk of the hotel. She's not trying to talk to anybody on the actual base. She's trying to call TPUSA and get on their nerves and keep aggravating them. Demanding alibis from those people, but not calling the hotel staff or the military base or this Mexican sushi restaurant. How about checking the airports to see if they flew in and out? Yeah, because they wouldn't be on those blue and yellow Egyptian planes. Wouldn't they have had to fly there? So airports have cameras, Candace. If you know what airline they flew with, maybe you can see if someone could remember seeing someone that looks like Erica Kirk. They would have had to fly in. They drove in at some point. They got gas. You see where I'm going with this, Candace, you dumb alien. They're going to get picked up on a camera somewhere. You can't even put them on the route to go to this so-called hotel. And you refuse to go to UVU, so, whatever. This girl is sitting here. Erica Kirk is taking care of her mom. She's got 2 kids, this company, all this stuff. It's bad enough dealing with the dumb coat. And now you got Candace Owens beating around the bush, sugarcoating, trying to rope her in it, as opposed to just saying how she really feel about Erica Kirk. Candace, at this point, we would not be shocked if you said you can't stand her and you hate her guts. We wouldn't be shocked if you said that. Yeah, for once, be direct about this. This is so stupid. Now this fool is about to get $144,000 for nothing. All those people, they can't get their money back. Your bots are bots, but whatever. These people won't even be able to get their money back. And y'all think this is going to go towards his, estranged wife and children right now? No. She's talking about baby mamas and all this other stuff. No, he's still married legally. But either way, you brought a pathological liar on your show, and neither one of you could still come up with a better story than this. So, you're both idiots. You can't make this up. So people just need to keep chewing her out, because that's the only way this is gonna go. Just keep chewing her out. This is something else. All right, y'all hit that like button. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We're almost done.
Distract. I do want to let let's go to let's do Ryan and then Isabella, and then we'll do Diligent Denizen. I think that's right.
Diligent, actually, his app kicked him down. You should re-add him.
I did.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Candace, I'm just jumping in here listening right now, so I'm going to hang out for a minute, and then
Cool.
I'll jump in at the end.
Cool. Awesome. Isabella, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for having me up here. It's been a lot of debate going on with this, and I think Harrison did bring up some good points. And I've been really interested in the drama between you and Evan. And I'm curious, so Morgan and Evan are friends, and did she just randomly reach out to you and let you know this? Because that's a little shady on her part with Evan.
No, she didn't.
No, she didn't owe her anything. She doesn't have to tell Candace about her friendships with no damn body. If you're gonna leave the cult, leave the cult. You don't have to explain yourself on the way out. Yeah, part of that liberation is being able to tell them to kiss your ass. I mean, seriously.
She actually did it by accident. So she, I don't know her at all. She's I think she's had a pretty good opinion about stuff, and she's definitely kind of been one of the early people on saying how she was treated when she started talking about Israel. And so I think what happened was we should definitely separate Evan from Israel, Evan from Morgan. Morgan kind of, it seemed weird because it was like nothing happened, and then they both kind of wrote these statements. And you don't actually have to break up with anybody on X, that you can just not agree with something. I don't know. I never feel like the need to write like a very long statement if I disagree with something, a commentator that I'm listening to. I'm like, kind of like, I listen to. Yeah. Like, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I'm never like, for a long time, I've really loved Matt Walsh, but his take, it's like, I don't know. So I think it seemed a little extra to people on the outside that were looking at it. And it was at the same time. And so I messaged her and I was like, I follow you. You could just message me if you thought some part of your story wasn't real. And I sent her some docs about the cartel person. I was like, he sent me so many docs that his story is real.
I don't believe it's real.
This happened. Here are the medals he received. I obviously did my due diligence. And she said thank you. And then she was sending me a clip of it was just a clip of Paramount Tactical. And I think she was sending it because she was like, oh, look what his son is saying. But actually, I found it interesting because the son then confirmed the story, that he was on Fort Washington Air Base. And she didn't realize that when she screen recorded, her text messages were coming in from Evan. And
no one denied that this idiot was on that base. No one denied that. If anything, most people agreed that he was there. What we're saying is he can't prove that Erica Kirk was at that hotel or base or wherever he thinks he saw her. You know, because in Candyland, they're all smoking mushrooms right now. Yeah, these people high as hell.
It's like saying what he was going to post. So I think it was just honestly an innocent mistake. But I was then like, okay, it looked weird that you both posted this, and now it looks like you're kind of coordinating it. And I think people felt it was coordinated because it's not a
That
natural
opium
thing
is
to do.
something else.
Now, Evan, the reason I say I would separate him is just because like he's just lying. Like he's like this has been debunked. It hasn't been debunked. He's like defending Alex Jones and saying, oh, Alex Jones did say that, you met your husband through PJW. I'm like, no, he didn't say that. So he seems like he's being intentionally dishonest about stuff. She kind of just made one statement. Timing was a bit weird. Yeah, that's kind of how that happened.
Interesting. Okay. And then something else, like with what Evan is claiming, it kind of just reminds me of, there's a man that's coming into prominence, and then you see a bunch of women come out, Me Too. It's like, okay, maybe Mitch is not, maybe he's not correct, maybe he's lying, but he does seem to have more evidence supporting what he's saying than these random disgruntled women. So I'm not saying that it's incorrect, that they're wrong, but
if the men are simps, what does that make the women? Wimps? Simps and wimps sitting here kissing Candace's ass at the alien. God, I don't know what's worse. Her saying she's American ignorant, or the cult feeling bad for leaving the cult. You can't make this
we should be remembering that, hey, this is what these women do, and the government will get behind them and kind of push them to say these Me Too things to discredit people. So
right, and the thing is and correct me if I'm wrong, but there were no convictions, so it feels like we're getting involved in somebody's divorce, and somebody's like,
what do you mean? Did he go he did jail time, Candace? Did he do some jail time? These sips and whips. You can't make this up. Did he do some This is the same alien that thinks that you must send a cease and desist letter before you file a defamation lawsuit with malicious slander and intent. You can't make this up, Candace. Oh, Lord have mercy. You have 3 attorneys here on Earth. Why don't you just call them? You're paying them either way. Ask them some questions. Y'all, she's scared to go to court. I wonder, Candace, if you would melt, like, the Wicked Witch of the West. If you walk in a court, would you start melting? How does that go? Because clearly you don't start melting when you walk into church. If you pour water on her, will she start smoking? I'm melting. How does rain work on your planet, Candace? It's time to deport Candace's ass. You're not serving us any good right now, girl. This video is 1:33 minutes. We're only 41 in. Candace, we're going to deport you if you don't start being funny.
Man, it's not my business. It's always messy. It's not my business. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry to say that I don't care, but I don't care. I care about who killed Charlie Kirk. I care about whether what he said he saw in Fort Washington was real or not. And every other piece of the story checked out. I got the military police report. So this just feels like mud, And like I said to the end, I said, look, if your buddy Gary wants to do Becoming Mitch 9 seasons, let him do it. Everybody has to follow what is their patented life. And I was like, I just personally don't care. And so I encourage everybody who is feeling passionately against Mitch to go down that rabbit hole. I am focused on what happened that day, and thus far, nothing Mitch has said to me has not checked out. And even they won't even admit that they lied about some stuff in the past. Like when Ian was contacted, they were like, "It's stolen valor. He wasn't a Green Beret," and then they casually admitted on their show, "Okay, no, he was a Green Beret." But I'm embarrassed he was a Green Beret because look at these female and their allegations. But we're not going to mention all the allegations that exist with these women. That just feels like it does feel like Me Too, and I'm just not interested in it. Morgan just actually jumped on, so I do want to add her as a speaker. And Morgan,
Candace, you're supposed to be letting people talk. You're going 1,000 miles a minute. This is why I said she's bad at this. She can't debate worth shit. Candace, you can't overtalk someone if you're having a discussion. At some point, I have to let your video just play on, and we have to sit here and agonize through your Valley High girl talk here. All humans don't talk like that. You can't even verify if the people that he claimed he saw were there. So what is there to debunk if you haven't presented any evidence to prove otherwise? In the absence of evidence, we're going to make assumptions. So you and Mitch plant this dumb nonsense for money, I guess. Also, he could say Erica Kirk was somewhere, and you won't even bother to call the airline to see if she took a flight? How would she have gotten there, Candace? You know, transportation is a thing. We don't all just teleport like you do.
You sort of missed maybe some of this, but I did just sort of
Pulls on
run
her
people
ear
through
2 times and
what
teleports.
happened and kind of said, like, I kind of view what you and Evan did to be different. And, you know, I think for everybody, it was just sort of the timing of you guys, like, and the style of needing to announce it, I think was a bit different. And I think that's why you kind of got the reaction that you did. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to have the floor and say what you wanted to.
Drugs.
Morgan?
Oh, hi. I didn't know that you were talking to me. I'm sorry. How are you?
Yeah,
How is everybody?
good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for giving me the floor because there's been so much freaking drama in the last couple of days, and everybody I feel like has been trying to pit us against one another for some reason. And I keep reiterating, I have no issues with Candace. I'm still 100% on board with the investigation. I have my reservations about Mitch, and I feel like I should be able to voice those concerns. And I know that a lot of people don't care about his past or his history, or I don't even want to say only his history, because currently it's my understanding that he does have open.
I personally don't even care about his existence here on Earth.
Cases, but when we're looking at, you know, somebody's credibility, how can we find them credible if the only thing that we have to take is their word for something? And right now it's
Did Mitch pull the trigger on the gun, Candace? Why are you not telling people that? You know, you're talking about investigating something that you're not licensed or certified to do because you're not an investigator. Why don't you tell us who the shooter is? That's what you're supposed to be telling us. So withholding information isn't lying by omission still lying? Withholding this information is still obstruction? Yeah, it is. It is. You know, because Candace, you can just Google the definition.
He said, she said. He said that he saw people there, and we can only take his word for it. And when you have every single person in his life, not only the exes, but his children, who he's never had custody of any of them, they all say the same thing, that he's a pathological liar. I have trouble trusting an individual like that. And I just want to make sure that we stay on track in finding out what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and so I think what I would offer back is that's what we have been doing. So rather than speaking to his son, I contacted people on the base. You know, like, okay, he said that Neff that.
Who you talked to on the base, Carol? Come on, you alien. Tell us who you talked to on the base. Drop a name, because you don't mind doxing anyone else. Just give us like first initial, last name. Keep it generic. Now you're saying you talked to people on the base, but we still have no evidence of that. Carol, you are so bad at this. It's not even funny.
Somebody named Neff, who said initially contacting me, Captain Neff, was the one who questioned him. So rather than speaking to his son from 22 years ago, I think the people would say, why don't you speak to somebody who's on Fort Huachuca base now and see if there's a Captain Neff there? And that's what we did. And we confirmed that Captain Neff and the 10th Brigade was there. He said it was in an offsite building, a JTF offsite building. We spoke to people at the base, and they told us this is the exact building. Here's where it is in the map, and they are borrowing the space. He told us that this incident happened and the bomb dogs were called. So I made an effort and successfully got the police report. That's how we verify whether or not he's a pathological liar, is by verifying what he said, right? And so that's why, as I said before you jumped on, I reached out to the people that were involved. I reached out to Brian Harple 3 times. He wanted to give an alibi in the sense of like giving flights for 3:42 that afternoon. Okay, so what's stopping you from giving us what you're doing at 7:30 a.m., right? Like, that kind of is what's weird. It's like you give half an alibi that doesn't matter, but you don't want to give the full thing. You don't want to just message me and say, hey, just, you know, that wasn't me. So that's what we're actually doing, is trying to verify the last thing, which is just like really his memory. He did tell the truth. He told the truth about everything that happened that morning. And so the last thing is, does he have a good facial memory? And thus far, we've not been able to, you know, and I am in the process, as I said, of speaking with Turning Point USA. We haven't yet gotten a clean answer from people who have indicated that they do want to give an alibi, right? Because Andrew Colvett is messaging Paramount Tactical with an alibi. Well, I'm your girl. I'm the only one I think that's trying to debunk Mitch. Like, because I'm like,
she wants to be the only one to get information. Candace, no, because if you're giving $144,000 to Mitch Snow and no one else, hell no. Plus, no one owes you that. No one owes you that. So she keeps invoking herself in this and wants to be the only one getting information related to her. They're not here to help you get content, girl. You can tell us about your home planet. That's a whole week's worth of content.
Give me your alibi and I will post it, you know? So, yeah, I think that's
I guess my concern is like, okay, so if they don't provide any alibis, then what happens? Does this just stay open-ended and then it keeps being the main focus?
Well, they did. That's the point. And that's why this is now, that's why I named this, why something really matters, right? So if they had like kind of stayed out of it and we're like, well, I'm not even going to answer because it's so stupid, then we're like, okay, well, maybe he's just wrong. And that would be what it was. He would just be wrong. He wouldn't be a liar.
Maybe you just lied.
Where he said he was, you know, and the people that were there, and Captain Neff was whatever. But they did give an alibi. So they do care, right? They cared enough to give it to like obscure YouTubers, which is kind of random. Like, it's like, okay, why are you wheeling and dealing? If Andrew Colbert did not get caught live orchestrating an alibi, it shows that Erica cares because she's showing her metadata. So wouldn't the common sense thing to be, if you care that much, rather than going through obscure YouTubers, like, wouldn't you just go direct to Candace and be like, hey, I saw you did an episode on this, like, here's your...
Nope. Because no one owes you shit. Y'all, she's more mad at the fact that y'all they're leaving me out of things. Candace, you tell us about your home planet. Maybe they'll think about giving you an alibi.
Here's the information you're looking for. They all have a direct line to me. I would have published it immediately.
Damn what you think.
Right. I wonder if say Erica does provide something, are people going to be are they going to accept that from her?
I would, and I would end it. Like, I would.
So you're a leader.
My goal is not to look stupid, right? So like, if she gives me like an alibi and she's like, here's where I was, like, why would I not just instantly be like, hey, here, like, it wasn't her. Thanks, Mitch. Like, it was a different blonde. Like, we've been very open to that, and I said that 1,000 times on the show. You either have really good memory when you see faces, or you have a bad memory like I do when I see faces. I don't know Mitch, so I don't know, but he was pretty detail-oriented about the watch and little things. And I think beyond anything else, the reaction when Andrew Colbert is wheeling and dealing behind the scenes, it then makes things really compelling. Right? If he didn't get caught on that live, I probably would be neutral. I mean, I did one episode on this. Everybody's acting like I've done like Becoming Brigitte. You know what I mean? Like, we've been investigating the Charlie thing.
Yeah, that led to a whole lawsuit. Good luck to that. Candace, you're gonna lose like hell. You're going to lose like hell. The Macrons are going to mollywop you. This is how she would act if you had her on the stand under oath, under the penalty of perjury, and you cross-examined her. I'm telling you all right now, the Macron's attorney, they're going to have a field day with Candace. They can't wait to put her ass on the stand. Candace, when you're a pathological liar, what you do not make good is a good witness. You people like you do not do well on the stand. You get put under oath, it's a wrap. You are going to perjure yourself. The next thing you know, she'll be teleporting her ass up out of here for real. We'll have to put out an APP on her and Space Force have to go find her ass somewhere near Mercury and Venus. You can't make this up. Candace, you're not going to be able to escape. We will not let you leave this planet until that court case is done and over with. They gonna sue the crap out of you, boy. You can't make this up. All the simps and the wimps will not be able to help you in court. Because, you won't even tell them about a motion to dismiss, Candace. So these simps and whips kissing your ass, your cult leaders, they're not going to be able to tell you anything about what to expect in court because, your attorneys don't care about how they feel either. They're not going to be able to go there and testify on your behalf. And if you cut up in that courtroom, Judge Rennie will hold you in direct criminal contempt of court, girl. The hearing will be right then and there. And if they have to, they will lock your ass up for 30 days. You can make this up.
We've covered so many things. I do one episode on Mitch, and everyone's like, no, like, we got to talk to his high school classmates. We got to
crap out of her.
Like, everybody calm down. I'm getting threats of lawsuits in the background. So, Ian was like, I got to talk to you before your next episode, is what his text was, because they were putting pressure on him to get me to stop reporting on this. They didn't want me to even interview Mitch.
No, we want
so
to keep
I just find that to be compelling. Like, what is this panic about? Especially because you could end it in 4 seconds by just messaging me and being like, here you go.
You should.
Yeah, well, they never are forthcoming. I mean, that's the problem with Turning Point this far. Yeah. And they could put a lot of things to rest, but they keep
They don't owe you all
so
that. Yeah.
hopefully they do. I still don't trust Mitch, but that's just where I'm at with it. And yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, and I want to say, like, I'm totally chill with that. Like, I by the way, like, if I was running like the Bachelor show, I would get it. Like, but I'm not asking
why
people to marry
Erica should
Mitch.
not have
I'm
flown
asking
to
people
Tennessee.
to trust me enough to have done my due diligence to tell you that he was where he says he was. And
I
that,
believe. I do want to interject and say I do believe that he's there, that he was there.
I can't figure out for what other reason, because he didn't ask me to come on my show. He didn't ask me for money. Like, he literally had his friend send me an email saying, like, this is
Candace, until you prove otherwise, you asked him to come on your show. You asked him to go along with this dumbass story, and you promised him money. You just didn't tell him you would not be giving it to him. You have experience with social media fundraising websites. Remember that? You paid Optimized Consulting $553,000 under Blexit. So, yeah.
is something that you should know. And then I asked him to come on the show. And then I randomly live said, I wanted to raise money. And then he, which you missed, Morgan,
they knew what they were doing.
Said to me, I don't want the money the very next morning. And said, if the tip ends up working and it helps you solve the murder of Charlie, then sure. But I don't, I'm not in this for money. I'm just like a fat, old, ugly guy. So like the whole idea of him doing this for money or doing this for fame.
But he's getting $250,000. Why is that again? Why set the goal for $250,000? Because you can't explain this, Candace. You cannot explain why the goal was set at $250,000. No one has seen an invoice for any legal fees that he's had to pay. So what if he's never had any legal fees to even amount to this type of money? That's $250,000. And because we all know you can't do math, of course you don't think there's anything wrong with this, but you're trying to raise $250,000 for him. Why don't you get your cult leaders, your cult members here that are making mad money off of social media by being simps and whips to you? You're kissing your ass like this. Have them just come together and just give him the money. You got all your cult members donating to this idiot, giving up hard-earned money they probably can't even afford to give up because, they're being dumb. But you're not asking your wealthy buddies or a boys club or his wealthy buddies to just give Mitch Snow $250,000. Candace, you could have wrote him that check yourself, girl. She's added nothing to the pot. Candace Owens has not donated a dime of her money to this give, send, go thing with Mitch Snow. I can guarantee it. She has not donated one red penny, one copper penny at all. But everybody else is giving up their hard-earned money for this. Why is the goal set at $250,000 if he's not in this for the money? You promised him something. Because you're a pathological liar as well, and we don't have to believe you. Yeah, meet the Jeffersons.
It doesn't jive with the facts of how it all came about. So for me, obviously, I'm the one that's in the center dealing with him. Yeah, do I think he's like paranoid? Do I believe that he probably hasn't been like the number one father in life? Sure.
He's a deadbeat lying
not my business, It's genuinely not my business.
Yeah. I don't know. I try to look at things from a biblical lens, and you have to judge people by their fruit. And if all your fruit is rotten, then I have trouble believing anything that you have to say.
Yeah. But I also think that you should judge the women the same way, because they have backgrounds too.
If there's if everybody's saying the same thing and it's just one person, like, you're not the
this nonsense with you.
I didn't say it was big. I'm just saying that, like,
No, I'm sorry, not you, him.
You know where I'm at on the Harvey Weinstein stuff. Like, there were like 3,000 women, and I don't think he raped a single one. So I don't accept that argument. Like, I think we just disagree on the Me Too stuff.
Yeah, but he's like a nobody. That's different than Harvey Weinstein.
Yep. He's a nobody.
I just think, I don't know. I just like to hear both sides of a story when it comes to like allegations against men, whether they're famous or not. I just think it's like, I'm pretty like even on that stuff. I always have to hear both sides, but like, I didn't even want to care. I didn't want to hear Mitch's side.
Candace, did you want to hear both sides when it came to Andrew Tate? Let's see this. Did she get both sides before she did this with Andrew Tate? I'm curious. Candace, did you get both sides when it came to you sitting down with Andrew Tate? You doxed some young lady that he tried to sue for defamation because she spoke out about what he did to her. Did you ever sit down and get that young lady's side of the story? This is the hypocrisy and the lying nonsense that she perpetuates. She didn't talk to that young lady to get her side of the story. Y'all, narcissists don't care about hypocrisy. They don't care that they're lying. They only care that idiots are out here still believing it. Because at this point, these people sitting here kissing her ass, all these simps, all these wimps, they choose to do this. That's why I really deep down can't feel bad about Evan Kilgore. Because he chose to go along with this BS. And now he's shocked that a cult is coming for him. Be upfront and honest from day one, and then it's not so, hard hitting. You think I give a damn what the cult members think? Or the dumb bots? Like, this is what we are now. BLM playbook. Exactly, Dan. She should not have given him a GoFundMe before vetting his background. Thank you, Stacey. His background does matter. That's all she ever talks about slain victims taken out by the police in the Black community. Exactly. She never vetted, though, the young lady that accused Andrew Tate of doing the things he did to her. But she didn't have a problem doxing that young lady either. So Candace is a damn liar. And Candace, you should return that lie to the pit of hell where you got it from. That's a lie from the pit of hell. Return to sender. Or your home planet, wherever. This is crazy. So ironic. I know, Mira. She's paying him to talk out of his ass. Exactly. What's going on, Billy? If she portrays Mitch, he could lose it and be a real danger to her. He probably will either way. If he doesn't hit that target of $250,000, I think he realizes he could get more by telling the truth and letting it loose on Candace. He could probably get well over $1 million. But at this point, you know, so far he's a lying asshole that doesn't want to take care of his kids or whatever. And got protection orders granted against him. That this is what we are. She picked the low life of the low lives to do this squabble, to concoct this plan up, and for what? As opposed to her just going out to Phoenix and telling Erica Kirk how she feels face to face. It's some cowardly nonsense, Candace. You're a coward. She's bashing Mitch ex-wives. Exactly. Well, is it you got to blame both sides suit? No, you didn't do that with Andrew Tate. So until you do that with Andrew Tate, Candace, you can kiss all of our asses with that one. That's some hypocritical BS. You didn't interview that young lady. You didn't interview any of the victims that have brought allegations forth against Andrew Tate. And he's supposed to be Boys Club's best friend. They want to sit here and pick and choose what's convenient for them. It's disgusting. Nope. We still have zero evidence that Mitch Snow saw Erica Kirk or Brian Harple or the other one, Cabbage. What his name is. Anywhere where he claims he saw him. Hotels, military bases, don't care. He produced zero evidence to prove he saw them. We don't owe him any belief or trust. We don't have to believe the dumb shit he says. Candace, because you and him worked that whole thing out. Y'all came up with this dumbass story, and for some reason, you thought this was a good idea. Because you're being a coward. You're a coward. She admitted she doesn't care. Exactly. She doesn't care about the investigation. She don't care about none of this. Candace only cares about people tuning in and trying to leave people on this, cliffhanger or whatever. All the other things she could talk about and shed light on, she doesn't do that. She goes for the most salacious BS, and she monopolizes and makes all this money off of it. And she feels nothing at the end of the day. An alien with no soul. Go figure. Candace, as soon as this court hearing is done with the Macrons, we're going to deport your ass up out of here. You got to leave our planet. We can't do it. We can't do this shit with you, girl. Every time you come up with some wild hair out your butt, you sit here and you twist it up to be the most dumbest and most insane nonsense ever. We get it. Facts are boring, but facts don't care about your feelings either. You and Mitch came up with this story together. And you chose to lie and put this BS out here. And now you're mad because people aren't readily believing you. They don't owe you that. No one owes you an alibi. And TPUSA needs to stop catering to her BS. For fuck's sake. Erica Kirk, this is why you should have never went to Tennessee. I don't give a damn. You shouldn't have went. This is stupid. She's not going to stop with the nonsense. She's going to eventually just say flat out, Erica Kirk killed her husband then. Because that's pretty much, I guess, what she's trying to go to. She's just going to let it out one day, and that's going to be the end of it. If she doesn't care now, she's not going to care at that point. And her cult will be all too happy to believe her. Most of them can't stand Erica guts either way. So they don't care that she's bashing her. She don't even care about those kids. This is what happens when we let a soulless miscreant from hell crash land on our planet. This is what happens. But she's scared of lawsuits. Who would have thought that's her kryptonite? You can't make this stuff up. She demonizes people who are slain by the police, talking about their backgrounds. That's all she ever talks about. So Mitch should have never been on her show. Candace is a hypocrite. Absolutely. Candace is sick. She's sick. She's soulless. She's evil. Disgusting woman. Blame the victims. Never mind the fact that, at least 2 judges saw credible evidence to grant a protection order. One of which had a protection order that lasted at least 3 years. And she's sitting here blaming them for being abused. Never mind the fact that he weaponized his son and took advantage of that little boy. You driving this child around for hours just to force him to say and think a certain way about their own mother? It's disgusting. She's a soulless miscreant from hell. But once again, none of this involves her 4 kids, though, right? She don't have to tell them why their father's never coming back home again. Boys Club decided to just divorce me, children. He's alive. He's just not coming back. He said, I never made him a sandwich. Candace, you're the worst. You're the worst. All right, let's finish this up. Come on, Bone Quisha.
About his ex-wife, I didn't want to hear her side about him. It's just not my business. But thank you, Morgan. I hope that clarifies everything. And I'm glad that you're a part of the conversation and you have every right not to believe Mitch.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Mel, would you like to jump into the foray?
Yes, thank you so much for having me real quick. So I just want to say, I get everybody's kind of hesitation with Mitch. Having been married to a Green Beret, having been around the military my entire life, I have seen all of this, all of it. Okay, so
we don't care.
I was a lot like you, Candace. I was like, I actually don't care. I don't care about any of the background, anything like that. All I know is that this man has made very specific allegations against very specific people with a time and a date. This is very easy to debunk.
No
very
video
easy,
footage.
Right? He actually, in a way, set you up that could have made you look like a fool.
Mm-hmm.
And now we are about 2 weeks out.
Who the hell is
and
this
these
talking?
people are, again, using random YouTubers, funneling weird, bizarre alibis, kind of quasi non-denials through these weirdos, right? And we haven't gotten to the thing. Hey, all you have to do is say straightforward, I was not there. I was not in Conchise County on this date at this time. This is not.
They don't have to do that. Who the hell is this talking? Where'd she get this lady from? Is it possible she found somebody that's as giddy and dodo as she is? You can't make this up. Where did she get this from? Who is this lady? Yeah, who is the lady talking?
And again, Candace Owens is not a random person, okay? She's just not. She's
Yes,
not
you
somebody
are.
with a small following.
She's
So
an
people can say,
alien.
well, they don't have to answer her. Well, that's fine. But they clearly care, okay? And
They don't have to answer. So as long as you understand that no one owes her a damn thing and she's impersonating investigators on our planet, then whatever. This woman is so nutty.
when you have a large following and you get accused, or not even accused, because Candace hasn't accused, but when this comes up on someone's huge following, you answer it. You just do, okay? If you have an easy alibi, you just...
So if I get 5.7 million subs, I can just accuse people of doing dumb shit they didn't do. Because that's exactly what Candace is doing, except she's working with another idiot who lies like she does. And using a social media fundraising platform to give him $250,000. Because lying pays off.
freaking do. I'm so sick of this pretending like, well, I don't have to answer all this crap.
Right.
No,
They
actually,
don't.
you do. Okay.
Nope.
Sorry, but you
They
do.
don't.
Because you guys have
Nope.
been weird about everything from the get-go.
No judge
okay?
would agree
And
with you.
everything about Charlie's murder is weird. Okay. I think weird is the one word that we can all agree on.
Right.
Right. And
Right.
now I have looked into the NAR and Turning Point Faith and just the shadiness, the total shadiness surrounding this organization, which again is not.
Which has nothing to do with Turning Point Faith. Who is this crazy ass lady? The caller needs some ripping. I told you all these they high on something. Y'all know, right? Yo, good Lord, she sounds like she's on meth. Exactly. Mel? Who's Mel? This lady is nuts. Oh my God. It sounds like she sounds like she high. Y'all hear? Oh my God.
Its own organization. It is, in fact, an appendage of TPUSA,
said,
which means
her
it is
alibi.
TPUSA.
Oh,
It's not like TPUSA Action, which is its own organization. People I don't think really quite grasp the significance of that, of TPUSA Faith being an appendage of TPUSA.
No, we all know that. It's called a subsidiary. What is your point? They still owe you nothing. This lady is on meth.
But so I know all of the like shenanigans that they've been involved in. So when I heard about this originally, I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. Now, I don't quite know what that meeting means. I know Harrison wants some very hard, like wants us to make allegations, and
he wants us to make a mistake, you know.
I don't. Hold on. Why would I want you? Why would I want you to make a mistake?
I don't know if you want me to make a mistake, but I know you have pressed pretty hard for, I want you to make a definitive statement, and nobody's ready to make that, actually. Here's what I know.
Why not? Candace, you've been at this for almost 4 months. Why the hell are you still scared to make a statement? I don't get it. What are we here for then? Other than, you and Mitch horribly failed plan to try to insinuate Erica Kirk. Things just not going to work out the way you think it should, Candace. When you're sitting here with evil intentions and this meth head on the phone, you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to end up getting sued. That's it. That's where you're going to end up. In a court of law, explaining to a judge why you allowed this crazy meth head lady on the phone to sit here and actually have people think that someone owes you an alibi while you impersonate investigators.
These are the things I know. I presented those to you last night, and then you came back at me with, what, so you're going to accuse me of being paid for? Which was really bizarre to me, because I felt like I was pretty...
Mitch Snow was paid for. He's actually being paid for it right in front of our faces with this gifts and go.
Patient and not accusatory at all. Regardless, I'm not even going to go into that. But
well, okay, I'll go into it for a second. You said that I was pretending to forget that Charlie Kirk was moving away from Israel. And I was saying the weird thing was by me saying, look, I don't get what this whole meeting is even supposed to be about, or why it would be suspicious, or how it connects to the assassination in any way whatsoever. And that is somehow extrapolated to be, I somehow think that the official story of Charlie Kirk's murder is true. I'm saying I don't think
if you don't know, Harrison, you can just keep watching the show. Like, you're not required to
Yeah, he's not required. No one's required to give you an alibi, alien.
Like, if you're not sure where it's going to go, like, that's kind of the point of just like, we're all kind of investigating this together. You know what I mean? We've been crowdsourcing this investigation. We have smaller pieces, and the smaller pieces become bigger pieces. Right. Do I know what it means?
Yeah, and then bigger pieces become mountain pieces, and then mountain pieces become a planet. Candace, what the hell is your point?
That there are these like little flecks of what looks like there's plastic on the ground of the vehicle that Charlie was carried in after. No, it could mean somebody smashed their phone. It could mean somebody smashed their sunglasses. It could be one of the...
What happened to those 12 Israeli phones? Wasn't it supposed to be 12 Israeli phones? Candace, you can't even keep up with all the dumb lies you tell. There were supposed to be 12 Israeli phones, were they not? Or the rental cars and all of that? How about this green pickup truck? Is that ever going to be a thing to come to fruition, Candace? All you do is lie. So for someone to say, well, based on all the lying she's done so far, she called someone else and wrote them into her lie. And she's saying, I'm not going to pay you directly, but I'll let you indirectly get money raised so that can be your payment. $250,000 that she has not put any money towards as well herself. Candace has not added any money to the pot. None. Candace, when you do, make sure you post up that receipt, because we want to see how much money you're going to put into this pathological liar that beats women and does not take care of his kids because he's a damn deadbeat. Show us how much money you putting into this pot. Go ahead. We dare you.
Theories is like, oh, look at ADSB exploded. I don't know. You're like demanding. What is it? It's like, I don't know. I just got the picture, man. Like, and so I think your energy.
Why put him on your show, you idiot?
Frankly, and I'm not trying to be judgmental, but like, it's a little lame, I guess is a nice way to say it. It's just pretty lame to like try to put this like unnecessary pressure or make it seem.
And it's a lot of lying. Candace. It's a lot of lying. You know, I cannot understand this. If you're going to speak our language, stop repeating yourself.
Like, it's weird that we have questions about why Brian Harpole would be on an intel base if he's actually there. Like, what do you get? What do you mean? It's giving Ben Shapiro, you know? You never want to give Ben Shapiro.
The midget horse.
Wait. You just want to wait and like see where it lands. If I start making allegations that are factually untrue, or if I don't recant something, if I go somewhere and it ends up being a dead end, then I would understand that energy. Like if like, you know, Erica did hand me her perfect alibi and I was like, well, I'm not going to say it because I just want to put it out there. But I was actually really hesitant to put Mitch on the show because.
Candace, your analogy of saying that, you know, F you and that midget horse you rode on. Yeah, that's something that comes straight out of a book where somebody's smoking mushrooms. You imagining midget horses, not even the full regular grown thoroughbred horse, a midget horse that doesn't even have a long lifespan, that would not be able to really carry a human like that. As opposed to, like, you know, what's the difference between that and a unicorn? What happened to that red crane that became Optimus Prime, Candace? You know, that was a whole transformer. I forgot about that.
Because I wanted, he was like 100% certain it was Erica. He was 100% certain it was Brian Harpole, you know? But I wanted to be very careful about how I went about things. And so I think that we just don't appreciate like people that actually care and are standing up to the feds right now, unnecessarily being sort of tossed to the wolves by.
The feds are not leading the investigation, you alien. We don't care. They're not leading this investigation with the murder trial. The state of Utah Attorney General's office is. So who cares what the FBI thinks? They're not leading the investigation. We don't care. And you are not a licensed certified investigator. Impersonating one, though, is a felony. They need to file charges on this girl.
Like your perspective, which is like, if you don't have a perfect narrative and it's not neat and buttoned down, then don't speak. Like, no, guys, keep speaking, keep asking questions.
Yeah,
and if you're on listening right now, you're going to get things wrong, and that's okay. You have the courage to say you're wrong. Lie. And that's what I do. I always do that. I just say, you know what? I thought this, it's actually wrong. Let's pivot.
Nope.
Okay. I mean, I don't know where you're getting this idea that I'm saying don't do research or anything like that. I am confused why it's been a week of talking about this meeting and I still am not even.
You guys are the ones talking about it.
It's been I've been
off air for 8 days.
It's been 3 months. I know, but it's been, I know.
For 8 days. You guys have been on InfoWars calling me a fraud, this,
you
that,
are a fraud.
Saying my husband's in MI6. Like, what do you mean? Why is this a conversation? Because you won't let it go. I had him on the show.
Boys Club is more than likely fruity. He likes other men. Candace, you know, you should just let him be free and fly away like a butterfly. George Michael, is it George Michael? You gotta have faith. Oh man, what's his name? George Michaels? Is it George Michael? Oh my God. The meth head is up in here, y'all, just going in. Candace. E.T. phone home, girl.
That was it. You know, we were investigating things behind the scenes, like, you know, reaching out.
You're not an investigator.
Like, he had already reached out to people for alibis before I even had him on. You know, like, hey, this guy said this, whatever. And then all of a sudden, you guys every day are obsessing over it and making up lies. Like,
you making up lies. We're just repeating it. We love using your words against you, Heifer.
You guys are the reason it's big. Like, respectfully, like, this is the work of you and Alex Jones and Paramount Tactical and Baby Mamas from 2000. Like, you know, you guys made it a thing. You guys made.
Yeah. We're going to keep catching your lies, girl. You know, once again, why is Mitch getting a target of $250,000? Because that's a lot of money for that bullshit performance he gave. I mean, you know, we human beings here on Earth expect better. He could have given an Oscar-worthy performance. You didn't even try.
As a friend of both sides, can I hop in and mediate real quick?
Yeah.
Because I think that a lot of people come at this journalism from different angles because, and obviously I can't speak for either of you, but Harrison does more of reporting on what's already happened, and Candace tends to make her career out of reporting on trying to figure out what is the next end of the story. And you guys, you know, you both stray into both lanes. But also I want to draw the distinction that Harrison has not been making all the same claims as Alex all the time. Alex is definitely a distinct voice from Harrison, and I've always really respected Harrison. I'm not saying that I actually disagree with him on this take, but I do think that he's not the whole InfoWars crew, and the whole InfoWars crew isn't Alex Jones, and Harrison's reporting hasn't been the same as Alex this whole time.
Right.
But also I think there might be a little bit of coming at investigation from different angles from the nature of the journalism that you guys both do.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think we've been pretty fair. Personally, I definitely have been.
No, ma'am. You're literally saying they owe an alibi. The hell you think that? I would love for these people to be put under oath and then repeat all this BS they're saying right now and see how well that goes. You know, if the this male lady who's it sounds like a whole meth head would actually be named as a co-defendant in a lawsuit, she would flip out. I can't believe they're suing me. I can't believe they're taking me to court. I just sat here and said they probably should be giving us more answers to this and they don't want to get that. Yep, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Like, what is wrong with her?
Fair as far as like not conflating
Yes,
Harrison and Alex. And for like reasons I can't, because I feel like I've been pretty straightforward about why I think the Huachuca thing is important. I do think that things were happening behind Charlie's back.
Yeah.
We know that he delegated a lot. So even if you don't think like, oh, this is, and again, I actually don't think this was a like murder planning session. I actually think that personally, and I'm gonna just throw it out there, I think that something happened in Korea. I think that there were weird things that happened in Korea. We do.
Y'all, did this wannabe meth head take us to Korea? Is it north or south? You know, there are two of them. You might want to tell Candace that because she, you know, she's an alien, so she doesn't know that there are two Koreas.
You know that Pastor Son was arrested the day after Charlie leaves Korea. I think that there were some weird things that were going on, and I think that Charlie wanted to maybe step back from the role that TPUSA Faith was playing in this kind of global foreign policy, forward apparatus that his organization was being used for.
And by the way, I can tell you guys that like
Rob McCoy, North Korea South.
Like Charlie did not love Rob McCoy. That whole speech about him being his pastor, he had voiced his concerns about Rob McCoy. And so again, the broader consideration here is that Turning Point USA is just telling a lot of lies, and you don't tell a lot of lies. The whole world got behind Turning Point USA when Charlie got shot. Like there wasn't a single person who was not rooting for Turning Point USA on September 11th. Okay. And now we're at a place where it actually feels like the whole world is rooting.
Yeah, she's so mad. She's like, I can't believe they were rooting for Turning Point USA. They should be rooting for me. Me. Candace. I'd rather root for an actual human being first. Not a soulless evil miscreant from hell that proclaims to be an alien and American ignorant that probably oozes green blood. Like, we don't care.
Against Turning Point USA, right? Well, the TikTokers are not liking Erica. The people online are not liking Erica.
Candace doesn't like Erica. And she's too cowardly to just say that because she doesn't like Erica at all. As a matter of fact, she probably hates her guts and she just won't come out and just say that, especially to her face because, you know, reasons. When Erica flew to Tennessee to talk to her for 4.5 hours, nor did Candace try to go to Phoenix to tell Erica to her face in front of cameras that she doesn't like her. Like we can do this all day, Candace.
They feel like, I mean, that I'm sorry, but are we going to pretend that whole AmFest thing wasn't just like weird? Like we're popping up tents of like where somebody died. Like, I don't know, that's weird. And so, yeah, let's respect
weird.
The public.
That's what you chose to do, Candace. What's weird is you lying with some idiot named Mitch Snow and raising $250,000 to pay him for that dumbass lie. Y'all didn't put no effort into that.
We're recognizing something's off and we want to know what it is that is off. And Andrew Colvett is definitely off. Okay. Like he is like off the chains. There have been just way too many lies and there would be no reason to lie when you have the whole world on your side rooting for you. Why are you lying?
Well, since you mentioned Andrew Colvett, Candace, if I may jump in,
sure.
And to address Harrison, and one of the things that I remember that I keep in mind throughout this entire investigation is in an investigation, details matter, but you don't know what details matter until you investigate them.
Right.
And when this, and as an outside observer,
she's not an investigator, and Candace is not getting any details. What's that 18-minute video footage? You said the fool, the idiot, gave you an 18-minute video, and that you would post it up on your website, Candace, along with some court documents. Where the hell is that information?
On this particular story, the Fort Huachuca story, all of a sudden I've been airdropped this detail that one of the top members of Charlie Kirk's security detail is at an Army intelligence base the day before Charlie's assassinated. Now, that's a detail. I don't know what it means. I don't know if it means anything. I don't know if it's important or not important, but that's a detail. That is a definite detail because Brian Harpole's job.
You haven't proven that he was there, so he's gonna sue the hell out of all of you people.
Is to protect Charlie Kirk.
Right.
That's his job. That's his job as one of the top members of the security detail is to protect Charlie Kirk, who the next day was assassinated. So, like, this is an important detail. What is one of the top members of the security detail doing at an Army intelligence base
that you have not proven he was there?
At 84. It might not mean anything, but maybe it means something. What does it mean? I don't know. I have to investigate it. Now, how does Andrew Colbert come in?
Okay, so where's the camera footage?
I'm reminded of the fact that he told you, Candace, that you and Tucker were on some list and possibly in danger. Well, so now I'm thinking.
Yeah, because she lied about that as well. It's called a lie, dude. This whole simp can't tell when he's been lied to by Candace Owens.
My mind, well, maybe he was at some sort of security briefing. Maybe they had some intel that people were in danger. Maybe that's what he was doing.
No,
I don't know, but
Right.
it has to be investigated. It has to be sussed out. It could mean something. It might not mean anything. But just to address Harrison, and I like Harrison. Harrison's been good to me. No problem with him there. So that's what I'm just from my own perspective as an outside observer. I've been airdropped this story, this detail, which has now mushroomed. It's like a big mushroom cloud now for several days. It's run wild. People on all sides fighting over it. It's become a thing, and now I have to grapple with this thing. Does it mean anything? Does it not mean anything? How can I verify it? And I'm at the mercy of
Candace is still raising money for the idiot.
Of Mitch's recollection. I'm at the mercy of the TPUSA folks, Erica, Cabot, and Brian Harpole. And I'm faced with a situation now.
No evidence to prove that they were even spotted at these places.
Where they've turned it into something bigger than it needed to be, if indeed it is nothing. If it's nothing, all they had to do was debunk it. And not only that, but like they could have
they don't owe you that.
Like slam dunk the ball in your face, Candace, and made you look silly and stupid, and they left that money on the table. And for the people who
the money is still being raised in this give, send, go.
Said, well, I'm not going to they don't need to dignify this. They already dignified this by giving half-assed non-debunking debunkings. I didn't ask them to do that.
Not debunking debunkings. Man, they are all high on something. All these idiots do crack.
They did that. They made this more important and relevant than it needed to be. I didn't ask for them to do that. So now, as an outside observer, I have to grapple with okay, you made it bigger than it had to be. Like, what does that mean? I don't know if it means anything, but now it's a thing. Now it's a thing that I have to deal with.
That is how everyone feels. Like you are voicing.
No one has to deal with this.
We didn't know what it was going to lead to, and I was like, I mean, I couldn't have been more deferential in saying that this could literally lead to nothing. But like, because of this weird prayer and the way it came in, I think that we should follow it. The reaction has now made this feel so crucial. And it again, why you do not need to wheel and deal behind the scenes, Andrew Colbert. And if Erica, as she did, is going to hand me Brian Harpole's alibi, then they care to clarify it, right? If you care to clarify his alibi, then get the rest of his alibi, right? What is the halfway? What is the halfway? Here's his flights for the evening or the late afternoon, but we don't know about 7:30. And I did ask that question, by the way. That just reminds me, I asked that to Turning Point USA when I had the conversation on the phone yesterday. I said, what's up with Brian Harpole? I've messaged. I'm happy to like debunk this, but this guy is certain he saw Brian Harpole. And they said, they told me that there was no, but basically the relationship between Brian Harpole and them had soured. That's what they told me. And they didn't just tell me that yesterday. I want to be clear. They also told me that when I sat across from Erica on the 15th. So there's not open communication right now between Brian Harpole and Turning Point USA. Yet they did feel it necessary to get his flights for the 15th. Well, if your perspective, and if I'm Turning Point USA and I'm going, okay, well, he's not answering this question. Don't you think they should want to know if he was there that morning? Like, shouldn't they be like, hey, like, where the heck were you? You were on our payroll, actually.
Candace, you didn't prove, nor did the idiot prove that they were actually there to begin with. He did not prove that he saw Erica Kirk or Brian Harpole where he claims he saw them. He gave you no photo, no video footage, nothing. You can't just say, oh, well, they were definitely there. If Erica Kirk can prove that she was at home because she went out on a walk and she was picked up on her neighbor's Ring security camera footage, then that's evidence that would fly in the court of law. You know, because if she sues the hell out of you, I hope you do pee your pants. Y'all, aliens pee out their ears. So it's going to come out of her ears.
And you were supposed to be with us. And so now we like require to know where you were. And so there's also this nonstop lack of urgency with Turning Point USA, a lack of caring. Like they almost think like the details are funny. They don't care. I think that's how the public feels. They certainly don't care about any of this. Like, why else would you have a tent? But it's quite
Candace, they don't care about this idiot on your show that you're raising $250,000 for.
morbid. It felt like a seance to see that tent up and people taking selfies under it. And I think that disturbs people. I think that there has been something spiritually disturbing about a lot of the.
No, what's disturbing is someone claiming to be Christian saying that they speak with dead people. That's called witchcraft according to the word of God. You're sitting here communing with unfamiliar spirits. That's disturbing. You know, when you're a demon, I guess, you know, you don't really care about all the
decisions and communications that have been coming out of Turning Point USA. So thank you, Candace. I think that you really just hit the nail on the head there in terms of why this suddenly feels very important when we were all willing to accept. I did one episode on this, guys. This wasn't like, it wasn't like
I'm not married to this, Candace. I'm not married to this guy. I'm not married to this theory. Like, if it's nothing, then it's nothing, right? And I still suspect that it.
But she won't prove that he actually saw Erica Kirk where he saw her. You understand the underlying lie that's being told with this is that you're saying that you saw Erica Kirk in a hotel. You saw Brian Harpool on a military base. You saw this Cabot Phillips guy at a hotel. You saw these people where you claim you saw them with zero evidence to support it. And no one has to believe what he says because aliens don't speak our language too well. This stuff still goes over her head while she pees out of her ears.
There's a good chance it could be. There's a really good chance it could be nothing. And I'm going to need I'm going to need really big receipts to believe it. But if Brian Harpole's job is to protect Charlie, which he failed at, by the way, like, let's just be real honest, he failed. The team failed. They failed. If I'm TPUSA, how did you guys fail this? And if Brian Harpole's attention was split, or he was elsewhere, his head was elsewhere, he was going to meetings elsewhere, he's doing other stuff. Like, I want to know that.
You're right. I totally agree. Myron, I'm going to let you jump in here too. I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me good, or am I coming in? Yeah. So I'll be very brief here. We're all here for the same reason, right? We all don't believe the official narrative is someone that used to work for the federal government and understands how investigations work. The official narrative has created more questions than answers. And Candace, kudos to you for going out there and trying to find those answers. And I think it's very important that people understand that when you're doing investigations, you're going to go down many different roads, right? You're going to talk to bad informants that might have ulterior motives. You're going to talk to people that are going to give you misleading information. You're going to do a record check here, and it might lead you somewhere that was completely not relevant to what's going on. Like, the thing that sucks here is that you're doing this investigation with millions of people watching you, and they're going to, try to say, oh, well, you didn't do this and you didn't do that, blah, blah, blah. The benefit, right, of being a criminal investigator a lot of the times is we work in the shadows, we do our investigation, we go down many different holes, then we come down with an indictment and an arrest warrant after we connect everything. Unfortunately, right, for you, Candace, you have a bunch of critics that want to sit there and say, well, you're not doing this right, you're not doing that right.
Unfortunately, Candace is not a federal investigator. An impersonation is a felony. It is a crime. She's not a federal investigator. Period. She's not a federal investigator. Y'all, Candace starting to get that twitch. Y'all see her rocking back and forth. Boy, that high is wearing off.
I think you've done a great job of, trying to find the truth, and people are going to criticize and talk shit, and I think we're all here for the same reasons. The official narrative doesn't add up.
She's not a federal investigator.
And that's why people are doing their own independent investigation. And the federal government's failed with being transparent with the people, and the people don't trust the government anymore. This is really an L for the G. So keep doing what you're doing. I know people are going to hate, and I think your heart's in the right place, and you're really trying to find answers here. And yeah, there's going to be, roads that sometimes don't lead where it's supposed to go, or roads that may be questionable. But I think talking to everybody and trying to get the full picture and being transparent about it is the way to go. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And yeah, it's hard. I mean, we have a really small team. I think people forget, like, there's 4 of us, and it's so much work, and we're investigating every lead. And there have been so many that have led nowhere, by the way. I mean, you can imagine you're getting 50,000 emails, and
because you're not an investigator,
just want to write hate stuff. Some people are giving you tips, and we're building those pictures in the background. We have so many leads that are still being worked on from
Candace, God dog it. 18 USC 913. Impersonating federal investigators is a crime. Impersonating federal investigators is indeed a crime under 18 USC 913. That's federal law, Candace. We understand, since you're an alien and you're American ignorant, which equals stupid, then here's a federal law, 18 United States Code 913. This law prohibits individuals from falsely claiming to be federal officers or employees while asserting authority over another person, meaning no one owes you a damn alibi. You're not an investigator. They don't owe you shit. You're impersonating. It's a felony. It's a crime. You're violating federal law and you're harassing people under the guise of being this federal investigator. You're demanding alibis under the premise of being a federal investigator. It's called impersonation. To the dumbass cult members, get this back to your cult leader. Tweet this law out. Put it on Twitter X. And if she's mastered English enough to be able to read it, tell her to read it. People can also sue her for this. They can sue her for harassment with the intent to harass while impersonating a federal investigator. That is an actual complaint that she could be sued for, a federal lawsuit at that, because now you're violating federal laws. These morons just said, as part of a federal investigator, like she's a federal investigator. You can't make this up. And now we're investigating. So you're admitting that you're impersonating a federal investigator. I don't know who that Myron person is, but it's mighty dumb to sit here and talk about somebody being a federal investigator, and she's not. She's not licensed or certified to be one. She's not an officer of the court. She's nobody. So what should happen is they should investigate her for this, and if they want to sue her, Erica Kirk, TP USA, Brian Harpool, they can sue her with a federal lawsuit. And let me tell you something. Federal judges don't play that BS. This is not a joke. This is not a game. You want to sit here and ignore our laws in the United States of America, Candace? You can fly your alien ass up out of here. But as long as you're walking on U.S. soil and you want to claim to be a U.S. citizen, these are our U.S. laws you got to abide by. You're not above the rule of law. This idiot is sitting here co-signing her, impersonating being a federal investigator. He's co-signing off on this. This law applies to various deceptive acts, from wearing a fake badge to issuing orders, demanding alibis. The penalties for impersonating a federal officer can include imprisonment for up to 3 years and a criminal fine of up to $1,000. It is important to note that the law does not require the impersonator to receive a tangible benefit. The mere act, here it is, of asserting false authority is enough to trigger liability. The mere act of asserting this false authority by harassing people, demanding alibis, is enough to trigger liability. Candace, not only could you be charged criminally, you can also be hit with a federal lawsuit. Still a civil matter, but it will be a federal lawsuit because you're violating a federal law. The fact that you're merely asserting yourself to be a federal investigator, harassment, cyber stalking, cyberbullying, demanding alibis, it's a part of that assertion of this false authority. Because who the hell owes a dumb blogger an alibi? No one. Here you go right here, Erica Kirk. File a federal lawsuit on her. And this is what you can cite. Keep asking me for a damn alibi, heifer. Like, that's all she has to say. Ask me one more time for an alibi. I dare you. Now you have a federal law in place that you can utilize to file a federal lawsuit against her. I keep saying this over and over again about her impersonating an investigator. It is a crime. Candace is not above the law. No one gives a damn what she wants. She's playing a stupid game and she's about to win a stupid prize. This is so crazy. There's the resource here for you all to do some further reading. But Candace, you got it coming. Because I don't mind tagging Erica Kirk to my videos. I do that anyway. I don't even mind tweeting this to her. You're impersonating a federal investigator. And you got these morons, these simps, and these wimps that's sitting here acting like they all high on meth and crack, co-signing off on this bullshit, demanding alibis. But then they want to block people the moment someone throws a law their way to say, keep on if you want to. I will name your ass in a lawsuit. You know, because this is the one thing that scares Candace Owens. And now you can make it a federal lawsuit. Step it up. TPUSA needs to stop playing games with her. Stop effing around with this. Sue her ass and be done with it. This shit is outrageous. No one owes Candace Owens a damn thing. That's it. And if she wants to continue to harass people, she should pay the price for it. Especially when you're sitting here talking about, I'm investigating. Oh, federal investigators do this and they do that. She's neither of those things. You don't just have random people demanding alibis from somebody. Get the fuck out of here. You can't make this stuff up. So this idiot is co-signing off on her, pretending to be a federal investigator, you know, because reasons.
Those answers. And I think it's very important that people understand that when you're doing investigations, you're going to go down many different roads, right? You're going to talk to bad informants that might.
Yeah, go ahead.
Had soured. That's what they told me. And they didn't just tell me that yesterday. I want to be clear. They also told me that when I sat across from Erica on the 15th. So there's not open communication right now between Brian Harpole and Turning Point USA. Yet, they did feel it necessary to give us flights for the 15th. Well, if your perspective, and if I'm Turning Point USA, and I'm going, okay, well, he's not answering this question, don't you think they should want to know if he was there that morning? Like, shouldn't they be like, hey, like, where the heck were you? You were on our payroll, actually, and you were supposed to be with us, and so now we like require to know where you were. And so there's also this nonstop lack of urgency with Turning Point USA, a lack of caring. Like, they almost think like the details are funny. They don't care. I think that's how the public feels. They certainly don't care about any of this. Why else would you have a tent? It's quite morbid. It felt like a seance to see that tent up and people taking selfies under it. And I think that that disturbs people. I think that there has been something spiritually disturbing about a lot of the decisions and communications that have been coming out of Turning Point USA.
But you're sitting here talking about you having visions of her deceased husband coming to you, of all people. Girl, bye, Felicia. They need to sue her ass.
So thank you, Sam. I think that you really just hit the nail on the head there in terms of why this suddenly feels very important when we were all willing to accept. I did one episode on this, guys. This wasn't like, it wasn't like
I'm not married to this, Candace. I'm not married to this guy. I'm not married to this theory. Like, if it's nothing, then it's nothing, right? And I still suspect that there's a good chance there's a really good chance it could be nothing. And I'm going to need really big receipts to believe it. Right. But if Brian Harpole's job is to protect Charlie, which he failed at, by the way, like, let's just be real honest, he failed. The team failed. They failed. If I'm TPUSA, how did you guys fail this? And if Brian Harpole's attention was split, or he was elsewhere, his head was elsewhere, he was going to meetings elsewhere, he was doing other stuff, like, I want to know that.
Right. I totally agree. Myron, I'm going to let you jump in here too. I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me good, or am I coming in? Yeah, so I'll be very brief here. We're all here for the same reason, right? We all don't believe the official narrative is someone that used to work for the federal government and understands how investigations work. The official narrative has created more questions than answers. And again, it's kudos to you for going out there and trying to find those answers. And I think it's very important that people understand that when you're doing investigations, you're going to go down many different roads, right? You're going to talk to bad informants that might have ulterior motives. You're going to talk to people that are going to give you misleading information.
Boy, she's tweaking out.
You're going to do a records check here, and it might lead you somewhere that was completely not relevant to what's going on. Like, the thing that sucks here is that you're doing this investigation with millions of people watching you, and they're going to, try to say, oh, well, you didn't do this and you didn't do that, blah, blah, blah. The benefit, right, of being a criminal investigator a lot of the times is we work in the
Because I wanted to snip this. The benefit of being a criminal investigator, something she's not. I want to snip it.
Benefit, right, of being a criminal investigator.
Yeah, okay. You see what happens when crackheads start running their mouth? Y'all, they all sound like they stuck high on meth. Where is she getting these people from? Candace, Birds of a feather flock together. Why are you twitching your nose and all this other stuff? She don't even know what to do. She can't even sit still. She acts like a 2-year-old that's got to go potty. You can't make this up. Candace, that's a snip. Benefit of being a criminal investigator. Like, you know, the law says you don't even have to benefit. Just this false authority that you're asserting on someone. This right here. You know, because you're demanding dumb alibis that no one owes you.
A lot of the times is we work in the shadows, we do our investigation, we go down many different holes, then we come down with an indictment and arrest warrant after we connect everything. Unfortunately, right?
She can't do any of that bullshit.
You, Candace, you have a bunch of critics that want to sit there and say, well, you're not doing this right, you're not doing that right. I think you've done a great job of, you know, trying to find the truth, and people are...
She's not an investigator, so you should be telling her you might want to be careful about this impersonation because you can be sued for that federally.
We're going to criticize and talk shit, and I think we're all here for the same reasons. The official narrative doesn't add up. They haven't been transparent, and that's why people are doing their own independent investigation. And the federal government's failed with being transparent with the people, and the people don't trust the government anymore. This is really an L for the G. So keep doing what you're doing. I know people are going to hate, and I think your heart's in the right place, and you're really trying to find answers here. And yeah, there's going to be, you know, roads that sometimes don't lead where it's supposed to go, or roads that may be questionable. But I think talking to everybody and trying to get the full picture and being transparent about it is the way to go. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And yeah.
So Candace and Mitch lied and he came up with this dumb story, and he's about to get, you know, $250,000 out of it. And she gets to walk around and say what she just said. That somehow spiritually she doesn't discern. It felt like a seance. They going under the tent where Charlie Kirk was shot. Even though Candace Owens admitted she's seen several videos from different angles of Charlie Kirk being shot over and over and over and over again, and then claimed that there was no blood. This is, you know, same person that keeps having visions of somebody else's husband who's deceased because she was in love with him. That keeps putting up photos that they took before either of them were married. Before either of them got married. You can't make this up. This is who we're dealing with here. Someone who believes that she's a federal investigator. Criminal investigator. We'll go based on what the snippet said.
It's hard. I mean, we have a really small team. I think people forget, like, there's 4 of us, and it's so much work, and we're investigating every lead, and there have been so many that have led nowhere, by the way. I mean, you can imagine you're getting 50,000 emails, and some people just want to write hate stuff. Some people are giving you tips, and we're building those pictures in the backgrounds. We have so many leads that are still being worked on from a long time ago, and we have to get on the phone with people, and we have to ask for verification, and we have to get when we get paperwork, we then have to verify if the paperwork is real because I don't have expertise.
You don't have a way to do that. You see that because you don't have any expertise. So who are you getting to vet documents?
And then I present something and I misspeak and I say E4 instead of 05 or 06, whatever, and the next thing you know, you get 1,000 emails of people telling you like you're an idiot. It's hard, and people also I think forget, and this is not like a woe is me pity party, but like Charlie was my friend. Like, you know, I went through a very real stage of grief. I'm still going through it in many ways because I don't know what happens. Like, there's something that feels very unresolved about it. And he just shouldn't have been taken out like that. Okay. And their anger, which I think you guys have seen that last week or whatever, like to see people like Ben Shapiro get on stage and pretend they were his friend. Like, you don't know what that does to me spiritually. Like, I just want to fight. Like, I want to physically get into a fight. That is like, it's just.
So she's violent as well. Candace, didn't you get charged with harassment back in high school? You want to walk around here and fight people? This is so crazy. They're okay with her saying this stuff, but if someone says sue her, then they get triggered, you know, because reasons. Never mind the fact that she's committing cyber crimes. You're cyber harassing, doxing, bullying people, demanding alibis now. Somehow, this idiot has you thinking you're a criminal investigator. You're impersonating a federal investigator. You literally think you are the entire CIA. You can't make this up. The FBI is not leading this investigation for the murder trial. The state of Utah is. So why in the hell is Candace demanding alibis again? Keep on, girl.
It's not okay. And there's something that is so grotesque about it at its core. There is something that it's almost satanic, right? I look at politics now and it makes me want to vomit.
It's evil to want to fight, Candace. You don't have the right to put your hands on people.
Like to realize what they turned him into after, like they did not view this man as a human being. They did not care about Charlie at all. It was like he either was going to get them a check or he wasn't. Charlie. You know, and that even for me, like the ick I get from turning points, like you know that man did not like that man. So what are you doing? Is this really just about like who writes you a check and gives like they can just buy a friendship with Charlie? Like it angers me, and I still have to like contend with that anger, that upset, and
She's
also
making the most money from
trying
these videos.
to, okay, let me divert the energy into this investigation and try and figure it out. So I do ask you guys to just recognize that, you know, like to recognize that there's a lot going on. And I will always, if I get something wrong, which is what I was open to doing, like I said to Ian.
Nope. You're literally accusing somebody of trying to falsely accuse you or force you to say something. All because he asked you, what is the purpose of this crap? That's it. He spoke his mind. Look how you're treating your other cult member that left the cult, Evan Kilgore. All these simps. Grown men becoming simps.
I was like, if you want to send me an email and he has the smoking gun proof that he wasn't even a Green Beret, I will run it and I will own it. But that's not the case. And so it just feels like petty. Like if you're going to use your energy, like we don't need you finding his exes, man. Like we really could use your help. Like, you know.
No. They get to do what they want to do, Candace, because you're not a federal investigator. She's going to get her ass locked up one day.
Yeah, I mean, look, professional criminal investigators don't get it right a lot of the times. There's a reason why a lot of cases don't get solved. You know, people don't get indicted, they don't get charged. It's not easy to run an investigation. It's even harder to do it with a million people trying to Monday morning quarterback everything that you do and criticize every single thing that you do. So I totally understand coming from that world myself. So look, you know, you're trying to find the truth. I think you've been good about transparency. Look, professional criminal investigators don't get it right.
This idiot is serious. She's not a professional criminal investigator. All these people meth heads. They all meth heads. You can't make this up. This is unbelievable. They're literally treating her like she's a professional criminal investigator. A whole damn crime.
A lot of the times, there's a reason why a lot of cases don't get solved. You know, people don't get indicted, they don't get charged. It's not easy to run an investigation. It's even harder to do it with a million people trying to Monday morning quarterback everything that you do and criticize every single thing that you do. So I totally understand coming from that world myself. So look, you know, you're trying to find the truth. I think you've been good about transparency. If you make a mistake, you correct it. And, you know, one of the negatives is you're out there in front of everyone. So people are going to give their opinions, and that's the negative.
Yeah, you're right. Ryan, we'll go to you and then we'll go to Diligent Denizen.
Yeah, no, I just want to tell you, thank you, Candace, for everything that you're doing. You know, we all appreciate, you know, at least one person out there.
You too, Ryan. You've been crushing it. You've been absolutely crushing it.
Well, thank you. You know, and I think that the thing that upsets, I think, most Americans is the fact that you're doing the job that we expect Turning Point to be doing, right? Like this was Charlie's organization, and you're the one out here asking the questions, and they almost seem like they're just content with whatever Fed slop narrative we get, and they're ready to move on and get the party started and go on to the next event and the next whatever. And it makes me feel anyways like that Turning Point. And the amount of people that are going after and attacking you for trying to just find answers makes me think that Turning Point's something much bigger, that it feels like it's a giant money laundering operation, that it's a political machine, and that Charlie was just a pawn, right? That he almost didn't even know everything that was going on within his own organization. It got way too big for one man to follow everything. And some shady shit seemed like it was going on behind the scenes.
All these people are meth heads, and they're all stuck on crack and mushrooms, you know, because we can all just throw out these accusations as well. You can't make this up. These people are literally high on something. They're treating her like she's a professional criminal investigator or a federal investigator. You can't make this up.
And I think there's a lot of key players that were involved in some shady shit that are more, they're incentivized to just kind of sweep this under the rug and buy the Fed squad narrative because they don't want any attention shined on whatever shady shit that they were doing. And I think that's why Charlie was putting Doge together. And I'll end it there.
And I got a really big tip.
But it couldn't even tell us what an endowment was. And yet somehow something shady was going on. I had to do a video to give background information on an endowment because Wolves in Finance failed to read and Google and said that they should not be investing in the stock market when that is the entire purpose of an endowment. For a nonprofit organization, a 501c3. Candace, we're going to deport your ass after this Macron
on that Doge investigation. I think there was something there. I think if this pans out, and it looks like it is panning out, Charlie discovered there was a lot of money that was missing.
Get the hell off my planet, girl.
Again, I'm trying to encourage this person to speak out. So again, one of the balls has been in the air that I've been fully working on, but I think all of our instincts have been correct. There's a lot more in the and there's just been a lot of people that have been basically saying to us, you know, these cheap tactics, to even question anything means that like you are not you have to just accept.
Sorry, guys, I'm making it work for everything.
Myron, you got to turn yourself off. Your mute on. I can mute your mic. Actually, that's a great ad. Yeah, so it definitely feels really weird. Diligent, let's go to you, Diligent Denizen.
Thank you. Yeah, you know what bothers me the most about this whole thing is the lack of curiosity. Like here we are all citizen journalists. Every single person on this.
No. What bothers me is these whole grown men being simps. Oh, they some simps. Ooh, they don't have a spine to hold their neck up. None of these guys got balls at all. They won't, except the Harrison guy. He about the only one that came like that was trying to just tell it like it is. And look how she threw a tantrum. And then you got all these simps coming to her rescue. None of these cowards would be able to help you in court, Candace, if someone dropped a federal lawsuit on your ass, forcing alibis and nonsense. What is wrong with this alien?
Stage right now describes himself as a journalist in some way, shape, or form. Right? There's no
not at
curiosity.
anything.
Right? Like, when did we say? Well, here's a good example. Harrison, you posted 2 weeks before Charlie Kirk died
like no one has
that there was a
free
credible
speech but
threat
her.
against his life. Has the FBI reached out to you to ask you about that?
No.
Also,
No.
like, are you going to tell us who that was? It feels like that might be relevant now.
Yeah. So in the absence of a
Candace, are you gonna post up that text message you sent to that FBI agent? That that high-ranking one, when you said that you thought the French were coming after you. Are you gonna post up those receipts from Club de Sant? Those transactions you claim were going through this club that deals with the gastronomy from the French president, because he's still suing your ass in court. Are you going to post up receipts to show proof of payments or transactions for your alleged assassination that never existed? Here on Earth, it didn't exist. Maybe in Candyland, that alternate reality they are in, they are sniffing Kool-Aid. You can't make this
rigorous investigation by the agency, we are led to lead this investigation. That is why Fort Huachuca is so relevant. But I was going to ask you, thank you, Candace. Can you tell us who told you that? Because the FBI is not asking you.
Yeah, I mean, the person that told me asked me not to say who they were, so I'm not going to give up a source. Sorry.
Nope.
Okay, that's fine. Well, then, in the absence of answers and a rigorous investigation.
Yeah, in the absence of evidence, we're going to just conclude that all of these simps are crackheads, except the Harrison guy. He's not the only one here. Yeah, everybody else is a flat-out meth head, especially that lady. Ooh, child.
We are led to do that ourselves. So every credible piece of evidence that we have to follow, every trail should be exhausted before we say, oh, well, this ain't worth it. And I've seen far more energy put into discrediting this Fort Huachuca witness than I have for people actually looking into the claim itself. Like Candace said earlier, she actually called people at the base to verify whether or not the events occurred. Was he there at that time? Where did it happen at, etc. But I see all of these people. It's almost like it's coordinated.
Yeah.
Right? All of these people on the same 2 days come out and say, oh, don't listen to this guy.
Anything.
They apply labels. You know why we apply labels to people?
They were there.
That way you stop listening to them. Oh, what he says doesn't matter anymore because he's an abuser, because he's a fraud, because he's this, because he's that. Right?
Yeah, pathological liar. So no one is obligated to believe anything he says. Candace, if you want to concoct up plans and stories and fundraisings and all this other stuff in the name of a lie, just to keep up content, next time just let it be something that actually occurred near UVU. There you go. You're welcome. I just gave you another week of content. Idiot.
Far more effort into discrediting that witness than there has actually been into validating the information that he's been given.
By the way, the best way to discredit him is to debunk his story. Why don't you focus on this? You can act. Do you hate Mitch? Do you hate who he is as a human being? Do you believe he's a pathological liar? How about proving that something that he told us was a pathological lie? Doesn't that?
No evidence to prove that Erica Kirk was at that hotel, that Brian Harper was on that base, that the Cabot guy was anywhere near any of these two places. No evidence he presented. No photos, no videos, no nothing. Candace, all of that just for you to be able to say you felt like it was a seance going on under a tent from Erica Kirk. You really want to go after her. Why can't you grow a spine and just stop beating around the bush? You hate that girl. And she's going to sue the out of you. That's what's going to happen. Harassing her for an alibi? She's going to sue you.
Just makes sense.
Zero convictions. All of the people saying that he was a fraudster, that he was an abuser, whatever. I couldn't find one criminal record of him being.
Oh my God. Courts don't exist all of a sudden? No. The cult members already found court documents. The cult members found some court documents. What the hell are he talking about?
Convicted.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Is it
I
right?
couldn't find it
No,
either.
it's not
They
true.
weren't
He
showing
doesn't
no
know that.
convictions. It was he said, she said. I mean, just like full character assassination.
A
And like,
one-sided divorce court that he didn't get to tell his piece in.
it was
Isn't that
very
interesting?
Me Too. It was very Me Too.
He's still going through the divorce. What are they talking about? Are they serious? Y'all, they sniffing Kool-Aid with sugar. Y'all remember the Kool-Aid, the powder Kool-Aid in the little packs? And you just add some sugar to that, and kids would use that like that fun dipstick type of candy. They would get the little fun dipstick candy, and then they would dip it in the Kool-Aid mix. Except in this situation, all these morons are sniffing it. They straight up sniffing this stuff. You can't make this up. Candace, those yeast infections have literally gone to your head, girl. It is not our fault that you have been anatomically, somehow created differently on your planet where you pee out your ears. It's not our fault. Why do you keep taking out your anger amongst humanity?
I'm sorry to say it. And like when grown men are doing the Me Too shit, I just have no energy for it. I'm just like, all right, guys, like, cool, thumbs up. Like, I'm glad you found like his classmates in middle school or whatever, but like, could you use?
No one cares about you, girl. They don't sitting here trying to debunk you. They're trying to debunk him. Yeah, a liar is going to be a liar. I mean, we don't expect them to tell the truth. So, where's the evidence that he saw Erica Kirk and Brian Harple and the other boy? Where's that evidence? Because everywhere you go, you get caught on camera. You know how you went to the Dollywood, Candace, and somebody came up to you and they just took a photo? They probably would have taken that photo either way, whether you decided to just get in the photo or not. They would have got that photo.
Some of that male energy towards actually, like, if you think he's all of these things, the best thing to do would be like help us prove that he's lying on the thing that we care about, which is the Charlie Kirk assassination.
No,
and no one has thus far done that. And
he saw Erica Kirk.
Story. So I am inclined to follow this, especially because we now know that Erica and Andrew Colbert and Brian Harple do care enough to offer up, some parsed alibis of sorts.
But they didn't offer.
They don't owe you that. You're not an investigator. They're gonna sue the crap out of you just on this one video.
They didn't refute being there. I think is a very important point. Not one of the people, including Congressman Amidei with his statement, actually directly said, I was not in Arizona or at Fort.
It wouldn't matter if they did. These idiots don't believe anything anybody tells them. Candace doesn't accept any evidence. She cannot be wrong because she's a narcissistic alien from outer space. So she doesn't care what you say. There's no amount of evidence that you could give them. That's why TPUSA needs to stop. You're not going to ever win them over with any evidence. They're delusional. They're all high. They're stuck on meth and crack. Candace look like she ready for everybody to get off the damn phone.
Wachuca at this time on this day. Not a single one of them have denied it.
Yeah, and I did. I don't know if you were on earlier when I said that, like, when Mitch first contacted me, he never said Mark Amidei. He gave a description of the man and said it was a congressman, and then I gave him, faces, and he was like, "This looks like the guy, like Mark Amidei." I think Mark Amidei is the only one that at least attempted to give an actual time frame that was relevant, and he gave the footage, and I do think it kind of looks like him. It's not definitive, but like it does kind of look like him that's sitting in the chair when someone gave me the time point. So I do want to be at least like he gave us something, you know what I mean? But regarding the two people that he contacted me about, Brian Harple and Erica, I find it strange that they went behind the scenes when they had a direct communication with me. Like, if you care enough.
They don't care about what you think. Girl, keep giving them evidence.
Why wouldn't you just text me and I could shut it down immediately? Like, I don't.
We just lost your sound.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm still trying to understand, like, what Andrew Colbert is doing.
You're not
I don't understand it. I don't understand what Andrew Colbert is doing. I really don't.
Well, obviously they care about the public perception of what's going on here, or they wouldn't give these half-hearted third-party alibis that don't really stand up under scrutiny, right? Because they do care about the perception. And the argument is, well, they don't owe you any answers. They don't owe you any answers. That's right. They don't owe us any answers. But also, they can deserve the scrutiny they get in return for not giving those answers.
Yeah, and they're going to keep ignoring you. And then when you get enough to the point where they're tired of you all just flat out lying on them, they're going to sue the crap out of all of you meth heads.
Right? The suspicion that comes with that's part of not giving those answers. So it's a two-way exchange. Go ahead, Harrison. I see you trying to go ahead.
I totally agree with you on that. I do want to, let me add this person, the speaker, we could do about like 10 more minutes here. So I think that we have covered all of the main points. I think now everyone understands why this story suddenly matters, even though it's definitely not a focal point of this investigation. I do think that there is something here. I will tell you that, like, if I was to bet on it when I first had Mitch on the show, I was at 50-50 on whether or not he saw who he said he saw. Brian and Erica in particular, and Cabot Phillips as a third, which he felt, I think when I asked him a percentage on Cabot Phillips, he was like 90% sure or something. Now, like, I would probably put it at a lot higher, just based on the public reaction. It doesn't make sense to me. And
no, evidence should make it much higher. And somehow, you know, you, like I said, you crash land on our planet. You got to learn our rules.
Andrew Colbert is what tips me over the edge, I think. It makes no sense for him to go behind the scenes when he could have texted me and say, hey, I heard you covered this. Just wanted to give you this. Here's where Erica was. And, you know, so you could update people. That doesn't make sense to me. And I've heard.
Dare they not send me that stuff? I'm big mad. Big mad. Candace is big mad, y'all. She big mad. Big mad.
That they are spending a lot of money on an anti-marketing campaign, if you will. I am trying to get receipts on that to see if that's true. And if that does pan out to be true, then I think we have our answer.
You're bye, Felicia.
I just added you, Suleiman. Did you want to say anything, or did you just want to listen?
Yeah, I did want to say something. Hopefully my mic is working. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm just in an Uber. Oh, brilliant. I guess my question is this, that when it comes to, by the way, I first of all appreciate the work you're doing. And also, I think one of my friends is on your team. But that being said, one of the questions I have is, in terms of Huachuca, how does someone prove the negative? And what I mean by that is, I can't always prove where I am at all times. So, for example, you know, how do you prove that you're not somewhere if you don't somehow have some kind of photograph you take on the day? Like, how will they be able to disprove where they were? And the reason I ask that is because you can ask that about anyone. For example, Sam, I don't know where Sam was when Charlie Kirk got assassinated. So will he be able to prove it or not? We just don't know. So I guess the question is, how do you prove the negative?
Yeah, so I think the first thing is like, just answer, right? Hey, I was not here. That would be like a
no, because that's not good enough for the code. Candace will not accept anything you tell her. Even if you gave her video footage or a photo, she'll think, oh, you're doing too much. Just like, oh, they don't have to go out and get their kids to disprove him. No, they just prove that he's a pathological liar. And therefore, he shouldn't be trusted on anything he says. Candace, you and this idiot should have worked on a better backdrop story, because we all know you talked to him before the show. The pre-scripted, pre-recorded show. We know that. You effed up. You gave some half-baked story because you just desperately wanted Erica Kirk to be intertwined into this, as opposed to you just doing it on your own. Come on with this sugar booger. She get restless.
A strong start. I'm Brian Harpole, and I was definitively not there. The second thing is, you would just be so surprised at how much.
If you said that, it wouldn't matter.
If you were there, then Brian Harpole would have had to have taken a flight to Fort Huachuca relatively early on the 8th or early on the 9th. I mean, he could, if he's
camera footage in airports. She didn't bother to get that footage at all. Call the airport, idiot.
Awake at that time. This is supposed to be like a guy who's doing security. He's got to be up early. How quickly before you roll over in bed and text somebody about something, like whether it's like breakfast, whatever it is, you're texting, and that is creating a timeline of everything you're doing all day. Like, if you asked me what I was doing today between, I don't know, 4 and 6, I could look through my phone and see who I was texting at that time, and we'd be texting about something relevant to what we.
Or you can just get coordinates because you got GPS on your phone, pinging off of cell phone towers. You know, same thing Erica Kirk can do to prove she was at home with her kids.
We were doing, or we were about to meet up. There are so many ways that I think you could show what you were doing. But I think the first thing was to answer. Like, you know, it's a pretty straightforward. Like, I don't see the upside in Cabot Phillips not answering. There's been so much innuendo about him. People are talking about like his pizza tattoo. Like,
yeah, hurry up.
You know, I don't think the energy of Ben Shapiro. I've been wondering what that's about. And so, like, when I saw it, like when he said Cabot Phillips, I was like, whoa, I did not expect that turn. Because I had sent him so many people that, like, in Turning Point, that I thought could have fit the description. Like, maybe it was someone on the security team, and he was like, no. And then with no context, he was like, Cabot Phillips was the guy. And I don't know. I find that to be interesting that he was off. Now Cabot could just very easily just be like, I was on vacation. Like, that's 7 days, right? I mean, he was off air from the 4th until the 11th. And hey, he's got the wrong guy, wrong memory. And I'd be like, hey, cool. But that's a long time, right? That's a very long time that he could send us something or anything. So, yeah, I think there's a million ways, but it would start with just denying it, you know. Like, it would be very simple, especially because it's gotten so big. And I want to be able to do that for them. I want to debunk it. I want it to be off of people's minds. Like, if Cabot was just like with his family on vacation.
Yeah, she's starting to get cold. What the hell going on? What the hell going on with her? Who does all this? Isn't she at home? Candace, turn the heat on.
in Scotland. I want to be like, hey guys, like Mitch we're looking for someone that looks like Cabot. You know what I mean? And so we can focus somewhere else. Or Erica has airtight. Here's where she was. This is what she was doing. And there really are just like, there's just another blonde who was on the base that day. I think that would make a lot of people feel good if they just did that.
And Candace, if they hadn't already weighed in,
it makes sense.
That would be one thing, right?
So it makes sense what you're saying in terms of if you were to provide a text, what you're proving is that you texted someone, or they're not going to give you evidence that they took a flight of thought with Chuka. So I guess because if they did it or they didn't do it, they wouldn't provide it either way. Yeah. And I guess the reason I'm asking the question is,
either way.
I get the logic behind it. Like, first of all, the smart player would have been not to say anything. After he started giving evidence to that green beret, it now becomes the onus upon you. So I understand it. I'm on your side on that perspective.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, hypothetically speaking, let's take Erica Kirk as an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say she wasn't there on September the 8th, but she hasn't got any digital footprint. Yes, she can deny it. That's one thing. But like, no one's going to believe it, even if she was to deny it. So how do you actually provide evidence that you weren't there? Because if you
because she could have been captured on her neighbor's camera taking her children for a walk. Candace, crack is wick. I want you all to know, in the Lady Luck Club, I do not condone drug use. I just don't. Please get help. Crack is wick. Don't do meth. Angel dust, pixie dust, powder, whatever you want to call it. Please lay off the drugs. All right? Whatever Boys Club is smoking in those cigars, clearly Candace is smelling and inhaling all that shit in. Y'all seen her wiping her nose vigorously?
Text someone, that's not evidence, because you could text from the place or from some other place. It's actually having like some kind of digital footprint.
Yeah. So
somewhere else at the
exact same time. Because they did. You might not have been on earlier, but I reached out to Turning Point again because, like I said, I'm not interested in chasing rabbits.
Stop harassing.
I want to actually know what's real and what's not. Sunday. What's today? On Sunday, I think around 1:00 p.m. I got on the phone with them. I reached out on Sunday, on Saturday, got on the phone with them sometime after mass on Sunday, pardon. And
come on, Bo,
they were like, hey, like, she was like making dinner with, like, organizing or making dinner with Charlie. Like, we're going to send you a message of like between her and Charlie speaking. And I was like, great, amazing. I will literally update Twitter right now and say like Erica was making dinner with Charlie. And they send me a message, but the contact was blacked out. So I went back, obviously, and I was like, hey, like, the contact's blacked out. Like, this could be a message between like me and George for all I know. And I was like, do you just mind like just sending, like, I know Charlie's number, obviously. So just like, show me the contact. And they were like, we blocked it out because this, it's like a pet, I don't know, like a nickname that she has for Charlie or whatever. And she just didn't want you to see it. And I was like, okay, well, you can just like change the contact name and just send me like, send me a video of you opening it so I can see Charlie's number and tell my audience, like, this is confidently a text game between Charlie and Erica. And then they just said,
she doesn't know how to keep group chats to herself. Girl, bye, Felicia.
Look, it's Sunday. I think it was like 1 o'clock or something, and she's busy with the kids, but we'll get you that. And so I waited. It's now been obviously more than 24 hours. It's been like 30. It was yesterday at 1 p.m. Now it's 9 p.m. on Monday. And they haven't sent it to me, like just the number so I could see that it was Charlie, but I'm waiting. But there's a perfect example of how they could just easily show it. So I'm waiting for that. And if I get it, I will clarify to people that she was making dinner. And I also said to them, like, I don't need to show people the message either. So like, don't worry about like his, like, whatever you call him getting out there. Like, I'm happy to just like see it. And I think my audience trusts me enough that I would just say I saw it. So I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah. Her cult members definitely trust every word she says and they don't question her. Exhibit A, all these simps on the phone.
But that's a perfect example of how it could be done.
So that text message you're referring to, are you saying that it would indicate her specific location? Like she'd be like, oh, guess what, honey, I'm downstairs cooking, I don't know, roast chicken for you. So
I'm recapping here, but it was pretty much like, hey, parking the car, like, be up there for dinner, or like, is dinner ready? Like, yeah, it's on the table now, right? Well, if they have that and it has the date of September 8th, which it had the date of September 8th, and that was the communication, like, dinner's on the table now, like, I'll be right down or something like that.
They don't owe you that.
And they just blacked out the contact. So I can't say you guys, like, it was a conversation, it could have been a conversation between me and Mel. It could have been, so I was just like, could you just send that without the contact blacked out? And so that's what I'm waiting for. But that's a perfect example because like you can't go back in time and make that communication with Charlie. Like, who else would Charlie be messaging? Like, if I can just see this is Charlie and his wife, and it said like love you or something like that. So it would be weird if Charlie was randomly texting that to somebody else, but I know his number, so they could just show me his number.
But they don't have to give you.
And just one other question while I've got you here, and I think it's really important because I've been covering this like from the beginning, generally speaking. And you basically have like the Fed position, and then you kind of have your position, which is you've gone through a wide range of strands and a wide range of avenues. And I guess a lot of people kind of sit somewhere, maybe in the middle, maybe a bit towards you, maybe a bit towards the Fed position, whatever it may be. And from your perspective, and I kind of know what you're going to say, but just as a question, from your perspective, like where do you sit with the people who don't fully agree with maybe all the lines of investigation? investigation you're doing, but then do question the Fed position. Like, I think a lot of people feel like there is this kind of idea that you either have to have the Fed position or you have to totally agree with you or Ian Carroll or whatever it may be. So like, where do you sit with that?
No, I appreciate everyone that's investigating. If you're a person who is trying to convince,
I don't appreciate anybody impersonating investigators, because when you don't know how to do it and you decide to, do crack as wick and meth, this is what you end up with.
us that Tyler Robinson on a rooftop by himself with no help took a shot from a 30-06 and Charlie ate vegetables and stopped the bullet. Like, you are just such a useless human being. I really never want to I never want to see you. I don't want to follow you. I don't want to see a tweet. I want you to just be off the internet. Like, that would be great, But beyond that, if you accept that something's wrong, obviously, and like there's got to be more to the story, then great. That's why there is so much variety on the internet, and I do think there is a level of this sort of like crowdsourced investigation. So like, I don't agree with everything that Ian comes up with.
Who scratches their chin like this, y'all? This girl is tweaking. That eye is coming down. Candace, do you smoke weed? Because I just don't get you. Whatever all the stuff you're doing is, you got an itch in random places on your face. Yeah, she's scratching her chin like this.
With everything I say, like, I don't agree with everything Sam Parker tweets or Myron says, but the point is like, I'm sitting here and I'm pulling together a picture because so many different people are able to pull together different strands. And I personally can say confidently that I sense that we are putting a lot of pressure on the authorities. They seem to be coming undone. There is definitively something here. And
the FBI is not leading the investigation. We don't give a damn.
They were banking on our ADHD. Like, they were banking on, we're going to throw like a memorial. We're going to make it amazing. We're going to give them Trump. They love Trump. He's going to throw red meat. He's going to say, we're going to make America great again, and we're going to move on. And it actually seems to be getting bigger and it's snowballing. And so something has to give. And so I'm grateful for every person, no matter where you stop on the train. Like, if you're like, I believe you on all this, but I don't believe this. Like, I mean, that's really what Morgan Ariel just said. Like, I don't like Mitch. That's fine. Great. But let's keep the pressure on the feds and remember that, like, we are all united in recognizing
the FBI
that
isn't leading
we
the
live
investigation.
in a really effed up world. Tim Dillon did he made it comedic, but also like it was like dark comedy of like, we feel like we all now recognize we're kind of being ruled by like people that are into children and people that traffic children and people that traffic weapons, and they're kind of wanting us just like be like, oh, but like the new iPhone just dropped. Like, something, this can't go on like this. Society cannot go on like this. If we have a society that we don't protect.
Candace. We cannot go on like this with an alien that obviously has had some level of an addiction that can't handle a withdrawal too well in an hour and 30-minute video.
Good people, like, we don't protect decent human beings like Charlie Kirk. We don't protect our children. We're too fearful to even speak and say something, which is, I'm sorry, but we live in a world of remarkable cowardice.
Ooh, spoken like the true coward. Candace, you could have said all of this to Erica Kirk's face about how much you don't like her. And then moved on. Who pulled the trigger on the gun? Because right now, I'm just going to assume that it's Mitch Snow.
Because of what I view to be a shortage in testosterone. I find so many men to be pathetic. I really do. Like, Charlie Kirk was assassinated in broad daylight, and you're just going to like accept the Fed slap. I have no use for you. Like, I have no use for you. You're losing the society because you're still allowed to walk around breathing is what the issue is. And you get to call yourself a man. Like, why am I taking?
But all these simps on your call somehow giving up their manhood to you. It's like they act like they don't have a ball sack or something. It's just funny to me. Candace, how much drugs are you doing right now? I'm just asking questions.
All these bullets. Thank you to the men who have stood up for me. But like, for the men that are just like going along to get a paycheck, like, I don't need you ever on the airwaves ever again. I really don't. And if at the end of last year, between Jeffrey Epstein and Charlie Kirk, if something did not stir in your spirit and make you go, what the F is going on? We have no use for you in American society or any other society.
Candace, you're an alien from outer space. You don't get to dictate that.
Frankly. And that's how I feel. So
you don't care what an alien
thank you to everybody who's jumped on and had this
ass.
Conversation. Again, I appreciate everyone. Harrison, I appreciate you. I think we do have different styles in this, and I hope that you at least hear my perspective and my heart in this and know I'm obviously not going to let watch you go. My husband's on an MI6 and yeah, I don't care about Mitch's baby mamas. And beyond that, we will, I'll be back. I'm off there all this week and I'll be back next week. And I have even more explosive stories for you that we have found. We've tracked Tyler Robinson even more on that day. So it's just going to get crazier. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Candace.
Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. Yeah, shout out to look at here. Nick Brooks. Let's leave it on this cutie pie right here. I have never seen this much weak, sackless, spineless ass kissing in all of my life from grown ass adult males to one alien from another planet who's American ignorant, who scratched her nose, her chin, and face, and just the girl was just letting us know all over the place. I gotta get off. I gotta get off. She's scratching her ankles. She bent down. She moving around. She gotta go to potty. She was, I just want to bob behind the binky. Like I've never seen this much simping in all my life. Man, that was hard to watch. Yeah, this was something else. Whoo, thank y'all for tuning in. I have to make it funny. I don't know how else to do that. When it comes to Candace Owens, the alien, I just, there is no way I can take her seriously. I don't take her seriously. I truly believe that TPUSA and Erica Kirk need to now file a federal lawsuit against her for impersonating this professional criminal investigator that she is more than willing to repeat and reiterate and allow others to do on her X-Base to falsely purport herself to be a federal investigator or an investigator, period, with no license or credentials. And then to demand alibis in the matter to where she's harassing people. What did it say? You don't even have to, listen, you don't even have to damn benefit from it. The mere act of asserting false authority is enough to trigger liability. You can't make this up. Why is she sitting here with the itchy scratches? She's got explosive stories, y'all. Hopefully she'll just tell us, what planet she hails from and why she chose Earth. Because, there's a reason, Candace. There's a reason. Does Boys Club know that he procreated with an alien? He got 4 kids. You can't make this stuff up. Candace, you don't care about Charlie Kirk's 2 kids with Erica. You don't even care about Erica. You want them to give you alibis and messages and all this shit. No, they don't have to do that. They need to stop even saying anything remotely close to a response to the alien or the idiot. The idiot is about to get paid $250,000, people. And for what? You can't make this stuff up. Thank y'all so much. Yeah, cute pie. C-Star said, oh my gosh, unbelievable. Y'all, that was something else. I would not have been able to get through that on my own without you all. So I just want to say thank you all for bearing through this. Because there's things like this, even if you get nothing but this federal law out of it, now you see that the federal lawsuit can be filed. And, if they wanted to take a step further, ask for a criminal complaint to be initiated. You don't get to sit here and harass people, dox people to force some alibi or an interview with you. You don't have the authority to ask for an alibi, Candace. You're not a commissioned officer. You're not law enforcement. You're not an investigator. You're nothing. You're supposed to be acting like a visitor on our planet. No one owes you anything. And the audacity to have someone think that they're supposed to be giving you this information. You, Mel, and all those other simps on here. That's just pathetic. They're not asking questions. They're making flat-out allegations. She's talking about she's grieving. No, she is not grieving. Exactly, T. Mimi. I see no grief there. I see something like hatred, revenge, definitely not grief. Candace said, if you think Tyler Robinson is the shooter, you need to be kicked off the internet. Let that sink in. Exactly. She thinks free speech works one way. Candace, your one Achilles heel? Litigation. So they need to hit you with it hard and heavy. Just for the principle of the situation. Yeah, this is something else. It's disturbing. Candace Owens is Tyler Robinson's #1 fan. Exactly. She go get this dude off, and he's gonna end up, being found innocent. At this rate. LLC, that's why she pre-records her shows. Exactly. That girl Kate lasts more than an hour, y'all. She started, boy, she said, I miss you too bad. She was sitting there getting cold, holding up the coat. Yeah, she done lost more weight. She really looks skeletal. Candace, crack is wet. You need to stop doing it. Kiss my ass, girl. We get to assume everything we want with the absence of evidence. You can't make this up. Child boo. Candace is playing the game. She's already said it. She doesn't care about the investigation. She's already said that. She doesn't believe Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger on the gun. She said that. So anything beyond that, no one gives a shit. It's that simple. We don't care. We're just here to debunk you and laugh at your alien ass. You don't control the internet, Candace. You just don't. Well, when the Macrons they mollywop her on the floor of the courtroom, it's going to be a done deal. This is so crazy. Diane said Candace, I believe, may have lived in a house of confusion before them moving in with their grandparents. Her father was an alcoholic, Candace said. Candace seems to show him, but not her mother. Exactly. No one knows who her family is or anything like that. And you don't see people out here trying to dox her relatives. I mean, Candace, if people really wanted to, they could. But you don't see people actually doing that. But you want someone to send you a text message with somebody's phone number showing. And then you talking about how you're not going to put that out when you've already released information that was supposed to be kept confidential. No one trusts you, and they don't have to. Your cult members are going to follow you to the end of the earth, literally. They will walk off a cliff. If you say fall off this cliff, they're going to do it. Give them marching orders to their own death, they'll do it. That's how evil and soulless and sinister she is. She's a black female version of Jim Jones. With boys club sitting somewhere playing in the studio behind a camera. Can't make this stuff up. Can't make this up. Tyler Robinson is like, thank you so much, Candace. I really appreciate you. Yeah, they're going to send her a fruit basket every day for a month. The defense even called these people wackos, talking about how they're getting these calls and emails of these wackos. That speaks volumes. Because on average, you want to invoke enough reasonable doubt into the situation to where you can help get your client off, right? That goes to show that these idiots, these simps and wimps and all these people kissing her ass, they're not even providing reasonable doubt. The defense can't even use half the crap they say because it's not even reasonable. That's how crazy this stuff is with them. Egyptian planes, communistic bees. Candace, you're an alien, American ignorant. You don't know the difference between a continent and country. I guess you're literally being a complete disservice. They can't use any of that BS coming out of your mouth, but yet you're trying to single-handedly sully the damn jury selection, the jury pool. And if Erica Kirk doesn't sue her, and let's say Tyler Robinson ends up there, there ends up being a hung jury, or he's proven innocent, then what? Because Candace is not telling us who the other shooter is, so she doesn't want to believe it's Tyler Robinson, whatever. But she's not telling us another viable shooter. The entire internet will ascend upon you, Candace, if this boy gets off. Because you're not telling us who pulled the trigger to the gun. That's the issue here. So this boy get off scot-free, and then we still have no shooter in place. And Candace Owens will be solely responsible. Because these simps have her thinking she's a federal investigator, and she's falling into this narrative, not caring about the fact that she's violating federal laws. Nope. Don't care that she could be sued. They could file a federal complaint if they wanted to, based on this here. So Erica Kirk needs to stop playing around with this BS at this point. Girl, if you don't sue her, Tyler Robinson will get off even after having admitted it because of Candace Owens. It will be all her fault. And then, Candace, we will have your ass deported right off our planet. You can take all your cult members with you. You can't make this up. You can't make this stuff up. Ah, yes, we have to laugh. You got to. Y'all, we got to. I appreciate all of you all. Let's get the supers in here. Oh, man. Thank you all so much. I got a super. Look at that. M. Sanders, $10 super. Thank you, Candace Owens fans and her have been mentioned by the defense in the transcript. The defense called the crazy. Even the defense doesn't want anything to do with Candace and her fans. Exactly. The cult aren't even being reasonable enough to invoke doubt into a criminal matter. That's how ridiculously dumb they are. And they're following somebody that sounds like she's stuck on meth. This male person is something else. Good grief. What the hell? These people are like beyond comprehension. Candace, you already said this is a game for you. So, all right. Keep playing this dumb game, girl. This is absolutely insane. Thank you all so much here. Let's see. I'll get a couple more comments in. As File said, the amount of people that would have to be involved for this whole thing to be fake is so beyond ridiculous. Exactly. Yep, they were co-conspirators. Exactly. They want to talk about conspiracy, but they can't define the word. This is what a conspiracy looks like. That call, that X-Space call is a conspiracy. And they still produce zero evidence to prove that Erica Kirk was at a hotel, a military base, or wherever else they claim she was. Or Brian Harpool, or any of that. Brian Harpool, I don't know what you're waiting on. File this damn lawsuit. I wish I would get going in the courts. You can always add on evidence as Candace does more shows. Because Lord knows she's giving us plenty of evidence. She literally handed them a federal lawsuit in this one call. You cannot make this stuff up, man. Oh boy, this is something else. I hope they do actually do the investigation that they said they were better. Let's see here. Timima said, I bet it's all being investigated. We are just not privy to know just yet. I think it will all come out. It will. It will. Where'd France go? Who knows? I thought France was coming after you, Candace. What the hell? Club de Sant. You can't make this stuff up. Candace Owens is a total lunatic, one of the biggest grifters ever. Shout out to you, Diesel Babe. How you doing? Got some new names up in here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I just wanted to make sure I got some of you guys' comments up here. Candace is sick. Candace is complicit in Tyler's crime, as far as I'm concerned. Exactly. You know, Candace, you might as well have been there and just did it yourself at this rate. Don't get mad when we start asking you, Candace Owens, if you had anything to do with Charlie Kirk's murder. Because we're going to start asking this question relatively soon. After this whole X-Space and the fact that you actually want to sit here and purport yourself to be a federal investigator or a criminal investigator, yeah. We definitely are going to start asking more questions about Candace's involvement. Because Candace too can play this game. The difference is when it comes to you, you don't belong on our planet. And you're trying to go up against humanity. The internet is undefeated. And you're finding that out the hard way. Boy, people jumped on that idiot like it was crazy. It's so crazy how she really thinks this is going to work. We're going to do this. You can't make this up. $250,000, people. That's what the it is. It's going to be targeted to get paid out her cult members are going to raise up the rest of this money because, you know, it's not stopping. And this man is going to cash out on $250,000. Yep, that's going to happen for reasons. So this is where we are. Candace hadn't had any money to that. Candace giving Tyler every alibi she can. Exactly. George Farmer was the CEO of TP UK. He wants to be the CEO, and she does, and so does Candace of TP USA. I got you. Yeah, the idea that she's not trying to put it out here. Oh, George will be a better CEO. Why? So you can be the better first lady? Candace. You and Boys Club can do anything else on earth. Y'all choose to sit here and demand alibis from people. It's absolute madness. Absolute madness. But the conspiracy is something else, y'all. Sell Blexit for $1. Exactly. Didn't I tell y'all that? TPUSA needs to sell Blexit. There you go. Sell Blexit. Get rid of it. Make Candace figure that out. Now here you can have Blexit back, girl. I would sell it. Erica Kirk doesn't owe her anything. I think that, you know, idea of people, you know, just, well, you just need to pray for her. You know, we can pray for her. We're still gonna sell Blexit, and we're still gonna sue her. And where are her cult members gonna be? Running around here crying all over the internet for her. All these simps. You know, simping is something else. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of you guys. We're at 6 hours, 45 minutes. Y'all know how we can do. We do marathons up in here now. But I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. Thank you all so much. Hit the like button on the way out. To the Candy Ass cult members, kiss our ass. Candace, stop doing drugs. Correct his wick. And tell Mel, I just meth is just not her thing. I don't even know who that person is. Whatever. I'll be back here tomorrow, you guys, and we're gonna do some more Candace, and I'm going to get an Umar video in because I want to get it in. Oh my goodness, he telling on himself about hotels and male hairstylists and stuff. So yeah, we got to get in a video for Umar. Thank y'all so much, and I will see you all in the next one. Until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.